Morning, everybody. The September 8th, 2021 Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards is called to order. Pursuant to applicable law, the chairman has determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent. Accordingly, attendance at this meeting will be by remote means only. We'll start off with the roll call. Committee members, please unmute yourself, and please note that your yes or present response will be deemed to be a yes vote when this quorum call is used as a reference vote for later items. Okay. We will start the roll with Vice Chair Raboyes. Alderman Hopkins.
Present.
Alderman Dowell.
Here.
Alderman Sawyer.
Here.
Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Original Lopez.
Delighted to be present, Chairman.
All right. Alderman David Moore. Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Present.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Present.
Alderman Burnett.
Present.
Alderman Cardona.
Present.
Alderman Wagasback. Alderman Carrie Austin.
Here.
Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
Present.
Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Osterman. Alderman Haddon.
Present.
Chairman Tunney is here. We do have a quorum. And now we'll move on to the approval of the Rule 45 reports containing the minutes of the July 2021 hearing of the Committee on Zoning, Landmark, and Building Standards. All members of this committee should have received a copy of this report electronically. And if hearing no objections, do I have a motion by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum to approve the minutes?
So moved,
Alderman Beal makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this report has been approved. Moving on, we will now hear the items to be deferred. I'll read the ward, the file number, the address, and page number, and take a motion for all at the end. On page 1 of the revised agenda and page 2 of the regular agenda in the 47th ward, file number CPC5, is that correct? For the address commonly known as 3840 North Lincoln Avenue. Also on page 1 of the revised agenda and page 2 of the regular agenda in the 45th ward, file number A8706 for the address commonly known as 4050 North LaPorte Avenue. On page 1 of the revised agenda and page 2 of the regular agenda in the 40th ward, file number A8634 for the address commonly known as 4800 North Lincoln Avenue, 2412 through 2432 West Lawrence Avenue. Moving on to page 3 of the revised agenda and page 16 of the deferred agenda in the 24th ward, file number 20719 T1 for the address commonly known as 3232 through 3246 West Cermak Road. On page 6 of the revised agenda and page 4 of the regular agenda in the 47th ward, file number 20802 T1 for the address commonly known as 2042 through 2046 West Irving Park Road. Moving on to page 10 of the revised agenda and page 11 of the regular agenda in the 2nd ward, file number 20797 T1 for the address commonly known as 1918 North Medill Street, or Mendel, whatever. Okay, must be Mendel Street. On page 14 of the revised agenda and on the addendum to the deferred agenda in the 47th ward, file number 20757-T1 for the address commonly known as 2250 through 2258 West Irving Park Road. On page 16 of the revised agenda and page 7 of the regular agenda, in the 27th Ward, file number 20784 for the address commonly known as 1215 through 1265 West Division Street, 1030 through 1178 North Elston Avenue, and 1200 through 1212 West Cortez Street. On page 17 of the revised agenda and page 8 of the regular agenda, in the 27th Ward, file number 20786 for the address commonly known as 1353 West Fulton Street, 220 North Ada Street. On page 17 of the revised agenda and page 17 of the deferred agenda, in the second ward, file number 20786 for the address commonly known as 1628 through 1630 North Wells Street. If there are no questions by committee members, I get a motion to move these items by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
No move, Mr. Chairman.
That is, Alderman Dowell makes that motion to defer these previously listed items by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, these items will be deferred. Now we have 10 public speakers signed up for today's hearing, and we will hear from them now.
Alderman Tunney, Alderman Moore is present.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. On the public comment period, we will start with Willie J.R. Fleming.
This is Willie J.R. Fleming. Can you hear me?
We can, sir. Proceed.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thank the city and the committee for this opportunity to testify. I want to thank the mayor's office, the cannabis commission, and the aldermen for their continuous support and advocacy for social equity owners now, not just applicants. Today, I want to talk about the craft grows that we won. We won 2 craft grows for the city of Chicago. And it is important to get this zoning passed because it will help us faster to market entry so that we can see some equity by Black and brown people in this industry. I'm a representative of Public Square Craft Grow, an owner of Public Square Craft Grow and Kamikaze Craft Grow. We want to have the ability to increase supply. The only way this can happen if we move this ordinance through. This offers us a faster chance to market, a faster chance and a better chance to lower prices due to the shortage of flour and other things. And it make it easier for us as well, as promised by most aldermen if we were to win. We're asking that you allow permitted use for craft grow processing infusions into M2 and M3. You can add the distance restrictions of 660 feet for growers, processors, and infusers away from residential use. We want you to also increase the opportunities for dispensaries to be able to locate within our communities. These steps are necessary because as it stands today as an owner, our companies are being forced to look at alternative areas for locating our craft grow. And these areas are being chosen because they are the path of least resistance. Furthermore, we would like for you guys to know that the goal of this, as always, was to help social equity applicants, both Black and brown, have a fair chance as making a portion of these billions of dollars that's being made in the state of Illinois around cannabis. Again, I stand as a social equity owner of multiple craft grows and a transportation company that supports this ordinance put forth by the mayor. I'm begging the aldermen and the committee, please get this done so that we can do what we promise our people when we win, and that was locate our business in the communities that we come from. Thank you for this opportunity. I pray everybody have a blessed, prosperous day, and we get this ordinance moved.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Our next speaker is Andy Pierce.
Hello, my name is Andy Pierce. Thank you for your time and consideration today regarding the redevelopment of the former Sears building. I serve as a project manager for the Six Corners Chamber of Commerce. My wife and I were volunteers at the Portage Theater here from 2006 through 2013, where we helped host many successful film festivals and special events during the time the venue was managed well. My relationship with the community began when I was covering community efforts to revitalize Six Corners. That's when I was a neighborhood reporter for the local Times newspaper back in 1999. People's hopes and dreams were much the same then as they are now. Residents and business owners said they wanted a renovated theater, nice apartments, more shops, and good restaurants. That's still the overwhelming desire today, and Six Corners is one of our great outlying business districts that needs the city's help to achieve its full potential. Six Corners was diminished greatly by the closing of the Portage Theater and the closing of the historic Sears department store. Now the pandemic has caused many other businesses to close. It hurts to say it, but Six Corners is blighted. 55% of our storefronts are vacant. That's more than 60 addresses not contributing to the velocity of currency, that's dollars earned, spent, and recycled, and not providing goods and services to residents. As we begin to dig out of a decade of decline, we stand at a crossroads that is both physical on a map, the Six Corners formed by the convergence of Milwaukee, Irving, and Cicero, and an economic crossroads where we have the opportunity to support and welcome the catalyst that this significant private investment will be. It is, in fact, a necessity. We need the residents it will bring, and we need the anchor commercial tenant it will put on this prominent corner. Businesses survive in tandem with each other, and the success of the district is dependent on people having choices, both in shopping and in where they live. Think about the positive and unique aspects of this project as approved by the Plan Commission. It is entirely funded by business, private dollars only. It adds to residential density. It takes a vacant building and makes it a point of pride again. And it will bring a prominent national retailer as the anchor. This project will make another corner of Six Corners attractive to new residents. It will bring shoppers to our existing businesses, and it will attract new business. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Andy. Our next speaker is Mike DeMeo.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael DeMeo, and I am speaking today on behalf of the 140 businesses I represent as Six Corners Chamber of Commerce president. We are the sole service provider for Special Service Area number 28-2014. I am also a 30-year business and property owner here at Six Corners. The 2018 closing of Sears, our historical anchor business, dealt a devastating blow to the Six Corners business district. This was the last Sears to close in Chicago. Generations of families shopped there. The iconic building was instantly recognizable as the Six Corners anchor for 75 years. The landlord to Sears, Seritage Growth Properties, stepped up with a mixed-use development plan. They pursued their plan with enthusiastic community input and support until ultimately walking away at the onset of the pandemic. As the Six Corners Business District fights to recover from the pandemic, we cannot jeopardize Novak Development's proposed $90 million investment in Six Corners. The Chamber just completed a community feedback survey asking and receiving input. 87.6% of respondents support or strongly support Novak's project. 76.1% approve of the project moving forward under the current ARO. The Chamber, in cooperation with the Aldermen, hosted several presentations by Novak to numerous community groups. Overwhelming and unanimous support of the project was received. When all of the posturing and background noise from the small angry mobs commences, this committee will ultimately be left with a simple choice. You can support this win for the community, or you can delay it indefinitely and most likely lose the project. Please don't add this building to the growing list of large vacant buildings contributing to the blight of neighborhoods in Chicago. I implore this committee to be completely objective. I implore this committee to put politics aside. Novak Development has met all of the city's requirements to date. Novak Development has checked all of the boxes. A generational opportunity to strengthen the revitalization of Six Corners now sits before you. Support the project. The community and Novak deserve no less. Thank you.
Jackson.
Good morning. My name is Lorraine Jackson. I'm here to speak to you about the development at 1201 West Washington Boulevard in the West Loop. We need more housing, affordable options for working families like mine, especially in neighborhoods like West Loop, which are accessible to downtown hospitality jobs. I urge you to protect the moderate and affordable housing and say no to the hotel loophole that developer is seeking today. I've worked for 24 years as a room attendant at the Monaco Hotel in downtown Chicago. All my life, I've lived on Chicago's South Side. When I started work at the hotel, I lived in West Inglewood, and my two youngest children were in grade school. Every day, I spent about 2 hours getting to and from work. That adds up to about 12,000 hours I've missed spending with my children over the years. I had to rely on family to look after my sons to make sure they stayed out of trouble and got their homework done after school. I wish I had been there, but I had to make sure that we made rent and put food on the table. I know other working mothers are not as lucky as I am to have family support and people to trust to look after their children while they're traveling far to work. But moms should not have to choose between providing for our children and spending time with them. We need more housing options that are close to where the jobs are, downtown and the West Loop. It would have improved my children and my life greatly if we had lived closer to my job. The developers at 1201 West Washington told the committee they wanted to provide moderate and affordable housing in the West Loop. If that is true, why do they want the option to turn over half of the housing units into hotel rooms? We need more affordable housing options for working families in the neighborhood like West Loop, not hotel loopholes. I urge you to vote no on the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Our next speaker is Kimmy Jordan.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Proceed.
Hi. Good morning. My name is Kimmy Jordan. I am here today to urge you to vote no on the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington Boulevard. The developer of 1201 West Washington has included a loophole in their zoning application that specifically allows them to convert 154 apartments into hotel rooms in the future, instead of keeping all 288 units as affordable housing and moderately priced apartments. I myself was born and raised on the South Side, Chicago South Side. I worked hard in the housekeeping department, downtown hotel for 16 years to support my two sons. Even with my good job, it is still really hard to find housing that is affordable and close to work. I would love to have the opportunity to live in the West Loop, a beautiful neighborhood close to the hospitality jobs. But if I move to 1201 West Washington, what's to stop the developer from one day deciding that they don't want me living there anymore? What's to stop them from using a loophole to tell me I need to leave so they can turn my apartment into a hotel? It would feel awful and cruel. Families who save and plan and often their lives to move to a new home in a neighborhood like the West Loop should not have to worry about the developer deciding to turn their home into a hotel room. When questioned by the chair of the plan committee about the hotel component, the developer representative admitted that the equality partners want flexibility. I wish the hardworking Chicagoans I know have flexibility when it comes where we can live, where we can afford to live, segregated cities in the country. Developers should not expect to praise for saying they will build moderately priced affordable housing, but keeping an escape route through the hotel loophole. Chicagoans like me don't have an escape route. Why should this developer get one? I expect you to vote no on 1201 West Washington Boulevard. Thank you for your time.
Marvin Noriega.
Good morning. Good morning, am I okay? Okay. Good morning, my name is Marvin Noriega. I'm here to urge you guys to vote no on voting reclassification ordinance October 1,
Marvin,
West
we can't,
Washington Boulevard. Can you hear me?
can you speak up a little bit, Marvin?
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Marvin Noriega. I'm here to urge you guys to vote no on the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington. Until recently, I lived in Hermosa, where I grew up. My commute to my hotel job at the Western Michigan Avenue was about an hour each way because I couldn't afford places close to the train. I worked hard to save up so I could spend more money on my rent and live close to my job. I got lucky and I recently found a place in Buena Park, about 15-minute commute. This has improved my quality of life by a lot. But it was really hard to find a place I could afford. We need more affordable options for working people in Chicago, especially in areas like the West Loop, which are close to downtown jobs. So why does the developer of 1201 West Washington says they want to build modern, affordable housing, but also want the ability to turn half their units into hotel rooms? Earlier this week, I had an experience that made me think about the future families of 1201 West Washington. I took my first airplane trip since the pandemic. On my way home, my flight got canceled. And after many hours of delays, I finally got rebooked, and I was told I was going to get upgraded to first class. I've never flew first class, so I was very excited about that. But I was mostly just happy I was finally going to go home. On my flight, I took my assigned seat in first class, buckled up, and a few minutes later, the flight attendant approached me. And she loudly said, "There has been a mistake. You can't sit here in first class. You need to move back to economy." Everyone around turned around and looked at me. And I felt so ashamed. Even though I haven't done nothing wrong, I felt so small as I scrambled to get my belongings. And I walked to the back of the plane. This may seem like a small incident, but I will never wish this feeling on anyone. Now, I could imagine what the 154 working people and families who lived in 1201 Washington will experience the day the building owners say to them, "We're turning your home into a hotel. You'll need to get out." Can you imagine what that will feel like? I hope you will consider this as you vote, as you take your vote. So please protect housing for working families and vote no on 1201 West Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lou Weeks.
Hi, good morning, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Lou Weeks. I am the Executive Vice President of Unite Here Local 1. Like the previous speakers, I'm also here in opposition to the project at 1201 West Washington Boulevard. DAC Developments claim that they want to build moderately priced and affordable housing at 1201 West Washington Boulevard. Yet language on page 8 of the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington would allow up to 154 of the planned 288 residential units to be converted into hotel rooms. This hotel loophole is inappropriate, and we believe the zoning reclassification ordinance should be amended to close this loophole prior to your consideration. Absent that, we urge you to vote no on the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington Boulevard. The hotel loophole, hidden in fine print, contradicts DAC Development's own acknowledgement that the community does not want a hotel there. At a community meeting on July 9th, at which Local 1 members were present, the development team's representative stated, quote, "We heard from the community a few things. One, a hotel in this area was not something that people thought made a lot of sense. They thought perhaps rooftop excitement and food and beverage amenities and the sort of traffic and all that are associated with the hotel might be too much for the area," close quote. When asked later in the meeting by a Local 1 staff person about the possibility of hotel rooms, a DAC representative responded, quote, "There are some of these operators that like to take a block of units, let's a floor of units, and do more of an extended stay. We don't have any. We're not interested in discussions with that. And you could imagine since COVID that that's not much of something that is financeable at this point, so it's not really intended," close quote. Hotel use, whether extended stay or not, has very different impacts on the surrounding community than does a residential building. Unite Here Local 1 represents hospitality workers who work in the West Loop and downtown, many of whom, as you've heard, commute hours a day because they cannot afford to live close to their job. We need more housing options for working families in the West Loop. If the development team truly seeks to provide workforce housing and to serve an overlooked demographic as they claim, then they should not need or want this hotel loophole. Keeping this loophole would put 154 individuals and families living at 1201 West Washington in danger of being uprooted from their homes in the years to come. Can you imagine being told one day you need to move because your home is being turned into a hotel room? Unless this hotel loophole is closed by striking the language that allows for the conversion of 154 residential units to hotel rooms, we urge you to vote no on the zoning reclassification ordinance for 1201 West Washington Boulevard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pete Zonica. I hope I got that right.
Yes, you got that right. My name is Pete Sosnicka, a resident of the 45th Ward and proud member of United Northwest Side, a group acting against violence. Infamously, Chicago is one of the most segregated cities by race and by income. We have a disproportionate number of affordable housing units in majority Black spaces because, fundamentally, our biggest source of racism is anti-Black racism. As the neighborhoods face rising divestment, gun violence, and food deserts, the lack of affordable housing in other parts of the city restricted many people of color from leaving. Racism is intimately tied to violence, Chairman Tunney. Gardner holds the elected position as the alderperson of the 45th, but he is not a leader. Jimmy was called out, but not named, in the Committee on Public Safety for his vengeful behavior. Jimmy was called out, but not named, by the Inspector General for his illegal treatment of the homeless. Jimmy hasn't changed his unacceptable and unprofessional behavior. When some men, not all men, try to imagine the worst possible punishment they want to see inflicted on other men, they do things like make prison rape jokes. They suggest that men should be treated like women, which is to say raped, made to feel less manly, womanish. It's not only sexist, it's homophobic, as well as a call for violence. Calls for violence are not something to move on from. Chairman Tunney, you're quoted as responding to reports of Jimmy's, quote, apology, unquote, for his inappropriate and demeaning texts as saying, I accepted it, and we're moving on. How about talking about violence now? Name calling is not a good thing, but I am moving on. Moving on without consequence does a disservice to your staff, a disservice to your colleagues, and a disservice to fully half of the city. Jimmy holds an elected position as the alderperson of the 45th, but he is not a leader, Chairman Tunney. You can be. You and your members can do something about the violence in the city by acting today to address one of its root causes, the lack of affordable housing in affluent areas like the 45th Ward. One way you can do something about the violence, Chairman Tunney and members, is to delay the Sears proposal until there is robust public comment commensurate with the size of the development, until the entire development is presented by Novak, and until it can properly address the historic segregation in the city, segregation that Jimmy supports and actively works toward, segregation which is one of the root causes of the violence you're concerned about, Chairman Tunney. Jimmy still has not apologized in person to the women he texted about. His calls for violence remain unchecked. Perhaps.
Our next speaker, Judy Moore.
Is it Edie Moore?
I have two Moores. I'm sorry. What? Say your name again.
It's Edie Moore, E-D-I-E.
Let's proceed, Edie. I'm sorry that I don't have it. I had it as Judy, but it's Edie. So thank you.
Okay. No, that's fine. At least you didn't say Eddie, so that's great. Good morning, aldermen and members of the zoning committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Edie Moore. I'm a longtime resident of the 5th Ward here in Chicago. And for the past 4 years, since 2017, I've been a founding board member and executive director of Chicago NORML, which is a local chapter of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Before that, in 2015, I was part owner of a company that had won a medical dispensary and cultivation licenses. It was our intent to locate our retail facility in our own community to give our residents and neighbors access to high-quality, tested, and legal cannabis medicine. At that time, the overly cautious zoning ordinances and language in the statute made the search for an appropriate property on the city's south side nearly impossible. Loud and misinformed fear-mongering of a few neighborhood outliers drowned out reason and facts and made the search so lengthy and expensive that it finally cost us the business. So think about that. There was once a Black-owned dispensary on the south side, and then there wasn't. The root cause was zoning. Because of our cannabis advocacy, education, and work on the CRTA, our organization was tapped in June of 2019 to join the city's cannabis working group. I jumped at the opportunity because I wanted to make sure that new applicants would not face the same obstacles that our company did in 2015. And amid the pandemic, existing Illinois cannabis companies, which are not owned by minorities, continue to thrive. Cannabis growers and distributors were included as essential services in the executive order in 2020. Adult use and medical cannabis sales increased nationwide, even as the rest of the economy had suffered. So there is no time to waste. New cannabis businesses need to get to market quickly. As thus, we respectfully request that you allow B3 building types in Section 17-3 200 of the Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago. We understand and appreciate that your intention for amending our original cannabis zoning ordinance was to give aid to minorities and less capitalized individuals in their quest to enter the cannabis marketplace. However, disallowing B3 property types will have the opposite effect. Just as I did in 2015, many new social equity license holders will want to own their businesses and locate them in their own neighborhoods on the south and west sides of the city. Disallowing B3 building types will make their searches much more difficult and expensive, just like it did with mine. With all the cannabis business owners need to do to get open, finding a suitable building in their neighborhood, in their community, should be the least of their worries. Expert zoning attorneys and members of the city's cannabis working group has advised that it is a costly and cumbersome process. A conservative estimate is 4 months and many thousands.
Our final speaker is Craig Moore. Craig Moore, our last speaker. All right.
Mr. Moore, you are unmuted.
Can you hear me? I'm here. This is Craig Moore. Can you hear me?
All right, Craig, proceed.
All right. Chairman Tony, thank you very much. Committee members, thank you for the opportunity to express an opinion here. And I actually had some notes prepared, but I think I would like to actually piggyback on Edie Moore's comment about the search for the spaces, because actually in the last round of medical licensure, I was one of the people who was actually searching for these spaces. And in the entire Hyde Park Township, there were 2 spaces that zoned, and the current dispensary that's operating is in one of them. And that's in a space from 39th Street all the way to the edge of the city, from the lake to State Street, which was just ridiculous. So we thought that that problem had been resolved, and now it's just been exacerbated by the removal of suitable properties for the development of these types of businesses. We actually were trying to come up with multiple plans for several areas of the city where we would do this and use a dispensary perhaps as a draw, but we can't do it because of the way that the zoning is currently configured, or was changed to be configured. The vast majority, and it is truly the vast majority, and the math bears this out, of suitable spaces would probably fall into that B3 C1 zone, and so we need the B3s back. We need them back. We would be able to open the store, use it as a draw to bring other pedestrian and vehicular traffic in. That would be economic boost to any area they would go into, ideally. And without those buildings available, it's just not possible, to do smaller, sustainable, energy efficient spaces in some of these much larger existing buildings. It's just not practical. So I'm not going to go into my prepared statements. I thought it would be useful to share that anecdote of what the actual search was. And if you could modify the language back in the zoning ordinance, or at least modify to allow these other property types, it would be beneficial to development efforts in the city. And thus far, we've been unsuccessful in finding something suitable and had to have started to look outside the city, which we don't want to do. Thank you for the time. Take care.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes the public speaking portion of the hearing. Before we start with the addendum, we've been joined by Alderman Villegas, his committee member, Alderman Osterman, and I think Alderman Burke is also on the call. So did we miss anyone? Okay. So we're going to start with the addendum to the agenda. We have 2 mayoral reappointments. All committee members should have received the appointees' resumes electronically. First up is A2021-136, the reappointment of Laura L. Flores as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission. We have Ms. Flores here if she would like to say a few words.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Is that
Okay.
Ms. Flores, right?
Yes, I think I've just been upgraded to a panelist. Good morning.
Hopefully you'll be
everyone.
upgraded for another term on the Plan Commission, but let's hear a few words from you.
Thank you. I'm excited and honored to have been reappointed to the Plan Commission. I've been a Plan Commissioner for the past 6 years, and I'm currently the only Latina architect in the group and one of the few Latinas ever appointed. I've grown up and lived in Chicago most of my life, originally from Mexico. My story is that of an
Excuse me,
immigrant.
Mr. Chairman, can we have her show her face, please? I don't know.
All right.
who she
I
is.
don't. I've tried, and I don't know if I can. If somebody
Let's
can.
see if we can help. Can we help to get the picture of Ms. Flores? I know her well as a member of the Plan Commission myself, but
It's telling me I cannot start video. If tech support can do that.
okay. Well, I guess we can't do that on our side for privacy reasons. So sorry
Yes,
about that,
okay.
Alderman Dowell. We'll just
Thank
have
you,
to
Mr.
do our
Chairman.
best. Okay.
Okay.
She is. There you
I
are.
think I just tried it. Sorry
Okay.
about
Well, you're
that.
on video also. Okay. So
Thank you. So as I was saying, I've grown up in Chicago most of my life, originally from Mexico. My story is that of an immigrant who's had to overcome many struggles along the way, but also grabbed onto the opportunities this country has to offer. I'm currently the Director of Operations at Juan Gabriel Moreno Architects, best known as JGMA. Our work is focused on leaving a positive impact on Chicago's communities. Some of our projects that you may know include NEIU's El Centro on the northwest side and Esperanza Health Center in the south side. I'm currently working on 3 affordable housing projects, 2 in the North Lawndale community, and the 3rd is Encuentro Square, which is in Hermosa. I take this opportunity to inspire other women and the next generation of Latina architects. I am proud to represent and be a voice for other fellow working mothers and Latinos throughout our city. From the south side, where I grew up, to the north side, where I reside now in the 33rd Ward. It goes without saying that I've learned a lot the past 6 years. But my favorite part has been sharing my opinion on what I consider good design and its positive impact on our communities. Lastly, I just want to say that I will continue to listen and learn from all my fellow commissioners, aldermen, and community members, and that I promise to continue to exercise my vote in the interest of the public and the community. And I thank you for considering me again.
thank you, Ms. Flores. Do we have questions from committee members?
Move
Alderman.
to pass, Chair.
Okay, we have Walter Burnett, Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak in support of this reassignment as a commissioner. Of course, as you know, we both serve on the planning commissioner with her. I found her to be very conscientious, very reasonable when it comes to development. She has been a good addition to the Plan Commission, and she has a great and unique perspective. And I think she's great, and we should reappoint her. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
All right, Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Yeah, I too raise my voice in support of Laura Flores, particularly who you are and what you represent is very important to our city. And I thank you for your service. And I thank you for what you just said about being an example for other Latinas. I think about my daughter who's going into 4th grade. I would love her to follow in your footsteps. So thank you for your service. And also JGMA has done some really good work throughout our city. So thank you so much, and I'm happy to support you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I don't see any other hands up, so I know Alderman Ray Lopez made a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, this appointment is passed, and just a final congratulations, and look forward to working with you in your next term.
Thank you, Alderman Tenney.
Yeah. All right. Next, we have A2021-137, the reappointment of Guacolda E. Reyes as member of the Chicago Plan Commission. We have Guacolda Reyes here. Ms. Reyes, would you like to say a few words on your reappointment in front of the zoning committee, please?
Yes, Alderman Tony, I really appreciate it. It's hard to follow after Laura, but I have to say I'm a proud resident of Chicago since 1989. I came here with my husband and my 2-year-old daughters from Santiago, Chile. He was going to do an MBA, turned out to be a PhD in economics. And then I was a social worker in Santiago, Chile. And then here I got my master's in urban planning and policy at UIC. I can say that I've been for over 25 years working in the field of affordable housing. It has been an incredible experience for me these last 2 years to be part of the Plan Commission, as I feel that I've been able to bring to others the concern of affordable housing and how our city of Chicago desperately needs that. I would like to be reappointed. I am honored. And I would like to continue to strive for more decent, safe, affordable housing in our city of Chicago. I don't know if there are any other questions, but again, it has been an honor to be with you and with others and to learn from all the commissioners. And thank you for your attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Our questions from committee members. I see Mike Rodriguez, Alderman Rodriguez, your hand is up.
Yeah, I too want to raise my voice in support of Guacolda Reyes, who's been a staunch advocate in our community for exactly what she said. Also a great, example to many in our community. And keep up the good fight, Guacolda, and I appreciate it. And I move to pass. Walter has his hand up, but that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
We'll get back to you on the motion. Alderman Walter Burnett.
Yeah, so I also like to sign on to this reappointment. Her, they got a thing called BOS, which means Brothers of the Struggle. But she's an SOS, a sister of the struggle, in regards to affordable housing in the city of Chicago. I look at her as one of my partners in the Plan Commission to encourage more affordable housing for people in the city of Chicago. I'm happy that she's on the Plan Commission and she's very helpful, but she's also, because she does a lot of the financial stuff for the organization she worked for, which is Bigadite. She understands development. So she's a breath of fresh air, and she's very well balanced in her thinking in dealing with development. So I support this reappointment and are happy that she will be continuing to work with us. Supported 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Comments, questions by committee members, non-committee members? Okay, so no further questions. Alderman Rodriguez makes the motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to this motion? Hearing none, the appointment is passed, and I want to congratulate both of you. We've worked well together. We all haven't always agreed, which is healthy for sure, but we've learned a lot from each other. So thank you for your service and look forward to continuing our relationship. All right.
Thank you, Alderman Tani.
Let's see. We're going to stay on the addendum to the agenda, but hop around a little bit before we get into the lengthier text amendments. That being said, we have one demolition of a non-contributing building in a historic landmark district. It is the fifth item on the addendum, document number OR 2021-173 in the 43rd Ward. This property is located at 513 West Fullerton Parkway in the Mid-North District. There's no presentation. For those of us that know what this is the Senecal property. It is no longer occupied by the Senecal sisters, I believe. Right. So, all right. Any questions by committee members on this demo? Do I hear a motion do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Mr. Chairman, Alderman Austin.
Alderman Austin makes the motion to move do pass. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the order is passed. All right, thank you. And Alderman Smith thanks you because it's in her ward. She obviously was supportive of it. All right. Okay, staying out of the order, we're going to hear the next item listed on the agenda, the direct introduction, which is a correction for ordinance number 02020-5757 for the address commonly known as 1810 through 1820 North Wells Street. All committee members should have received a copy of this in their packets. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to accept the direct introduction. Can I get a motion to accept the introduction?
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Raboyes makes the motion to move to pass on that by the same motion that we used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the direct introduction is before us. So this is a correction to the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago for the regular meeting held on Friday, June 25th, 2021. The correction is necessary as document number 02020-5757 had a substitute ordinance. However, the ordinance was published as introduced. For the record, the substitute ordinance was published in the Chicago Tribune prior to the hearing as part of the committee meeting publication list. The substitute ordinance was noticed to all residents within 250 feet of the common address. All proper motions were made and accepted in reference to the substitute. And lastly, the substitute ordinance was before committee members and voted on during the June 22nd, 2021 Committee on Zoning. All right. If there are questions, who is going to be answering the question? Well, we have Patrick on there. All right. So after that lengthy explanation, do we have questions from committee members? I believe in general, this was a process issue and notification. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Chairman, Alderman Lopez.
All right, that's Alderman Lopez makes the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right. Here, we're going to stay out of order and hear large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade. We will hear them all together. I will read the ward followed by the address and take a motion at the end. Quite a few of them today. Okay. In the second ward, located at 919 North Michigan Avenue. In the second ward, located at 60 West Superior Street. Also in the second ward, 300 West Division Street. In the fourth ward, located at 3357 South Dr. Martin Luther King Drive. In the fourth ward, located at 2937 South Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. In the eighth ward, located at 9421 South Stony Island Avenue. In the ninth ward, located at 10900 South Doty Avenue. In the 20th ward, located at 6033 South Wentworth Avenue. Also in the 20th ward, located at 1129 West 47th Street. Also in 20th ward, located at 1120 West 47th Street. And lastly, in the 20th ward, located at 1138 West 48th Street. Moving on to the 22nd ward, located at 3501 South Pulaski Road. In the 25th ward, located at 404 West Harrison Street. In the 27th ward, 4 signs located at 1001 West North Avenue. And lastly, in the 38th ward, 4801 North Austin Avenue. Any questions by committee members? See any hands up? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Get a motion to move to pass on the sign order.
So moved, Alderman Lopez.
Alderman Lopez makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? All right. Hearing none, these orders are passed. Now we will move on to the text amendments. First, we will hear the amendment to the mechanical code, document number 02021-3239. The amendment to the municipal code, chapter 18-28, regarding mechanical systems and building provisions, and the coordinating amendments of chapters 2-116, 4-344, 4-376, 11-20, 14A-1, 14M-1, and 18-36. This item has a substitute. All committee members should have received a copy of the substitute as well as an explanation of the changes electronically. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine.
So move on
quorum.
the substitute, Chairman.
Alderman Raboyes so moves. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the substitute is before us. We have Commissioner Baudet here to speak on the matter. And Matt, you ready to start on this one?
Yes. Good morning, Chairman.
We had a fact sheet also, correct, staff?
It should be correct.
Yeah.
One pager?
This is gonna go till probably 3 o'clock.
Okay, so maybe I should change the laptop.
Chairman, you're muted.
Yeah, I know. I want it to be. Okay. All right. So Matt, there was a one pager on the substitute, correct?
Correct.
All right, Commissioner, proceed.
So good morning, Chairman Tunney and the honorable members of the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. My name is Matt Baudet. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Buildings. I'm here before you today to ask for your favorable consideration of Mayor Lightfoot's ordinance to amend the Mechanical Code, Chapter 1828, and related sections. Along with me here today is First Deputy Commissioner Marlene Hopkins and Managing Deputy Commissioner Grant Ulrich. The package before you are interim amendments to the Mechanical Code, which are meant to aid homeowners and businesses until the full Mechanical Code is modernized in Phase 3 of our Construction Code Modernization Initiative. Briefly, there are 6 main items. The first is the standardized method of accepting listed and labeled heating, cooling, and ventilation appliances, which have been vigorously tested to meet or exceed safety standards. This avoids contractors having to add outdated modifications to heating, cooling, and ventilation units and risk voiding product warranties. The second is the adoption of national standards for the use of energy efficient condensing domestic clothes dryers. This provides options for appliances which do not require through wall exterior venting. Third is to update requirements for exhaust and domestic cooking appliances. Again, providing options and consistent with national codes and current practice, provisions will be added to allow listed and labeled recirculating hoods for domestic cooking appliances within dwelling units. The fourth is adopt standards for exhaust fans, pollution control units, and ventless appliances for commercial kitchens. Standards are added to provide options for exhaust fans, pollution control units, and ventless appliances for the use in commercial kitchens. The fifth is recognize energy recovering ventilation, ERV systems. So ERV systems allow for energy contained in the air that is being exhausted from a room or space to be captured and reused to precondition incoming ventilation air, which reduces energy required for heating and cooling. The mechanical code will be updated to clearly recognize and allow this important energy saving technology and option. And finally, updated list of recognized refrigerants. Our refrigerants recognized by the 2021 International Mechanical Code will be added to the Chicago Mechanical Code, and outdated references to refrigerants banned by federal law and international treaties will be removed. The ordinance also streamlines licensing provisions related to mason contractors and stationary engineers to better coordinate with related code provisions, increase consistency across trade licensing types, and prepare for future upgrades to the trade licensing record systems. I thank you for your time and ask for your favorable consideration of this ordinance. The department will be happy to happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll start with Alderman Beal on questions for the Commissioner.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Alderman.
All right, we still got one minute left for good morning. So just a quick question for you. With this amendment changing the code, are you telling me now that you're changing the code to allow commercial kitchens to recirculate the air with some new technology versus venting, having the ventilation go up and out? Is that what this is?
Well, the EVR system is basically it could be for any type of ventilation. What it does is it captures the air that's being exhausted, and it preconditions that and recirculates it. It's not the cooking was a separate one. The commercial kitchens, that was regarding exhaust fans, pollution control units, and ventless appliances.
Mm-hmm.
So the EVR system is something different.
It's something different. Okay.
So let me interrupt Tony on this one. So historically, with this code change, instead of 100% fresh air, you are using a portion of recirculated air for energy efficiencies. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct. So it captures the warmer air in the wintertime, the cooler air in the summertime. It allows you to recirculate that, and that dramatically cuts down on your energy bills.
Okay. All right.
Alderman Beal?
No, if you could forward me some more information on that, that's extremely helpful, and it might be cost effective for some of the commercial businesses in the area.
Sure, happy to do so, Alderman.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I just wanted, I spent some time with the commissioner on this from the restaurant side, and also domestic use. This ventlet, there's a lot of new equipment that doesn't require the expensive ventilation systems that historically have not been recognized by our city, whether it's domestic dryers or whether it's domestic ovens, or in my case, commercial ovens. And it does, as long as we feel the safety and comfort is not compromised, I think it's a definitely improvement in the code. So I asked some questions prior to this hearing because I've designed enough kitchens to know how to get in trouble, so to speak. All right, I don't see any other hands up. All right, if not, can I get a motion? Let me see, where am I at? Motion to move to pass on this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So moved by Alderman David Moore.
All right, David, I just want to restate that. It's move this item as amended by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Alderman David Moore makes that motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as amended. And then, as you said, Commissioner, we still got work to do. I know that the unions have some additional comments they would like to make about green energy and some other things, I'm sure our members would be very interested to see how we can make our industries and our home consumption more green. So
Yeah. Happy to meet with them, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your input.
okay. All right. Now we got today's favorite topic. Last item on the addendum is document number 02021-3249, the amendment of Municipal Code Chapters 17-3, 17-7, 17-9, and 17-14 regarding cannabis-related establishments. Was that a personal comment from you, Walter, on that one, or what? So, but you need to be muted. All right. Item has a substitute. All committee members should have received a copy of the substitute as well as a PowerPoint presentation. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to accept the substitute by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
That is Alderman. I'm sorry. I see a couple hands up. Okay. I'll hold on that motion while we hear from Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. I strenuously object to accepting the substitute this morning. I did not receive this, and I'm sure most of the committee did not receive this until 90 minutes before this meeting today. That is outrageous, that for something so important that we could not be given the courtesy of being able to see this in advance of an hour and a half of this meeting. And I would encourage all of my colleagues to say no to accepting this substitute so that we could have time to review this in a proper way that is both respectful of this process and allows the public to know what exactly is being substituted and have a fuller and more broader discussion on this matter.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. I'm going to hear from Alderman Beal, and I'll make a couple of comments myself. Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate what Alderman Lopez stated, in that something of this importance and of this magnitude, receiving this at this late hour does not give us adequate time, nor the people of the city of Chicago adequate time to review this particular ordinance. And something of this magnitude should not be rushed or shoved down our throats at the last minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. So I'm going to ask for the motion from Alderman Raboyes to accept the substitute. I've got a couple objections to accepting the substitute. If I understand
Move to lay that motion on the table.
Okay, so Alderman Beal makes the motion to lay that on the table. So we will do a roll call, and if you accept laying it on the table, that means no further discussion, correct, staff? And if you want to continue this discussion, which is actually a couple of things, as I can use my position as the chairman, is that we have taken the B3 out. So at the request of a lot of our committee members and working groups, and then we've made the downtown exclusion zone a lot more liberal. So on one end, we've kind of, the neighborhood B3s were not ready at this point from a number of aldermen, and yet there was an interest to expand this in the exclusion area to narrow it, basically Ohio and Michigan parts of that. Now, as far as receiving late notice, I have to concur to some degree that we didn't get this thing till, if not, correct me, staff, this morning. Okay. But I think in general was a negotiation on the downtown exclusion zone. So I'm certainly not excusing any of this for committee members, but I do want to be transparent on both of these issues for the benefit of the entire committee. So we have a motion to lay this whole thing on the table by Alderman Beal, and we will take a roll call. So voting aye on this means that we will end discussion on this today, or voting no would mean we would continue to work through with Will, who's the mayor's person on cannabis, Will Singh, I believe, and moving forward and trying to get something resolved today for the benefit of the city. All right. So with that, Vice Chair Raboyes.
No.
Raboyes votes no. Hopkins.
No.
No. Alderman Dowell.
No.
No. Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Ray Lopez.
Absolutely, yes.
Alderman David Moore.
Yes.
Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
Aye.
Alderman Burnett.
No.
Alderman Cardona.
No.
Alderman Wagasback. Alderman Kerry Austin.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I stepped away when you was calling for it on the votes for, which is what, I'm sorry.
Okay, we're on the cannabis issue. And there was a substitute that was received late to the committee, which did a couple of things. It eliminated the B3 and further clarified the downtown exclusion. The rest of the ordinance was pretty much the same. Alderman Beal made the motion to lay the whole thing on the table. And we are in the roll call vote. So voting aye would lay the motion on the table. Voting no would be to continue the discussion on the cannabis related issues.
I vote no.
All right, Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
No.
Alderman Kappelman.
No.
Alderman Osterman.
No.
Alderman Haddon.
No.
And Chairman Tunney is a no.
Sawyer votes no.
Sawyer votes no.
Alderman Villegas votes no.
14.
Yes.
14 noes and 4 affirmative. So the motion fails. So we will continue the discussion on that. And with all due respect, let's keep moving. All right. So we now. So now I have Alderman Raboyes makes the motion to accept the substitute.
Don't move.
Any objections?
Object.
Any other objections?
Object.
All right, with the record noting that Alderman Ray Lopez and Alderman Tony Beal vote no on accepting the substitute. Any others? All right, so with those two recorded, the substitute has been accepted. And now we're going to hear from William Shi regarding the Mayor's Office analyst on cannabis. Alderman Sawyer, is your hand still up?
Yes, it is, Chairman.
All right,
I
Alderman
had a
Sawyer.
quick question.
Yes, sir.
Very quickly. And is there the intention is to vote on this today? Although I did not vote in support of Alderman Lopez's and Alderman Beal's motion, I do understand where they're going with it.
Right.
And I think there's a need for a really detailed discussion on something so important. And I just wanted to just make that mention.
Yes, sir. And I think now is the time for the detailed discussion, and we'll see the will of the body.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Will, and I hope I said this right, Shi.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Our executive analyst with the mayor's office here to walk us through the ordinance. You may proceed.
Do we want to, did Alderman Burnett have his hand up, or do you want me to go ahead?
I'm sorry. Walter,
Yeah.
do you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to mention this. There's a lot of social equity folks that's waiting on this thing to happen so they can get into the industry and start doing their due diligence so that they could start their businesses. And they've been waiting for a long time. So I just wanted to mention that. for folks to understand delaying any of this actually hurts some folks from being able to be competitive and get in this business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Burnett. Will, let's get into the meat of this, or I should say, on this ordinance and see how our committee reacts to this. But I know you spent a lot of time on this. You were involved from the beginning, if I'm not mistaken, but you can say that for yourself.
Thanks, Chairman Tunney. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Will Shee. I'm a policy advisor here in the mayor's office. And Alderman Burnett really gave us a great lead in of, kind of our goal here today, which is to help social equity applicants located in Chicago, make sure that they have the ability and space to do so. And so over the past few months, we've been working closely with many of you and, making changes and adjusting and listening to some of your concerns. And hopefully we've landed at a good place that reflects a lot of that input. And, this is certainly something that we've been working on for a while. So to give you the kind of agenda for today, I'll just start by going over the current status quo in terms of what zoning looks like in the city for cannabis, just to make sure everyone's on the same page and we're starting off from common knowledge. And then I'll walk us through the new ordinance proposal and the changes. And I'll be able to walk us through from the very beginning, from where we started, and then talk you through some of the changes that have come up in response directly to aldermanic concerns, in response to community concerns, and the changes that have been made to further improve this ordinance. So first, just to start us off on the existing zoning law. So basically, what is in place now if we don't change anything. Back in the fall of 2019, we implemented the kind of 7 cannabis zone district system, as well as the downtown exclusion zone. We had the caps on the dispensaries in each zone, and we also had the city lottery for zone allotment. So to kind of dive in a little bit deeper on that, we have a special use process for all the dispensaries and the cannabis businesses generally. They have to go through the Zoning Board of Appeals. And then we created the zone system where to try and encourage distribution throughout the city of dispensaries, 7 per zone. And we always knew that we would have to come back as the state added more licenses because we knew that originally they started out with only the medical dispensaries being allowed to switch over and add a second site. And then they were going to originally on May 1st, 2020, add additional licenses. But obviously that was delayed because of COVID. And then, one final thing that we did in that ordinance was just add a distance from a sense of use, which was 500 feet from schools, and then create a downtown exclusion zone where cannabis businesses weren't allowed. And then obviously we had the lottery process to assign, which slots the existing kind of medical dispensaries were allowed to put their second site locations. And we had that lottery take place toward the end of the year in 2019. And then just to talk for a second about some of the results of that. Obviously, our hope was that we would get a wide distribution. What we saw in a lot of instances was that dispensaries and cannabis businesses chose to go to the suburbs instead of staying in the city. And so one thing that we're trying to rectify here for this next round of social equity applicants is to make sure that they feel as though they have space in the city, feel as though they can find real estate in the city, and they're actually able to open up. And then the other point that I'll just make here is that, right now the number of cannabis businesses in Chicago is actually relatively low, especially in comparison with a lot of other major cities. And so there is still plenty of room for the social equity applicants to come and locate in the city. And just to underscore, that kind of fact, looking at the kind of previous opportunities, there were, 30 plus dispensaries that could have opened their second site in Chicago. Only a handful did. And then now what we're looking at from the state level is 119 dispensaries with the opportunity to come to Chicago. We know that they're in the Chicago, Naperville, Elgin, BLS region. So they have the opportunity to locate in Chicago or surrounding suburbs. But if we don't make any changes, we'll likely see similar attrition. And we know that, when we see that attrition, of course, the city loses some revenue, as well as the fact that, for this round, there will be many social equity applicants with the desire to locate in Chicago and will lose their business to surrounding suburbs. So just to kind of make sure everyone has the numbers exactly here, what the state has done over the past month or so has been issuing state licenses per kind of region in 3 separate lotteries. And then additionally, there were also a few other licenses issued: Craft Grow, Infuser, Transporter. And so those are also businesses that are currently looking to be able to locate. And then just to kind of clarify exactly what is and isn't under city authority. So the state has licensing authority for dispensaries. So, unlike liquor, for example, we have fewer ability to create requirements or restrictions on maintaining a license. There's been, some news obviously about consumption lounges, and we have the authority to license those only in tobacco shops or dispensaries per the state law. But the main authority the city gets to regulate the dispensaries is the time, place, and manner through zoning. So that's what we're hoping to look at today. And additionally, just want to mention the fact that, as many of you know, there's an opt-out process for precincts, which is written into the state law that allows you to gather petition signatures and then have various precincts within the city opted out. So just to kind of set the framework of why we want to act today and why we want to make some changes in order to move forward, why we've been talking about this for the last few months, is because we know that many entrepreneurs, particularly entrepreneurs of color, who have lost time and money as they've waited for licensing to take place. It was originally supposed to happen May 1st, 2020. We're now in September 2021. And what we heard from them is that there is a need to get through city process faster, as you heard in some of the public comment as well. And so, in looking at what issues have been raised, what we're trying to address and what we're trying to help them with is that in addition to the capital that they spent just trying to stay afloat as they waited for licenses, we know that now they're facing, additional costs in finding real estate. They're facing additional costs in zoning processes. And, we're looking at competition with suburbs that have less regulation, as well as, city processes that can be sometimes more complicated than our suburban counterparts. So in looking at what we're able to change, on the right, you can see that these are the kind of issues that we've been discussing over the past few months in terms of how do we best change them to maximize kind of benefit for the city, as well as ensure equity in the cannabis industry broadly. So this was kind of our starting point in what we were looking to change. And then I'll go over now in the exact changes that we're attempting to make in them. So I'll walk you through, as you guys know, there was an introduction of an ordinance back a few months ago. Since that time, we've been consistently working with folks in council, folks in community, folks in the industry to try and workshop those changes and trying to get to a better place. But the original, so the ordinance proposal that we're going to put forward here today, it has 4 sections. It starts off by explaining exactly why we're doing this. It's what I mentioned to you guys at the outset. There are a lot of social equity applicants, as Alderman Burnett stated, who want to be able to open in Chicago, but under the status quo will find it very difficult. And so we want to make those changes that are necessary to still ensure consistent community engagement, still ensure that there are a number of processes in place to ensure aldermen and other stakeholders have a chance to weigh in, but simplify all of the regulatory procedures in order to allow it to be more beneficial for applicants and owners to come into the city and locate here. We've talked about adjusting the exclusion zone, so you'll see that there have been changes to the exclusion zone. The zoning table, so you'll see the zoning table dictates, where folks are allowed to go directly to special use or where they might be prohibited. And so we have made some changes to that. And then the final thing is just eliminating the lottery and the caps. We've heard from a number of social equity applicants that is an additional barrier that would add time and money and cost to their process, and that it would be much more simplified to treat cannabis as most businesses are, which is there's no kind of lottery and cap system that dictates the geography of where they're specifically allowed to locate. So just to kind of ground us in the purpose here, the ordinance starts off by stating our kind of values. Previously, we know that there were no social equity dispensaries or businesses eligible to open. Now there will be 119 eligible dispensaries, much more in terms of craft grow, transporter, infuser licenses. And we always knew that we wanted to ease into the legalization process slowly. And so that our initial ordinance was definitely successful in doing that. We were able to kind of open up in a controlled manner. And now as we're kind of moving forward into the second phase where there's a lot more licenses, there's a lot more diversity in ownership, we have the opportunity to make some of those changes that we were always planning on doing, frankly. We never thought that we were creating a system that was going to be permanent. We knew it was going to have to constantly adjust and tinker as the state legislation changed. So obviously, the other piece that I mentioned earlier is that there is some competitive interest for the city in trying to attract businesses here instead of the suburbs. We know that in the first round, many of them made the decision to go to the suburbs, and we want to reduce that kind of attrition. And then just generally, it's important that we do the steps that are necessary to create adequate space in terms of real estate for the social equity dispensaries that are coming up. Because obviously we know as well that there are some distance restrictions between dispensaries, the 1,500 feet, for example. So, once dispensaries start to locate, the space around them becomes out of bounds for other dispensaries to locate. So just to start us off with the exclusion zone, obviously this is where it is right now. We heard from a lot of aldermen that it would be great and beneficial if we could open up the exclusion zone in a way that ensured the social equity dispensaries had some opportunity to come downtown as well. And so that is exactly what we did in the exclusion zone. Obviously, the mayor and others on council have made their preference clear about Michigan Avenue, which is why you see, Michigan Avenue at a large stretch of it is still included in the exclusion zone. But it's been constrained significantly. It's been moved much smaller so that we feel, we are still kind of accomplishing, some of the initial goals of the exclusion zone, which is to dictate, some areas where cannabis businesses would not be, but still have plenty of room kind of downtown to make sure there is places where tourists who would like to go are able to go. And then the other piece that some council members mentioned in asking us to constrain it is by increasing some of the space available downtown. It may be that there's slightly less pressure in some of the neighborhood areas where folks are less likely to want to see it, and where there might be higher risk of concentration and that might impact folks. And so that's the rationale that we have here for constraining the exclusion zone, making it much smaller, ensuring that there's space for this next round of applicants to come downtown. And then just to go back to kind of the evolution of this proposal over the past few months. Obviously, in July, we introduced an ordinance that added B3 and C1 zoning districts for a number of cannabis businesses that you can see on the screen. We also eliminated all of the zoning districts in the cap system, just like I said at the outset, to kind of simplify that system. And then so since that time, we removed B3 from the zoning table per aldermanic feedback from a number of folks who have been kind of discussing with us. We also heard that there's a desire for additional kind of real estate downtown. So we added in the DS zone. Obviously, C1 still remains from that previous proposal. And then one great idea, I think, from some community folks and some aldermen who have been looking at the issue closely is that for the craft grow, processor, infuser businesses specifically, so not the dispensaries where there's sale directly to customer, but where there's kind of some manufacturing type uses because they're growing and working with the product, having the opportunity for them to be permitted in M2 and M3 while still ensuring that they're away from residential use would entice a lot of folks to be able to locate in the city and also, lease out and, sell out a lot of the manufacturing space in the city that is empty right now. And so, for craft grow processors, infusers, the kind of non-customer facing businesses, the idea would be that they would have a permitted use only in the manufacturing zones, in the M2 and M3. And then so that you can see the kind of final zoning table that's laid out, you see the addition of C1 in the zoning table under -3-0207. You'll see the addition under DS of -4-0207. And then you'll see that the M2 and M3s become a permitted / special use because we have conditions under which they're permitted, which would be being away from residential zones, but obviously still maintaining the special use otherwise. So that is these are the kind of changes that are made from the versions that we briefed on and we were discussing with Alderman. The only major change really is eliminating the B3 because of aldermanic feedback. And then as Chairman Tunney mentioned, some adjustments to the exclusion zone to talk with aldermen whose wards were affected by it. So I will pause there and happy to take any questions and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Will. I know you put a lot of time and effort in this and have been doing it for many years. So thank you, number one. Number two is we have legal, Radatu, if we need him, right? If there's questions from committee members. And of course, we always have Patrick Murphy on our side on this issue. So I've seen some hands up. I will start with Alderman Burnett. Questions, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the administration for all their help on this. And as we were going through this, one of the things I kept asking is I'm still very concerned about these social equity applicants selling their licenses to non-social equity people. And I still feel like we need to find a way to make social equity go into perpetuity, where even if they sell it to somebody else, a certain percentage of it has to be social equity. Why can't we? I still don't understand why we can't do that. I know myself and Alderman Villegas both were inquiring about that and asking over and over again, and you all are saying concerned about that. I just recently heard from several of my colleagues who feel the same way and that's concerned about that. So Will, can you respond to that?
Yeah, I can. So the short answer is because the city doesn't have the ability to license. I would say a few things in response to that. I think I share your concern completely that there is a risk that in terms of sale and social equity, and it could fall out completely if we don't have some adequate protections. I will say one thing to Edie's point, which she made on kind of public comment, is what we saw under medical cannabis is we did have Black and brown owners owning medical cannabis dispensaries, but because the zoning was too restrictive, that's actually what caused them to sell, because it took such a long time to get through the zoning process. And so I actually think by doing some of the things that are in this ordinance, by simplifying the zoning, we actually decrease the likelihood that many of these social equity businesses sell, because by making the pathway to opening much easier, it increases the likelihood that they feel they can open up themselves, that they don't feel like they need to sell a stake to another partner who has more capital, or they need to bring in an owner of a different dispensary who they think can get them through a confusing process faster. So that's why I think it's actually important that we take this step. And then because we don't have licensing, we'll have to continue to fight at the state level and other places to make sure that within the kind of licensing procedure at the state, there are some safeguards in place to make sure that it's not just everyone getting bought out of the industry and we end up kind of frankly back where we started of with a very small number of companies owning all of the licenses. So I share your concern. I think this ordinance does something to prevent folks from selling by making it easier for them to get through zoning. And then I will fight alongside you guys to continue the advocacy at the state level in terms of their license to make sure that as they're doing license transfers, that we have some protections in place.
So I'm sure, just like myself, Will, that some other colleagues, in particular my minority colleagues, we feel so powerless with this thing. There has to be a way that we can encourage folks to have some kind of at least 30%, 50%, whatever the case may be. There has to be some kind of way. I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. Will, no pun and but there has to be some kind of way, man.
Yeah, I will say, I think we do a good job in this ordinance of preserving a lot of your guys' community process. And that's what we heard in, you know, as we were kind of working through it over the past few months, that it's important just not to, you know, get it wide open. You know, for example, if we were to move to permitted in a number of areas, that would make it so that they wouldn't have to talk to you guys at all. They could just go. And so what preserving it in kind of special use does is, you know, there's a community meeting process. There's a lot of discussions that have to take place ahead of even opening. And then, you know, the other piece is that I think, you know, what we're looking at is, you know, 100+ of social equity owners who had to apply to the state and meet social equity criteria. And, you know, having met with a lot of them, having talked with a lot of them, they all share very similar kind of goals as I know the administration does and many on the council do. It is something that we'll have to continue to monitor and push and make sure that, you know, folks are keeping true to their word. But I think that the distinction is, you know, not being able to, you know, write a license that explicitly says, you know, you can only sell under these circumstances. That's the piece that, you know, is not available to us because of the way the state law is written.
So Will, and I'm not going to keep beating this broken record, but you know, I've negotiated with several dispensaries that have come to my ward. 2 of them, they still have some kind of minority component with them. I got 2 of them that sold. They negotiated with me and had some kind of minority component. I'll give you an example. The one on Weed Street, they had a component where they put their social equity, they put their dispensary in a building that was owned by an African-American gentleman. And in his lease, his rent, he was getting a piece of the profit, right? Well, then they sold it. They sold everything to another dispensary that didn't honor those things. Same thing with the guys down in Greektown. They made a commitment, and before they can even deal with the commitment, they ended up selling out to a all-white company with no social equity thing, and then they don't have to deal with me in the community. You know, they make these deals, they make these commitments to the community, and then they flip it, and then the next guy who gets it don't honor any of the commitments that were made. And that's even though they may have to talk to us or whatever the case, there's still no guarantees with this. So I'm gonna leave it alone, but I'm just letting you know that's a concern, because I still, even though we don't have, I still am pushing dispensaries to include people of color, and you know, and still, they still working around me, right? And I think they're going to continue to do that. So we need some teeth in order to sustain this thing, or we're gonna have a few white dispensary owners running everything like they have done in other cities and states throughout the country. So I just want to say that.
Thank you, Walter. Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we unshare the screen, please? All righty. Mr. Chairman, I'm extremely disturbed at this whole process. We were told a couple of years ago that, we needed to vote for this because it was best for the city and best for, social applicants. And the same people that's telling us that we need to vote for this today are the same people said we needed to vote for this a couple of years ago. And there's still no African-American, Latino support in this whatsoever. We were told by the state we needed to vote for this because, they got all the assurances that minorities were going to get a piece of this. We were told by the city, everything's in place, minorities are going to get a piece of this. To this day, minorities have not gotten a piece of that. Now we have a social equity piece a couple of years later, after everybody has had a running start to get going. And what you see now is the industry, and we said this through the whole process, the industry was partnering with people who we were saying to ourselves, how are they partnering with these particular people? The fix is in. The fix is in to get social applicants to get licenses, and they're going to sell them. They're not going to be the sole owner, and we're being hoodwinked once again. And here we are saying, okay, we need to go hurry up and vote for this so social equity people can get a piece of the pie. We're not getting a piece of this pie because the same people that wrote this law are the same people who own all the dispensaries, that own all of the whole process. They wrote this particular law in Springfield. So we're being hoodwinked once again. And here we going saying we need to hurry up and vote for this. There's going to, at the end of the day, there's not going to be any minority participation in this industry whatsoever. And if it is, it's going to be less than 5%. We're not impacting our communities. This is not going to help us, Mr. Chairman. And I don't understand why we continue to go down this. We need to stand up. Some of my colleagues say, oh, I'm powerless. We're powerless because we keep voting for the same stuff over and over again. We have to stop this. And the only way to stop it is to put our foot down, make Springfield fix this thing from a comprehensive standpoint. Not just, patch this thing together. We see it. Social applicants have gotten their license, and before the ink is even dried, they're selling them to the highest bidder. That's not helping our community. So, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say, I hope my colleagues wake up, vote no, force Springfield to fix this thing for real and work with us on fixing this for real so we can truly get minorities a piece of this pie. If not, we're going to continue getting the crumbs that we've always gotten because we always say we need to hurry up and vote for this and get nothing in the end. That's what I have, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully everybody votes no.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. Will, do you want to comment on any of that?
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I definitely share some of Alderman Beal's frustration in the way the state process has played out, in particular, the fact that social equity applicants are still waiting on their licenses. I think what we have to look at is, what kind of taking Alderman Beal's approach would do. What that would do is really, frankly, kind of lock in some of the existing players without giving a chance for some of the new players to start. It becomes almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then if we say, we are going to hold, and then all of the, the smaller businesses, the smaller folks who right now, like any business, of course there's a chance of failure, but they have a ticket to get in the game, they have a shot. And if we don't enable them to get up and running, then I think we increase the likelihood that they either fail or they sell. We don't need to, this isn't a theoretical exercise because we saw it happen with medical dispensaries where there were, folks, Black owners of medical dispensary that ended up having to sell because the zoning process was so difficult. So I think it's certainly, not been a perfect rollout. I don't have any qualms with Alderman Beal's assertions there. I think that the choice we're faced today, is now that we are looking at social equity owners coming into, ownership of a license, what do? Do we stand put and say, we're not going to do anything, or do we try and make the likelihood that they're going to open, a bit higher through, some of the provisions of this ordinance?
All right. Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question around the boundaries. I think when I first saw this during the working group, it didn't go all the way to 16th Street. I'm wondering why now that's going to 16th Street, and what is the fiscal impact by blocking out that area there?
Yeah, I'll go to the map again if it's helpful. It's not the southern boundary is not fully down to 16th. It's only on Michigan Avenue. So as you can tell, basically it is what you're referring to as kind of an early draft that we had of the original zone, and then just on Michigan Avenue, it's coming down to 16th Street just to maintain that Michigan Avenue stretch the whole way. I don't have an exact fiscal impact for you. I would say the likelihood of a major fiscal impact is probably not very high because it is only the kind of one street. It's not a kind of blanket ban in the area. So I think we're able to do that with minimal fiscal impact.
And Will, in terms of just the more liberalization, or let's go backwards. The exclusion zone, as Villegas says, is an economic development issue, sure, or a loss of whatever. So given the fact that we've amended it a lot since the mayor's introduction, can you somewhat put a economic improvement, so to speak, in tax revenue on this liberal zone?
Yeah, I think, on an overall basis, as we mentioned, we have that kind of rough back of the napkin estimate that, marginal additional dispensary is $400,000 to $500,000 additional in tax revenue. I think it's, completely fair to say that in some of the tourist zones, it might be significantly higher than that. And I think, there's also an issue of equity here because, as we know, the kind of state process was a staggered starting line where they set off the existing medical dispensaries, first. And so our, goal was always to make sure that it wasn't a situation where, by the time the second round of dispensary licenses were coming out, all of the, so-called best retail areas were completely boxed out. And so that's part of this, as well as making sure that, some of that opportunity accrues to the social equity applicants and that they have a chance at that pot.
Right. Yeah, hold on.
Where's it at?
Alderman
Villegas.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I would think that, the last time we lost $6 million by entities relocating out of Chicago, and I thought we would have learned a lesson there. And it just, for some reason, I want to know what the fiscal impact is by changing it from the original we talked about during the working group to all of a sudden it appearing to be 16th Street. I think I would be okay if it went to Roosevelt, but for some reason, I just don't understand why it's going to 16th Street, and especially this prime real estate, and it would allow for the city to get additional revenue. And like I said, we lost $6 million last time, and I thought we would have learned a lesson from that. So if you could comment on that, Will, I'd appreciate it. And then if you could just touch base on what's the timeline for lounges, because that's another economic development opportunity as well.
Yeah, I can definitely go there. So just first on the, on the zone, just to be clear, we did not move the southern boundary, from where it was at Van Buren and kind of straight down to 16th. I think that would have been a huge additional area to add. I think in discussions with some of the aldermen whose wards are affected in particular by that Michigan Avenue stretch, they expressed a desire on Michigan Avenue specifically to have it extended down. And so that was some of the discussion, but it's not it is not a massive expansion in the sense that, if we had just moved the southern boundary straight down to 16th, it would be, many more parcels that were included. This was kind of a more subtle adjustment, if you will. And then on, consumption lounges, obviously, as we've discussed over the past few months, I think that it's important that we get there relatively soon. However, because of the way the state law lays out the fact that it can only be located in tobacco shops and dispensaries, if we were to, do it right now, we likely wouldn't want to promote the opening of a whole ton more tobacco shops. And if we were to do it just in dispensaries only, it would mean basically the existing dispensaries get another leg up in the industry. And so my hope is to, if we're successful in getting a lot more social equity applicants and owners to locate in the city, once they're established and running as dispensaries, that'll be a good point at which to then turn to consumption, and then make sure that social equity dispensaries have a even playing field in terms of opening up a consumption lounge as some of the existing dispensaries.
So what's the timeline on the us going down to Springfield? And then also, Mr. Chairman, I would like to see a fiscal impact on that.
Yeah, I can, I can take a look and see if we can, talk to our revenue folks and determine how much the change would or wouldn't affect it.
Okay. I've got a request from Alderman Dowell to talk about the South exclusion zone on South Michigan. So I'm going to call on her to just respond to this issue. Alderman Dowell.
Okay. Thank you, Alderman Chairman Tunney, to Alderman Villegas. That stretch of Michigan Avenue doesn't really have a lot of real estate for dispensary. It includes a school, Old St. Mary's, a church, Old St. Mary's, a number of daycare centers, a hospital, and residential properties. So we have already experienced a dispensary trying to locate there, which was a very difficult, they were unable to locate there because they were not able to get through the ZBA and actually withdrew. So I think the exclusion zone is similar to the rest of Michigan Avenue up to 16th Street. And I requested that be added into the exclusion area.
Thank you, Chairman Dowell. Alderman Osterman, and I'm still on committee members, so I know Alderman King, unless you want to talk about the exclusion zone, I'm going to have to skip over you until we get through with our committee members. So Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to compliment Alderman Dowell on that stretch of Michigan Avenue. It's a nice part of the city under her tenure there, with a lot of residents. So one thing, just a request to Will and to the chairman, I think it would be helpful to the committee members and the members of the council to get, I'll say, a 1 or 2 pager before we vote on this at city council next week on the overall process in Springfield, because it seems to me that every day there's a different, there's different ebbs and flows about what's going on. There's a lottery, then there's not a lottery, then they're redoing the lottery. So I think it's hard to keep track for members of the council. I think it'd be good for us to kind of know the landscape. I think it's also important for us to understand that while there are X amount of licenses today issued by the state, I think all of us should assume that that number is going to grow over time. So I think we need to take kind of a long view to this. I appreciate the changes in getting rid of the B3. So I think the financial aspects, I think it would be helpful to know roughly what that would be, whether it's now or again before the council vote. And then the last thing is 2 other points I guess I want to make is under this ordinance, we lay out the framework where people can apply for businesses. I guess the one question I have is there anything that would prevent more than, besides the 1,500 foot rule, is there anything that the city's doing to ensure that there's not a proliferation in certain sections of the city, wherever that may be? And I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, it's a good question, Alderman, and absolutely on the request, no, not a problem. So you correctly mentioned that the 1,500 foot rule is in effect. So all of the new social equity dispensaries, just to clarify for those who may not know, they are not allowed to locate within 1,500 feet of one another. They are allowed to locate within 1,500 feet of the existing, current dispensary. So that is in place. I think the second piece.
Well, one thing I just it's not as the crow flies, it's a radius. So it's not just a linear distinction. It's a radius of 1,500. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah. So as soon as one locates, it almost creates a bubble around them effectively of where other dispensaries can't locate. It's from the point in the middle, and then there's a 1,500 foot radius bubble around them. And then I think that the second piece that we've talked about that I think is important is that by keeping it a special use process, I think it's perfectly, within consideration for aldermen and other community members to raise the fact that, if there's already an existing dispensary, just down the street or whatever it may be, that is a perfectly, logical line of objection, and we'll have the opportunity through that kind of process to say, this significantly impacts the land use. There will be, too much of this use on this particular stretch, and we'll work that through, kind of the community process.
So my last point, and this is, I'll say, a prelude to the budget conversations we're going to have, is, I guess the question I have is where is your role? Is, I'm assuming, out of the mayor's office as kind of a point person on this issue, but to me, it would seem that we should have an entity somewhere that goes beyond an individual who's a point person to kind of house these conversations, so that if there's an applicant that wants to apply, instead of them running around with the zoning map, there's someone from the city who can kind of work with them in a proactive way on what they can do and what they can't do, because otherwise the whole process feels kind of all over the place. So I think I would ask you, and I think my colleagues, to start thinking about how should all this be housed, where it should be housed, so that it's done in an appropriate way and an equitable way moving forward. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. And I agree. I mean, from the public comment period and just of our own experiences, we're the city that just says no and figure it out kind of thing. I think in the case of when Walter Burnett talked about the landlord housed one of these things with a percentage of the lease with a percentage of the profits, that lease should have been transferable when the lease to the new operator. So I mean, we need help. The landlords need help to make sure that they secure, if they've got this housed in one of their buildings, that if the deal is the deal, that they're become part owners from an equity, and they lose it out because they sell the license. That's a problem. Should be it's a landlord tenant problem, which I think that also begets the issue that we need to be out there, especially on the social equity issue, to protect landlords and minority landlords and such, that if they negotiate a piece of the pie, they should get it. So I think that it's a combination of zoning and BACP too, and of course, as you mentioned earlier, the ever-changing landscape in Springfield. So, all right, let's see. I have to skip Sophia for a moment. Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. I would have gladly allowed Sophia to go ahead of me. But I want to again raise my objections to this and my concerns. And for starters, I will not allow myself, and I don't think members of this committee should allow themselves to be guilted into action simply because people say delay will hurt social equity applicants. Those individuals have been hurt by this process from the very beginning. When we were here 2 years ago at City Council at a zoning meeting for over 12 hours trying to get it right, even though we were raising objections that our friends in Springfield told us that we had no business to question, that we had no idea what we were talking about, and to trust them because everything was going to be fine. 2 years later, nothing is fine with social equity. 2 years later, they still cannot get it right in Springfield. And here we are now rushing to get this done in a way that will not help those individuals who've been most negatively impacted by oppressive marijuana enforcement laws. The African American community will continue to be used by this process as they have been since 2019, when those companies first started rolling through our neighborhoods like mine in West Englewood, offering people signing bonuses just to put their names on an application so that some mysterious white corporation elsewhere could buy and use their name to get a license. None of that has been fixed. None of that has been rectified. None of that has been addressed, and we are rushing to allow more people to do the same. It is outrageous for a group that has so vocalized the need to help raise people up to address this issue that we are rushing now to ignore history and to repeat the same mistakes again in this same body with this same group of aldermen. Everyone needs to take a step back. Everyone needs to review and rework and continue on from there. Rushing because we want to fall for this so false notion that somehow doing things correctly is going to be hurtful to people. It's wrong. It's outrageous that that's the line of thinking we're hearing today. And Chairman, I would very much like to be supportive of this industry. I would love to support applicants who are trying to correct the wrongs that they've felt. But I cannot do this in good conscience, knowing that we are rushing through this, not trying to put our best foot forward. Even to Alderman Osterman's point about we should have this in a collective branch of government or have this housed under one roof. We've had 2 years to do this. We've had 2 years to get this right or to continue this conversation, and we have not had that done. Granted, we have a pandemic, but we also have a government that knows how to chew gum and walk at the same time, or at least I thought we did. So this council needs to step up, needs to say no to this and do it right and do it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman. I had one quick question, and it came up during the public comment. And I know I was on the cannabis work group, and I know we had a lot of discussion about the B3 issue. Although I don't have a lot of B3 nor C1 in my area, what prompted me to ask this question, and I guess I wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about, was the comments by Craig and Edie Moore, who I consider subject matter experts in this field and whose opinion I respect highly. And they made the assertion that not having the B3 is going to negatively affect African Americans in this space. Could Will kind of address and comment about that as it relates to the B3 zoning?
Yeah, I can tackle it. So I think, from the administration's perspective, obviously we had B3 included in the original introduction, so we certainly don't have any issue with including B3. I think what we heard from other aldermen on the council is that opening B3, they feel like opens up spaces where they feel like they may want more input, and so it seemed like there was a lot of opinion across the council to that effect. I will say, I think there's definitely opportunities. We know it's true that B3, having B3 be open would have more space open, particularly in some of the South and West Side wards. And for those particularly African American and Latino businesses that may want to locate in those neighborhoods, not having B3 means some additional time in terms of potentially getting a zoning change in order to move forward.
I think, and I know the Black Caucus was one of the ones that were opposing this, but once I heard from Craig and Edie, I kind of just wanted to just at least have it talk about it outside and really rethink that. And that's why I did not want us to rush this. I do want us to have a thorough discussion about this. And we did not really hear from the African American dispensary operators' point of view, and would love to hear, have a little bit more of a dive into that. And that's why I was inquiring.
Yeah, I will say, that one of the reasons, it was included in the first place is definitely talking to some of the African American dispensary owners. So that is certainly something that a perspective that I think is important. I will say it's not impossible for some B3 property, obviously, to still be available through a rezoning process. But it does make it, it does tack on, some time for the dispensary owners.
Understood. Thank you, Will.
Will, for the benefit of the committee members, will you put up the C map to show the potential for areas south and west?
Yeah, I'll do that right now. So this is all of C1, which is being added in the current ordinance draft. So as you can tell, certainly, a bit more sparse on the south and west sides. If we added B3, there would be more. I think, because of the way the city is situated, it seemed like a good compromise to add C1 and hold on B3 for now. But obviously hear the perspectives on all sides.
Okay. Alderman King.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I know I don't sit on this committee, but I certainly want to echo some of my colleagues' concerns. I think huge concerns about equity here, including from the Black Caucuses. Chairman Sawyer just alluded to. I think we really do need to send this back to Springfield. More importantly, we need to get it right in the city. There are things that we can do here. I love some of the restorative changes that were implemented at the state level, but the irony, that the same folks who were locked up for selling marijuana are being locked out, of this process. There's no economic gain for those same folks who were impacted. So basically, we got to get out of jail free card, but we can't pass go or collect 200. So, the economic disparity here is pretty egregious. This was written, I think, by some people who had interest in the industry. I think there was a huge conflict of interest there. We should ask them to take a look at this again, if they're truly committed to equity. But there are things that we can do locally. And I want to ask, did we look at some of these things like changing the definition of social equity here in Chicago? We could do that legally. We could also limit ownership so that there's not a monopoly of people buying up things in Chicago. That's something that we have the right to do. Limit the number of dispensaries. We can weight, social equity applicants. Those are things that we can do. So I guess I want to ask, was there a group that looked at these things and did we weigh all of this?
Yeah, Alderman King, it's a great question. We absolutely did look at it. We had a working group of a number of stakeholders, including folks like Edie and others. I will say my understanding of our constraints here, and Ray Diato in the law department can correct me if I'm wrong, is that we don't have the power, for example, to weigh ownership or redefine social equity because we don't have licensing. It's a kind of unique scenario in comparison to, for example, liquor. And so even 2 years, as far back as 2 years ago, I went fully down the line of, looking at a number of other structures in other cities, other states, trying to see what we could do in terms of limiting ownership, trying to redefine social equity, trying to implement, plans. But, it seemed as though, from the law perspective, I was being told because we only have zoning and we don't have licensing, it is put us in a little bit of a box in this scenario. Although I do think, what we have done with zoning alone in many ways accomplished some of our goals, which was to ensure that there was space left over by the time the social equity licenses were issued. We thought that would be 5 months. It's been 14 plus months, but we've been able to successfully ensure that there's not oversaturation in the city. And now we have the opportunity to give those folks who are coming to us and saying, hey, we got our licenses now. We're going to be ready to go shortly. Are you guys going to have our back or not? And so that's kind of the phase at which I think we're at.
So Will, with that comment though, just for a second, Sophia, but the comment is on this tranche of awardees, however way we define it, are 100% met the social equity criterion.
That's right.
So it's not, the other question was legally or not, the ownership issue has come up. It's just not ownership that qualifies you to be social equity. And I think for some of us have been spending a little more time on it. I think that might further help answer the question to Alderman King.
Yeah, so to go back through kind of what the state did is, they, as many of you know, in the original definition they had of social equity, they had an opportunity for you to qualify for social equity by employing people that met some certain standard. What they did in this last bill and in the Springfield session was take out the opportunity to qualify via employment for the last lottery they did, which they called the Social Equity Justice Involved Lottery. So they felt as though, they weren't able to undo the lotteries, that they were already written into the statute, but they added a lottery that was only ownership social equity only. And then, that was the change that they made at the state level. And then, of course, in an ideal scenario, the city might be able to implement a licensing structure that, similar to liquor that says, you can only own under XYZ circumstances, you have to be a resident. But unfortunately, the state law was written in a way that municipalities don't have licensing.
Yeah, and I get that, but I've talked to lawyers and they say there are things that we can do in zoning, for instance, them not have the ability to perhaps sell, for a certain amount of years, especially if they're a social equity applicant. I think with home rule, there are a number of different things that we can do. Most importantly, I think we can also, work with our state counterparts to really get this right. But I think there are things that we can do locally. And I hear you, when you say folks had to sell because the zoning was so difficult. But I'm wondering, are you also listening, to the people who are saying, let's get this right and, work on what we can control. And, oh, by the way, how about the billions of dollars of revenue lost to our community because of the lack of equity? So I hear the, somebody had to sell because of this or that. And, we can't really verify what that is or why that is, but there are a lot of people who have been locked out because of the way that it is. And I think, we've got to listen to that as well. But I'm just encouraging my colleagues to, let's try and I know that there are some things we can do, in zoning and locally, but we can also do some things with the state legislature This is too important not to get this right and just to continue to push. And as Alderman Burnett pointed out, people are, coming under the guise of social equity and partnership and then quickly, turning around and doing something totally different. And we can certainly put policy into place so that doesn't happen. So I'm encouraging us to hold this and until we can get a better handle on this. And I thought that's what we asked for as a caucus as well. But thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak today.
Of course, thank you. Alderman David Moore, and then followed by Alderman Citro Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it so much. I concur with many of the things that my colleagues are saying, especially Alderman Sophia King. Just want to add the fact that I think someone mentioned about the language of people saying we have to do this now. To me, the horse is already out of the barn. I know I was a strong voice, and others like Alderman Beal and Sophia King were those strong voices that still with us when we had an opportunity to get this right. So I just wanted to state that. But while now we have to move forward, what concerns me is a couple of things. One, and I think it was just brought up, but it was one of my questions, of that 119, do we, and I think I asked this, somebody to provide this in the briefing and I never received it. Of that 119, how many of them are actual majority owners, minority majority owners?
Yeah, I can, we have the list of the LLCs and the names of the owners, which I can send to you. I could send to you right now if you want, Alderman Moore.
You can send it to me, but do you know that number right now?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, so I'm sorry I can't do the calculations on the fly, but I do have just the list of the LLCs and the names that are available.
Okay, if somebody, while we're finishing this up, can state on the record what that number is, that'd be very helpful. The other thing for me, again, it's a timing, it was two more issues, Cameron, for me. One, and I don't know if it was Alderman Sawyer or if Sophia King touched on it, I wanted to have the opportunity to meet with as many, not individually, but as a collective, whether it's through the caucus or through some type of hearing, meet with all of these social equity owners to really hear their issues. Alderman Sawyer has brought up the B3 issue. There may be others before I feel comfortable in saying, go ahead. And I haven't had the opportunity to hear that. I've heard from a couple of people on doing the public comment, but those same couple of people told us to pass it 6 months ago when I said, hold it, and they regret that. And so I would like to have, for us to get in front of those, as many of those 119 and have an open discussion so we can make a decision based on what's best for them. And that, for me, I haven't heard that. And then the final one for me is let's walk through B1, B2 itself. So someone identifies a property in the 17th Ward in the B1 district and says we want to bring a dispensary there. From what I understand and walk it through, they then can call community meetings with or without the alderman. So just say without the alderman, and get people who support them and say, okay, we got community support, and then through ZBA get approved. And besides it coming through ZBA, the alderman has no other recourse. Is that true or not?
That's not true. No, that in B1 and B2, it's prohibited. So in B1 and B2, what would happen is they would have to get a zoning change. So presumably, I know all individual aldermen have kind of their own processes for zoning changes. And so they would have to go through that full process to get a zoning change. And then only after they get the zoning change, and get it successfully changed to be presumably C1 and above, because right now we're only allowing C1, C2, C3. Then at that point, then it would go to special use. It would go to ZBA. There would be opportunity for community members to weigh in again. You would weigh in again, and then ZBA would make a distinction. The ZBA would make a ruling. Then, I think there's still some time for folks to appeal the ruling. And then after the ruling is final, then they can move ahead with, building out their stores. So as you can tell, just from that, that's, potentially 6, 7, 8 month process.
Okay.
Point of
right.
information.
Alderman Dowell.
Yeah, Mr. Shi, is it still true that the applicant is required to hold a community meeting and does not have to collaborate with the aldermen of that ward?
Well, so just to put an exact kind of
yes or no, yes or no.
Yes they have to notify the alderman, yes. What the opportunity is for example, in the instance that you have, is you are able to oppose the kind of process in the meeting. It doesn't have to be that you are dictating where the community meeting is held. In that way, I think we give you that independence to say you're not bound to hold a meeting with them.
No, that's not my question. I'm sorry, Alderman.
No,
Moore,
please,
I will.
Chairman, proceed, Chair.
Yeah,
Chairman
my experience, Will, is that the applicant is required to set up a community meeting.
Right.
They can notify the alderman, but that meeting is not done in collaboration with our office. And the information that is shared is more to support their efforts than to give proper information to the community about what they're trying to do there. So I really think it needs to be a joint meeting between the alderman and the applicant in order to hold these guys' feet to the fire and to be transparent that they're providing the proper information. There's got to be a kind of balance there.
Yeah, I hear you, Alderman. I think the kind of distinction I want to draw is, so it is required that you have to notify the alderman. But what I've heard from some other city council members is that you don't want to be put in a position where you are required to hold a meeting for them. I
didn't say that the alderman would hold a meeting. I said it's a joint meeting between the applicant and the alderman of the ward before the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Alderman Moore.
Thank you. And so that's what I was alluding to, the joint part. And there's got to be some language, I think, in there that states that. And so from what I'm hearing right now, to be clear, B1, B2 are prohibited. B3 wasn't added. And then it's just the C1, which would then go through zoning board after the hearings, after the community's hearings are had, right. Correct?
That's correct.
And then to just again elaborate on where I started and where Chairman Dow finished, is that there's, to me, some in there have to be stipulated that there is a joint meeting. And so and that's all I have to say about that. But I do, before we want to get off, I know you're sending it over, but I want it on record how many of those 119 applicants are minority applicants, are majority owners. And then the last thing, I'm just hearing so many questions more so than answers in this, and I don't think people are trying to hold anything up, but we don't want to be in another month. I don't think would kill us. But that's neither here or there. Hopefully my colleagues would agree with me, because I would like to really like to get in front of many of those 119 applicants myself. Chairman Tunney.
Okay, thank you, Alderman Moore.
Point of information, Chairman.
Yes, Alderman Ray Lopez.
Thank you. forgive me, Alderman Cicho Lopez, can we have Alderman Moore's request for the 119 to be a through the chair request, provided that we can understand who is the majority, the racial ethnic makeup of the 119 applicants and how many of them are majority minority owners?
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
IGA is going to send that information out, but this question is not a new question. And I believe historically that a lot of these are held in corporations, and that the percentage of ownership that are minority within that LLC or whatever the corporate entity is not fully transparent. I think we've talked about this before. Is that correct, Will?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. So we have the names that are listed under the LLC search, which I'm happy to send over to you guys. That's publicly accessible information. We did that kind of due diligence to go through all of the license holders on our own, just to figure out what we can find out from the LLC search. But it's not public information, what exactly their ownership breakdown is.
And Chairman, if I may ask a secondary question.
Well, let me just finish one more question. Alderman Lopez, let me just ask one more question, because it's similar to, it's not similar to the EDS requirements that says anybody with 5% or more has to be listed. And I think even within that, I'm not sure they do a racial question in regards to that. But in our EDS statements, anybody who owns 5% or more has to be disclosed. And I don't think that's the same right now, Will, for this entity.
Right. We don't know that. I think there is an EDS at the ZBA point. So they're, if they come in to apply, for an EDS, that we would find out, but it's someone who is, thinks that they're going to locate in Naperville and, applies through the state. There's no reason that, we have to know their ownership breakdown.
All right. So
Chairman, I'd like to follow up, but I'll wait till Alderman Cicho Lopez is
Yeah,
finished.
I saw your hand go back up. So I'll go with Cicho Lopez and then we'll
Thank
go
you.
back to Raymond Lopez. Byron?
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a few questions that I think some of them are already being covered. Definitely on the language of the public meetings, I think it'll be important to have the language really fleshed out. My question in terms of some of the licenses that have been now being, according to the Assistant Attorney General, excluded because of clerical errors. Now, there's, I apparently understand, 185 licenses. In terms of the effects, because I think in the large pool, my concern is that we have many of these social equity applicants that have been excluded for different reasons. My question is to you, Mr. Shi, what it does if we postpone this another month? What is the effect if we take a pause on this? Because I know that some of these licenses, and this is going to be fleshed out in the next weeks. I'm afraid we make a decision now, given the variables that we see at the state level. What is the impact? What is the concerns of pushing this for at least an extra month so we can have some of the information that was requested in this hearing?
Yeah, I will say the concern has been that, in terms of the licensees that have been issued, they're already kind of making decisions about location now. And there is a chance that at the end of the month, the judge rules and the licenses are issued. And so at that point, we could be caught, unawares and flat-footed. And so that my goal this whole time has been to be ahead of the curve and ready for when the second round of licenses are issued and time it exactly. And so to your point, we have been watching the kind of state process and some of the kind of ups and downs with the lawsuit carefully. My goal has always been to, in the ideal scenario, what happens is, our change comes, right before the licenses are issued, so that at the point at which the licenses are issued, they have the certainty to go ahead. If we defer on a month, many license owners that are looking for locations right now might just say, who knows what Chicago is going to do, whether or not they're going to let us come in, whether or not they're going to just leave this lottery system open. They have to operate under the existing status quo until we make, some changes. And so I am afraid that probably leads to more attrition. So that to me is the advantage of moving now. Of course, we're going to closely monitor the state level. If for some reason, the entire process is blown up, then yeah, we could have the opportunity to start over. But I think it's important that we're prepared. We're not caught on the back foot, in like we sometimes are, as we're reacting to kind of state level changes.
My follow-up question with that, and I'm concerned actually about the use of the judicial system, indeed by these applicants with deep pockets. If we lay out the ground and like you said, they're already about thinking about location. I had personally had a number of them who come in front of us. They may have a minimum social equity component, but yet they're ready with the location and everything else. If we laid out the ground for them just to tell to the court where we're in compliance, is simply just the will of one local alderman to hold this back, we will miss on the opportunity to hear from other social equity applicants who are just simply waiting for this process to give them an opportunity. So again, I think my concern on the other end is that indeed the same process is going to affect us as we've seen the deep pockets that some of these applicants have. If they're in compliance, we'll be in a very difficult position, especially with the some of the loose language that we have in the bill. My concern is how locally we can ensure that we can hold back and give the social equity applicants a first shot. Again, I don't know if necessarily agree with waiting. It may be harmful. I think it can be the other way around as well.
Yeah, let me make a few points in response, Alderman. I think so. First, I will say, just in general that we've been in touch with a number of the license holders that have gotten that have won in the lottery over the past few rounds. We've been running a kind of larger cannabis working group. And to Alderman Moore's point, I know many of them are definitely willing and able to meet if that's so desired. I think this ordinance, frankly, was the product of a lot of those discussions. It didn't, this is not something that came, just from the administration out of the blue. It's something where we knew there were some initial pieces that we put in place. We knew that the levers we have are very simple and the same. It's going to be the lottery and the caps, but what we want to do with them, it's going to be the zoning table, it's going to be the exclusion zone. And so, the kind of what we're working on has always been clear. And then, from there, we worked with a number of applicants, a number of advocacy folks. We've worked with the council to change it. And, the hope that we have now is to provide some certainty for the social equity applicants. As Chairman Tunney said, we are looking at what is 100% social equity applicants under the state definition, and we want to do things to make sure that they are able to open and looking to open and not looking to sell, which is what I fear a delay does. Is it actually puts them in a position where, hey, if I can take $2 million off, off the top while someone else deals with the headache of a zoning situation in Chicago or elsewhere, then that becomes much more enticing to them.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I just would like to end, and Chairman, thank you for doing that. I agree with Alderman Sawyer. It'll be good to hear directly from some of the social equity applicants, some of them who are still, on hold. And I really think that there needs to be more language fleshed out about having more local oversight and control. I'm concerned about rushing into this without having all this fleshed out before I vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Our final comment and questions, Alderman Ray Lopez on this issue.
Thank you again, Chairman. I wanted to continue the question that I had with regards to the 119 individuals. Those names, I believe, are they incorporated into the record for the public with regards to, or were they just shared in a briefing?
Raymond, would you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Were the 119 names of the applicants incorporated into the public record, or were they just shared in a briefing?
They were not in the public record to my knowledge. Will, is that correct? They were sent.
Yeah, after a few folks asked for it during aldermanic briefings, I sent it individually to them, but which we're happy to do to everyone. I think IGA is grabbing those documents down and sending them around.
Okay. I believe I've already asked for the 119 to be provided through the chair. So
I think we just sent it to you, Raymond.
Okay. Notwithstanding, so you said that a lot of, how many of these would you say will are LLCs? 100%?
Almost all of them, yeah.
So if you can clarify, just for my own edification, how do they assign that they are in fact social equity? Is that something that the state handles and that we're just to assume is correct? Is there any kind of, what's the process so that we know that those that are considered social equity partners are in fact social equity partners? Is it simply because they were in a certain lottery? How does that work exactly?
Yeah, the state has a licensing, procedure, which includes an application. I believe they have to list out, on the application, the ownership structure. I think, within the application, there's a verification process to determine who is eligible for even the lotteries. And so, when they were doing the lotteries, only folks that, scored the certain percentage and above were allowed inside the lotteries. And so to get those number of points, you basically had to be social equity.
And does their ownership structure information include ethnic or racial demographics?
It's not ethnic or racial. My understanding is it's based on, so if you live in what they called disproportionately impacted areas, which was a map drawn by ICEJA, and you can find that map on the ICEJA website. So it's not explicitly like Black or brown. It's they kind of drew out a map of neighborhoods that were impacted by the war on drugs, which was their rational basis in order to get through a kind of lawsuit so that it wasn't racial discrimination. And so it is based on that where if you either lived in those areas for a certain number of years, or if you had a drug charge, or if I believe it's your family member had a drug charge. Those were the other ways.
So are those structures publicly available, or is that something that has been reviewed by the city at all?
Yeah, the map's on the ICEJA website.
So my question is then that 119, that list of 119 individuals that I was just provided, do they also show us that same information, or is it just name only?
It's just name. Yeah, we don't, you could Google them for their address, I guess, but it is, it's not something that's listed on the publicly available LLC lookup.
So who maintains the table of organization, ownership, and control? Is that the state or is that the city of Chicago?
I think that's the Secretary of State.
And that is something that we also just generally have access to, or is that something that is a FOIA issue? Is that something that the city will monitor as well?
We just went to the Secretary of State's publicly available LLC lookup, and we're able to pull the names, and they have a agent address in there.
My concern being is that, based on my comments previous, that individuals could be signed up and not necessarily be the true owners. That's something that the city is known for, having, even with the MBE, WBE programs where you have someone who is just there in name only. How do we know for sure that this system is not being rigged against the communities that it's designed to help? Or are we just doing it under the assumption that it's there and we're just rolling with this to get licenses out into the street?
Well, I will say, just from my experience personally in the industry, I've been talking to a number of the license holders. Some of them were on the call today, JR and ED among them, others who have been kind of involved in our working group process throughout.
I'm sorry. Well, who's on the call today?
Sorry, say that again.
You said some of them are on the call today. Who's on the call today?
They the ones in public comment. That in public comment earlier.
That spoke earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
So then let me just end with this, Chairman. So if the state has that requirement for disclosure, why is the city not doing the same? And can the city do the same, being that they are operating within the city of Chicago, and being that we are regulating where social equity goes, and being that we want to ensure that the right people have the right opportunities? Why is the city of Chicago not requiring this important demographic information to ensure that we're achieving the goals, and just blindly putting people out there who are going to manipulate our communities?
No, at ZBA we do. we do require economic disclosure statement at ZBA. It's just that of the 119, not all of them have to come to ZBA. So if they're never coming to ZBA, we can't require them to.
I'm asking why anyone who's operating in the city of Chicago is not required.
They are.
have
They
to
are.
provide
Everyone that
us.
comes, they do, but at the point where they're applying to ZBA, they provide the economic disclosure statement. Because right now, none of them knows if they're coming into Chicago or not. Theoretically, none of them could come into Chicago. Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but that is a possibility.
With that, and as you know, Will, you started with the conversation that we are behind the 8 ball over the last 2 years from a lot of aspects, trying to get equity right. Okay. So what I'm going to ask now, because equity will not all will, it's going to take probably a lot more negotiating down in Springfield, needless to say. So I'm going to ask, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess, and then I'm going to ask the will of the committee about how they would like to proceed or not proceed on the cannabis issue. So it is now 1:40. We'll reconvene at 1:50 because we got a long agenda after this too. So thank you. We have everybody back? All right, folks. Reconvening the meeting. Number one, we're going to identify, we have a few more of our committee members that were not on the quorum call, and that is Alderman Wagasback, Alderman Raboyes, and Alderman Kappelman. I believe they've been added to the quorum roll call.
Thank you, Chairman.
And then on the issue with cannabis, we are going to hold this for now, and we are going to continue with the zoning meeting, and we'll certainly have an answer for how we're going to respond to this at the end of the map amendment applications. We're moving on to the regular agenda in an effort to minimize technical difficulties and to ensure the committee meeting runs as smoothly as possible. The typical order in which items will be heard has been updated throughout the duration of virtual Committee on Zoning meetings. Items will be grouped together according to witness attorney and will be heard in that order rather than the ward order. All right. Let's get on this. Okay, we're on page 1 of,
Bottom of page 1.
bottom of page 1, revised agenda.
Point of information, Chairman, before we begin. I'm sorry.
Yes,
Alderman
Alderman
Lopez.
Lopez. Yes.
So am I to understand that this matter will come up later? The cannabis issue will come up later in the meeting?
Yes.
Or is this done
Yes.
for the day?
Yes, later in the meeting.
Then can I make a motion to defer that item?
We've already moved on. I'm on to the map amendments.
And we've
All right.
made motions to defer in the past, so I'm asking if I can move to defer that item.
I've already started the map amendments, so I'm gonna not accept that motion. All right. Document number A is an Alderman 8712, 40th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. The document number is 02021, 1997. Alderman Vasquez. Oh, this, before we get to the Alderman, this is to classify a segment of North Lincoln Avenue right away from the center line Northwestern Avenue on the south and the center line of West Bryn Mawr Avenue on the north as a pedestrian retail street. Alderman Vasquez. Andre? All right, let's move on and we'll get back to Andre. We're going to be in the top of page 2. Document number A 8713 in both the 6th and 17th wards. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 2021. Common address 543 through 555 West 78th Street, 7800 through 7838 South Fielding Avenue, and 552 through 574 West 79th Street. The change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to T Transportation District. We have both Alderman Moore, Alderman Sawyer, and Scott Safe, if I got it correct on this. Alderman Moore, you want to start?
Yes, and I don't know if
Hold on, David, you're breaking up. David, you're breaking up, sir.
If I'm breaking up, Alderman Sawyer can speak to it. I'm here, but I may have had.
Okay. All right. Okay, Alderman Sawyer, you're on the call.
Yes, Chairman, I am. And I think I understand what David was saying, that we both support this. This is the project that's going through both of our wards collectively. And I would defer, I think someone from the, from Metro, or someone from the contractors on, and they can give the details, but we've had several meetings, myself in collaboration with Alderman Moore's office regarding this, and we fully support this change.
Thank you, Alderman. And do we have Scott Safe or anybody from Metro? All right. How about Patrick Murphy? We've heard from the aldermans. What about the department?
Yes, the department supports this. We've been aware of it, and so I mean, I don't have the details from the Metro standpoint, but
all right. But obviously, they've, as Alderman Sawyer, and I did talk to Alderman Moore about this. He is in support of this. They've done a rigorous community process. All right. Any questions from committee members? Do I hear a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move.
Alderman Raboyes makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. Moving on, next on page 2, document number 8714, 17th Ward. Ordinance was referred July 21st of 2021. The common address is 615 through 659 West 79th Street, 7901 through 7909 South Union, and 7901 through 7915 South Low Avenue. Change request B12 Neighborhood Shopping District and M12 Limited Manufacturing District, Business Park District, all to a T Transportation District. Alderman David Moore, how's
Can
your?
you hear me? Can you hear me a little better now, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Let's talk about the one on Union and Low and 79th.
Absolutely. I'm definitely fully supportive of this. So everyone knows State Senator Jackie Collins has been working on this for the past, maybe 8 to 10 years. We're putting a metro station there. Probably one of the first metro stations that's been in that area in years, but it's also going to have a brand new parking lot. It's in the Invest Southwest corridor area. We've been working with the community and having community meetings, especially keeping the residents on 79th and Low informed. And I fully support this change and ask this favorable consideration of this committee.
Questions from committee members? Alderman Osterman makes a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Now I'm going to yield the chair to my vice chair on issues in the 44th Ward. Vice Chair Raboyes, we're on page 2, I believe, middle of page 2. You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you, guys. The next is item number A-8709 for the property commonly known as 3401-3425 North Seminary Avenue and 1014-1048 West Roscoe Street. Excuse me, 1015-1043 West Roscoe Street. The change request is an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM5 residential multi-unit district. Ladies and gentlemen, this item has a substitute ordinance. Can I get a motion to accept the substitute before us that was used to determine quorum?
So pass, Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona, so moves. Any objections? Hearing none, the substitute is before us. We have Alderman Tunney here to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I believe for the record, the substitute has the additional addresses on the 1000 block of West Newport. Hold on a second.
Newport.
Okay, yes, so this is the 1000 block on Newport between Sheffield and Seminary, just for the record, okay? So this was, both the ordinance and the substitute was driven from a community process that asked for a change in zoning based on the tremendous impact on a negative way on the red purple line modernization and the flyover that directly impacts both the neighbors on Roscoe and Newport. Given the fact that for the last year and for the following 2 years, they will not have access to their alley and or garage. And they had requested to have some slight zoning relief so they can redevelop their properties and stay in the neighborhood, hopefully. But this was something that I brought, that was brought to my attention, and I made the community do the legwork. And obviously we've posted it and we've gotten nothing but no negative implications on this. So I would ask that the favorable consideration by my committee members on this ordinance for basically a half block on Roscoe and a half block on Newport that's adjacent to the red purple line modernization. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. No, do pass. No
Alderman
objection.
Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move do pass if there are no objections.
If there are no objections, Alderman Austin makes a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed as substituted. Our next item on the file is number 20758-T1 for the address commonly known as 1113-1115 West Patterson Street. The change request is an RT 3.5 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district to an RM 5.5 residential multi-unit district. Before we get to Attorney Sarah Barnes, it is my understanding that this file has a substitute narrative and plans. Can I get a motion to accept the substitute narrative plans before us?
So move.
Sorry, who was that? Alderman Carrie Austin? So moved.
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none, the substitute plans are before us. Is Attorney Sarah Barnes available?
I am available, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes,
And
you are.
thank
You may
you.
proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you for taking care of those housekeeping matters for me. I appreciate it. With that, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I am an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks, which is located at 221 North LaSalle Street. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, the Thomas Romano Living Trust. The applicant family has owned the subject property and actually lives in the Lakeview subject neighborhood for many, many years. Our Chairman Tunney is certainly intimately familiar with this property and the process that we have been going through for the past several years in order to develop some viable programming for the site that will reactivate it and bring a real community benefit into the neighborhood. For those of you who aren't familiar with the subject property, it is located just off of Clark Street in the heart of Lakeview, literally steps away from the entrance of Wrigley Field, just behind the new Zachary Hotel that was constructed a few years ago. The subject property consists of an irregularly shaped lot that is presently improved with a series of 3 older construction frame buildings. One building at the front of the site and then 2 other buildings at the rear. Within those 3 structures, there are several apartment dwelling units. They're a little bit smaller in size, but have been rented out mostly to students over the past many years, again, by the applicant's family. The applicant has been desiring to make some improvements to the property. This is a very beautiful residential block in Lakeview. Most of the other buildings have either been rehabilitated and or renovated or are newer construction. So seeing that and wanting to keep up with the pattern of development and provide some new housing units to the neighborhood, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment, which will allow for the demolition of the existing older structures to be re-improved with a single new 4-story all residential multifamily building. Within the 4 corners of that building, there would be a total of 17 dwelling units, ranging in size and type from studios all the way up to 3 bedrooms. There will also be on-site enclosed parking, vehicular parking for 14 vehicles, as well as bicycle parking for 26 vehicles. Again, the subject site is located very close to the Addison L-Stop, though the property is zoned residential, so we are not eligible for any of the transit served location benefits under the ordinance, but we still anticipate that many of the renters will not have vehicles. We have been engaging for the past several years. Actually, I think we're going on 4 years now, with the local community with the help of Chairman Tunney. We've had several robust and meaningful meetings with the Sheffield Neighbors Association and actually continue to advance this buy-in through them. So we've tweaked the design to address all of the feedback that we've been receiving over those many years. And we're happy to say that I think the proposal that you have here before you today has been well met by the community. Towards that same end, we will be providing affordable units in consideration for the proposed zoning map amendment, and those units will be provided on site. So another community benefit. With no further ado, that finishes my presentation. We just very respectfully would request the support of this honorable committee, and I defer to Chairman Tunney if he desires to provide any of his own feedback.
Thank you, Sarah. Chairman Tunney, would you like to speak on the matter?
I would. Thank you, Vice Chair and my colleagues on the committee. As was noted by the attorney, this process has been more than 3 years, probably 4 as we speak. And literally, there's an alley between the 7-story hotel that we approved as part of the Hotel Zachary, and they are the immediately west property, and the property to its west is a 3-flat, and so this was a compromise, and we did, with the support of this committee, approve a similar 4-story building on the other side of Patterson about a year and a half ago. And both of these projects went through extensive community process, and it was not all met with support. But I think at the end of the day, we made a compromise that I think is best for the overall neighborhood and best to improve both these properties, both this one and the one across the street. And I know many of you have been around Wrigley over the last number of years, and you've seen transformational change. And this is part of the change of what we think Wrigleyville will be looking like for the next generation. So I'm happy to support it. We'll probably have to, I definitely, since this is a triangle piece of a pie-shaped piece of property, we still have to go back to the Zoning Board of Appeals for some rear yard work. But I think we've done the best amount of work we could do on this, and I ask for your favorable consideration for my zoning committee members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. If there are no questions, Alderman Villegas makes a motion to pass by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed with substitute narrative and plans. We have one more. Thank you, Sarah. We have one more in the 44th Ward. It's file number 20791 for the address commonly known as 3549-3551 North Sheffield Avenue. The change request is a B1-2 neighborhood shopping district to a B3-2 community shopping district. We have attorney Tom Moore to present on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman Raboyes and members of the committee. This is a currently vacant commercial space that has quite a history. The alderman had downzoned it after the last tenant was there to basically give the community control of the next use. Currently, we have a company called X Golf, which is a franchise, a national franchise, which would have a golf simulation enterprise there. And they're going to put $1 million into the building to make it work. It's right near Wrigley Field. They expect, particularly in the winter, that they would get a lot of sports enthusiasts who want to practice their golf. And but there would be a bar on premises, and in order to have the PPA and the bar at the facility, it needs to be a B3. So the request is from a B1 to a B3. And we have presented this to the local community organization and to the alderman, and we're aware of no objections. We respectfully request your support as well.
Thank you, Council. We have Chairman Tunney here to speak on this matter as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members. For those of you that are as old as I am, you probably remember, I know you, Chairman Raboyes, know that this was the old High Tops. So, you know, this had a very contentious relationship with the community over the years. It was shut down, if I'm not mistaken, generally, and then we had a Harry Carey's go in there, and more recently a Starbucks, and we wish Harry Carey's was still there, and also Starbucks. But what we did, as council said, we downzone it from a B3 to a B1, so the community would have a voice in this. So this new golf national concept, I think, is much more or less much of a problem in terms of the use. And the bar is certainly a very minor part of the situation, where it's mostly going to be golf, indoor golf, and we're excited about it. We'd like to get this property activated, and I'd ask for your support on this. I think it's going to be a great addition to the community.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. If there are no questions, Alderman Cardona makes a motion to pass by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Do we have Alderman Vasquez on the call? Okay. Alderman Vasquez, we are going to page 2 for your, or I'm sorry, page 1 for your aldermanic. There you are. Okay.
Yep.
So let me read it back into the record. It's number A8712, 40th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 21 to classify a segment of North Lincoln Avenue right away from the center line Northwestern Avenue on the south and the center line of West Bryn Mawr Avenue on the north as pedestrian retail street. Alderman Vasquez.
Yep. Thank you for that, Chairman. Yeah, we are seeking this somewhat in tandem with a streetscape that will be occurring along that stretch. We are seeking to make it more pedestrian friendly in light of, you know, some of the vision of what we have to do with the streetscape, which is widening the sidewalks, potentially figuring out other pedestrian pedestrianization efforts. So this is largely in line with that. It's something that we talked to the community about, that there is support for, so we are in support and seeking to move forward with it.
Thank you, Alderman, and I do want to compliment you on some of the improvements you made in that stretch of the 40th Ward, including your open space and green space up there. So it's transformational. Questions, questions, comments from committee members? I'm sorry, do we have a hand up? Raymond? Alderman
It's me.
Lopez. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for the Alderman. Is pedestrianization a word that you came up with, or is that a CDOT word?
It might be a lefty thing, but I think it's pretty much a word that we're using.
Just checking. Thank you.
I think you've used it in your lyrics, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you guys are hilarious.
All right.
I'd like to know what it rhymes with. That's all. Chairman, if there are no further questions, I move to pass on this item.
All right. So no other questions, comments? Alderman Raymond Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we are in the middle of page 3. All right.
When you said lyrics, I'm looking at Gardner.
All right. Document number 20780 in the 48th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address 1101 through 1109 West Granville Avenue, 6172 North Winthrop Avenue. Change request from a B35 community shopping district to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. Alderman Osterman?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a private. Sorry. I just, I know this area pretty well too, right? Terry, I got too excited about it. Granville, of course. But Alderman Tom Ward, this is a private application?
Well, I'm not an alderman yet, so.
You're too young. You're too young to be one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's gonna be it is a long day, so I have to apologize.
No problem. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, this is a existing building. There'll be no change to the exterior of the building. It's only a few hundred feet from the Granville L. And the applicant had previously had a much more elaborate plan. As you can see, we are down zoning from a B3-5 to a B2-3. The reason for the B2 is to allow ground floor residential. There is currently the whole ground floor is all commercial and it's basically empty. So the request is to put 8 residences in that empty ground floor, a few hundred yards from the L. And we have combined a extra lot that will have 4 parking spaces. We're adding 8 residential units. So the idea is, since it's within the boundary of a transit served location, that we would only have 50% of the new residences would have parking, and we'd be able to add the full 8 units to the ground floor. We had an informational community meeting and a community meeting run by the Alderman's office. I have to say, I go to community meetings all the time. These were unusual in that it was basically a series of people saying how wonderful this landlord is and how what a great contribution to the community she has made. There was absolutely no negativity or objections in either of the meetings. And Alderman Osterman is here as well, and we'd request your support.
Mr. Moore, Alderman Moore. Yeah. Let's hear from the real Alderman, Alderman Osterman. Harry, unmute, Harry. Alderman Osterman.
There you go.
Not working yet. You could probably use sign language and give me a hands up there. Okay, all right. So, all right. So we got it. Okay, we do have a letter of support on file already for Alderman Osterman. And he's given us the thumbs up. So I'm going to ask if there are any questions by committee members.
We'll do pass for the two aldermans.
All right. Alderman Raymond Lopez makes a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you. All right, now we're on, let me see, top of page 4. Also, document number 20801 T1, 48th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. This address, 5354 through 5356 North Sheridan Road, and the change request, a B23 neighborhood mixed use district to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. Looks like a change in the T1. All right. The attorney, Nick Fatikas.
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Tempest Group Holding LLC. The applicant is proposing to redevelop the property. It's a 15,000 square foot property with a new 5-story, 50-unit residential building. This is a transit served location, and we will be seeking a parking reduction to 25 parking spaces. As a matter of background, this is actually an amendment to an existing type 1 plan. So we're before the committee today seeking to amend the previous type 1 and insert or substitute this new proposal. And before I turn the floor back over, Mr. Chairman, we did file a substitute plan set and narrative as we worked through our community review process. So I'd ask that the substitute plan and narrative be incorporated into today's proceeding.
All right, Alderman Raboyes moves to
So
accept. Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. All right, so continue.
That actually concludes my applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, we're going to hear from the alderman, but in general, since this was change of T1, what are the substantive changes?
The most significant change is that the previous plan was set at a 4-story height. That plan, though, required setback relief, which the Zoning Board of Appeals did not grant. So we worked with the alderman to develop a plan that complied with the rear setback requirement. It forced the design of the building up to a 5th floor, but we worked that change through the community process, a series of, I think, 3 community meetings in the last 2 months to make sure people understood what the change was.
Okay, so let's see. I know we're going to hear from, hopefully we'll hear from Alderman Osterman. Alderman Haddon, you have your hand up. Would you like to ask now? Or wait
Sure,
for the alderman?
I'm not gonna wait for Harry, right, Harry?
Okay. Well, you're the neighbor. You're the neighbor.
But it also not a substantive question. I was just wondering if you, I was curious, haven't checked out my colleagues' information about this, but if you had any visual presentation for this project, or since it was just this amendment, if you guys didn't bring it this time.
Nick, you're muted, Nick.
Oh, it's just you're not muted, Nick. It's just a delay when your audio.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. We did submit a rendering, color renderings to staff last week. I'm not sure if they could pull it up, but we did show a visual both from Balmoral, which is the side street, and the Sheridan Road elevation.
I was just out of curiosity. So thanks.
Okay, so our committee does not have it, so the department will send it. Right, Patrick Murphy? All right. Alderman Osterman.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
So Alderman Haddon would like some of the diagrams of the 5354 North Sheridan, since it was a type 1, and she just would like to have more of a illustration of what this actually looks like.
Okay, we can get that. We'll get those over to her office.
Thank you. All right.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Osterman. Okay. Well, I got the hand signal here, and we do have a letter of support from Alderman Osterman on this. Pardon? Okay. My staff tells me that you should sign off and then sign back on. Okay. But all right. But that being said, we have the support letter from Alderman Osterman on the North Sheridan Road project. Can I get a motion to pass this with the same roll call that was used to determine quorum with the substantive narrative and plans?
So moved. Alderwoman Haddon.
Alderwoman Haddon makes that motion. Anybody opposed to her motion? Hearing none, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you very much.
Chairman, you're muted.
Yeah, I need it to be. So, all right. So middle of page 4, document number 20501 T1, 29th Ward. Ordinance was referred on September 9th of 2020. Common address 1819 North Major Avenue. And the change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to C35 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District. Nick Fatikas.
Yes, thank you again, Chairman. For the record, Nick Fatikas, on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Whitecap Lofts LLC. The applicant is proposing a zoning change of the subject property, which is actually about 132,000 square feet of total lot area and over 341,000 square feet of existing building area. It's a 7-story building that was formerly used for office and warehousing, and the applicant property owner is proposing to renovate and restore the building and bring it back to life as a commercial mixed-use project. There is no residential component proposed. This matter actually went before the Chicago Plan Commission as part of a zoning change within an industrial corridor. It was recommended for approval on August 26th of this year, and I'd ask that the full record of the proceeding be incorporated into today's proceeding before the Committee on Zoning.
All right, Nick, we've got a couple things. First of all, Alderman Raboyes moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
I'll move.
Any objections? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. And now Alderman Raboyes moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Okay. Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Okay, so if I'm hearing you correct, Nick, it's obviously a very large piece of property. Historically, it was manufacturing commercial. What was?
Yeah, historically, it was actually a manufacturing warehouse facility. There was an office tower. There were also storage, inventory, and equipment storage. Unfortunately, the manufacturer, which previously was the Whitecap company, had gone out of business, and the building's actually been vacant for over the last 10 years.
Right.
So the idea is, because the property is currently located in an M zoning district, the idea was to change the zoning to a C3 to broaden the use table or use category for potential tenants. So the building itself will be rehabilitated, but it will effectively remain the same. It's just a use-based zoning change in this case to allow a broader potential tenant base at the property.
But you mentioned in your narrative no residential regardless. So
correct.
When you mean mixed use, it's mixed use among the commercial entities.
Exactly. So it's mixed multi-tenant commercial, but absolutely no residential. C3 doesn't allow residential. which is why we chose that designation.
Okay, and just for my own edification, what kind of company was Whitecap?
I believe they manufactured literally caps that went on the tops of bottles and other packaging.
Yeah, no, just kind of such a big piece of property.
Right.
And we certainly don't want to lose companies like that. All right. All right, questions from committee members? Comments? All right, so can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this item?
Alderman Cardona,
So
do
moved,
pass.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Cardona, move to pass as revised with the substantive narrative and plans. Any objections? Okay, hearing none, item is passed as revised with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you. All right. Now we are on the bottom of page 4. Item number 20792, T1, 48th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 5033 through 5035 North Broadway Street. Change request, B12 Neighborhood Shopping District to C25 Motor Vehicle Related Commercial District. Bridget O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Bridget O'Keefe with Daspin and Alment here on behalf of Timeline Theater Company. It looks like we're having screen sharing, so we'll start out with the first slide, which gives identifies the applicant as Timeline Theater Company. They're seeking approval of a Type 1 rezoning application for a map amendment for property located at 5033 to 35 North Broadway. They're proposing to rezone from existing B12 neighborhood shopping district to a C25 motor vehicle related commercial district to allow development of a new theater. This proposed zoning is consistent with the zoning located immediately adjacent to the north and south, both of which is a C25 designation, and they're eligible for TOD status, and they will seek same if the rezoning is approved due to the close proximity of the Argyle L-stop. Timeline is an award-winning theater that's been located in the 44th Ward for many years. Its lease for the theater space expired and they had to find a new home. The purpose of this rezoning that we're seeking is to allow the development of a multi-medium-sized entertainment venue at this location. They purchased property which consists of a vacant warehouse and an empty parking lot. They're proposing to demolish a portion of the existing building that fronts on Broadway and develop a theater and then reuse a portion of the existing building in the rear for support services. This is a 2-phase project. The first phase of the project will include new construction of a 250-seat theater, rehearsal hall, education lobby, cafe area. As you can see on the screen, that is denoted in the dark green. The light green will be the existing staff support systems that will be located in the existing building that will remain. Phase 2 will occur after the expiration of an easement currently held by the Chicago Transit Authority, which is currently using the parking lot for RPM purposes and construction staging. At the completion of that easement, phase 2 will include a second 150-seat theater in the rear of the building, and both phases 1 and 2 are incorporated in this plan. As I said earlier, we will be seeking TOD designation. However, we are also in the process of negotiating a long-term lease in a nearby parking garage that will provide access to approximately 100 parking spaces for use by staff and patrons. This section shows how the building will be used with the theater in the front, with the open areas for the community fronting on Broadway and the more back office in the middle. And then the last slide, if we have it, shows the design of the building. It shows a section. The building will be made of precast wall panels and a glass curtain facing North Broadway. The height will stay the same. I see that Alderman Osterman, I believe, is still on the line. He has been very supportive and we've greatly appreciated the assistance of his staff. And I defer to him if he'd like to make any comments, or else I can describe the community process.
Alderman
Hopefully you guys
Osterman,
can hear me now, Chairman.
you're
Can you hear
good. Yep.
All right. I apologize to the members of the committee. Let me just say that Timeline Theater is going to be a phenomenal cultural anchor in our community. Where they're located is just north of the Argyle Street area, which is a wonderful Asian American small business community. And it is on the northern half of the Uptown Entertainment District, where the Riviera, the Aragon, and hopefully the Uptown Theater are, as well as the Green Mill. This is going to be a huge asset in our community. It's going to bring people to help support the local businesses. Timeline has agreed to work with our local schools, including Gowdy School, to try to provide partnerships. We had an extensive community process, and community support for this was overwhelming. So would appreciate the members' support today, and have you all out for groundbreaking ribbon cutting sometime in the future.
Hold on. All right. Alderman, comments, questions? I am extremely jealous. As the council said, this timeline, if I'm not mistaken, was birthed in the 44th Ward, and it's obviously grown exponentially, both artistically and, just this site is going to be fantastic for the neighborhood and for your ward. It's just amazing. It's amazing transformation. So I'm very supportive and jealous at the same time. Do we have any other comments or questions? No? Tonight, no more questions. Can I hear a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Chairman.
Alderman Pat Dowell makes that motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you very much.
Thanks and congratulations.
Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm sorry.
How about those White Sox?
All right. Yeah, I have to applaud the White Sox too. I was going to comment with Nick Fatikas. He's got all the Cub paraphernalia there, but 2021 is not the year of the Cub. All right. Page 5. This is going to be a little bit different, these next two. I'm going to read them both. We have one attorney. It is a development in the 47th Ward, which I think is all contiguous. Is that correct, with Thorpe Hospital? So what I'm going to do is going to read it into the record. At the end of the first application, I need a motion, correct? To do what?
Accept substitute narrative plans.
So we got accept the substitute narrative plans. That's on the first item on page 5. And then the second item, I'll read into the record. And then I also need incorporate the records of the Plan Commission. So I don't make this stuff up. This is the Department of Planning and Development's strategy on this. So top of page 5, document number 20788T1, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address 4901 through 4917 North Paulina. Change request. Institutional Plan Development number 17 and RS3 residential single unit detached house district, all to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. So on this application, I have Alderman Ray Lopez moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted. Now, before we hear from the attorney, I'm going to read the companion ordinance, and that is document number 20787, 47th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 2021. Common address, there are multiple, 1601 through 1717 West Winnemac Avenue, 1614 through 1640 West Winnemac Avenue, 4,900 through 5028 North Ashland Avenue, 1,600 through 1614 West Ainsley Street, 5,001 through 5,029 North Paulina Street, 4916 through 5028 North Paulina Street, and 4901 through 4909, and also 4917, all on North Paulina Street. This change request is institutional plan development number 17 to institutional plan development number 17 as amended. All right, so these two applications, the attorney is Warren Silver, and I'm going to ask Warren to explain what we're doing by hearing these together. You'll have one presentation, and then we'll probably take two votes, right? All right, so on the second application on this multitude of addresses, Alderman Lopez moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. So any objections to his motion? Hearing none, these records are incorporated. So I think that completes the narrative on the introduction of these two. Warren Silver, do you want to take us through both of these?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and thank you for taking care of all that housekeeping up front. For the record, my name is Warren Silver, Silver Law Office PC, with offices at 1700 West Irving Park Road in Chicago. Our client is the applicant, N Paulina Street Properties, LLC. The applicant owns the property at 4907 to 4917 North Paulina. Now, two of those parcels at either end of that stretch, at 4907 and at 4917, were in Institutional Plan Development 17's boundary, had been for many, many years. And two of the parcels in between at 4911 and 4915 have never been in the PD boundary. The plan development had been established back in the 60s originally for the Bethany Hospital. It's been there for many years. A couple of years ago, it was acquired by Thorek Memorial Hospital and is now operated by Thorek. But over the years, some parcels within the hospital campus that perhaps were incorporated in the PD boundary for future expansion were never utilized and were sold. And other parcels over the time were acquired by the hospital and incorporated in the campus, but not added to the PD. So the first order of business, in order to accommodate the redevelopment of 4907 to 4917, was to remove those parcels that were within the PD boundary. And at the same time, there was one other owner within the plan development boundary, 4901 N Paulina LLC, which owns a 15-unit residential building at the northeast corner of Ainsley and Paulina. And so it was determined to take those parcels out of the PD. And at the same time, the Department of Planning and Development requested that we add the parcels that the hospital had acquired, two of which are in parking lots, one at 4918 North Paulina, the west side. It's the south end of that west parking lot for the hospital. Another at 1622 West Winnemac, which is on the north side parking lot. And the third parcel at 1603 West Winnemac, which is the southwest corner of Ashland and Winnemac, which is a little open space area that's part of the hospital campus. The purpose of doing all this rejiggering of the PD boundary, as I mentioned, was for the redevelopment of 4907 to 17 North Paulina. And so our client has also submitted a type 1 rezoning of those parcels to RM 4.5. And at the same time, because the apartment building at 4901 North Paulina is coming out of the plan development and needs a new zoning, district. We are rezoning that to RM 4.5 as well. But the type 1 plan makes clear that the apartment building at 4901 will remain unchanged. And the development that's the subject of the type 1 plan is the development of 4907 to 4917 North Paulina. So now I'll turn to that. What we're proposing, what the applicant is proposing for that site is something that harkens back to the old style Chicago courtyard building in design. It will have 32 dwelling units and 27 parking spaces. It will have up to 25% affordable units, between 5 and 8, depending on the availability of program subsidies. And it will have all the modern amenities in terms of telecom and such built in, unlike the older courtyard building. So it's a modern take on the courtyard building. We will need to get some relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals subsequently, among other things, because the rear yard open space in a courtyard building isn't in the rear yard, it's in the front yard. There will also be a side setback, and of course the parking reduction I had mentioned previously. We had multiple meetings with the community going back to the fall of 2018. We are proud to say that we have got community support for the project and the support of Alderman Martin, who I believe has transmitted a letter of support to the committee. The matter was heard by the Plan Commission on August 26th, and we're proud to report also that it was approved unanimously at that meeting. At this time, if there are any questions from the committee, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Support, as attorney said, on file from Alderman Martin on both of these.
Yes.
Questions, comments from committee members? Okay, so we're going to take a couple of motions here. Do I have a motion to move? This is item number 207881T1. Do I get a motion, move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum? Motion, please.
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to pass on the item with the substantive narrative and plans. Any objection to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Now, on number 20787, Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. So I think we took care of both of them in a expeditious manner. That being said, what I'm going to do now, we're going to hear 2 more applications in the 26th ward, I believe, and then we are going back to cannabis. All right. So let's see what page we're on.
We are in the middle of page 6.
Okay. All right. So we are now on document number 20800, 34th ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. The common address is 10857 South Halsted Street. And the change request, RS3 residential single unit detached house district to a B31 community shopping district. Sarah Barnes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Once more, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. Before I begin, Mr. Chairman, with utmost respect for Alderman Austin. I haven't been able to connect with her directly as of late because of the summer scheduling. And I just wanted to be sure. She's been so meaningfully involved in facilitating community review for this project. And I just want to be sure that she's okay with us proceeding this afternoon.
Well, in advance of today's meeting, I did talk to Alderman Austin, and she would like us to proceed. And I think she's on the call.
She is.
But I will.
I'm still here.
All right. All right.
Hi, Alderwoman. Thank you.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. And I cannot thank you and your staff enough. This is for all the committee members. You have just been so meaningfully involved in this and vetting this with the community. I know this hasn't been an easy property for you to have in your ward. So I'm excited to hopefully reactivate it with a more beneficial operator and tenant for the community. I have had the opportunity to speak with many of the community members directly.
Yes.
And I know most of them are pretty excited to see this site revitalized and bring in some hopefully new fresh produce and goods for the residents of the neighborhood. So with a little bit of background for those of you who aren't as familiar with this property, the property is what is currently improved with an existing one-story commercial building. It was once occupied or previously occupied by another convenience type of store that had a drive-through facility that offered some fast food options. That operator, though, based on my knowledge and research, was not very desired by the community and had some significant issues that caused some concerns amongst the neighborhood and the aldermen. So the property was downzoned and that operator was vacated from the site. As a result of the downzoning, the property or the prior existing uses did become non-conforming. We are happy to bring back to the community a new operator that wants to again renovate, revitalize the property with a new convenience store that'll have a delicatessen that will offer fresh food back into the community. The new operator is going to continue to work with Alderman Austin and her staff, as well as the community, towards making sure that they're bringing in foods and other sundries and products that are needed and desired in the community. Towards that same end, there are certain products that this operator has entered into an operating agreement with the community that they will not offer, and that includes tobacco and alcohol. As well, we've worked with the community and the aldermen on limiting other operating procedures, such as the hours of operation, so that there's no undesired activity around the site, but that it remains activated. So with all of that, in order to permit the licensing of the new operations at the subject site, we do require a zoning change just in order to zone it back to the original underlying zoning change. So with all of that, and once more, just very respectfully request the support of the chairman and committeemen. And again, once more, turn the microphone back over to Alderman Austin if she cares to make further comment.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. We've had some doozies at this particular site, so I'm hoping that a new operator would do better by our community than what have been done in the past. Except for my community is still a tad bit not supportive because they promised to clean it up and that hasn't happened. So we know that that's going to take place, or I'll be ticketing them my own self. But I'd have to say that working with Sarah and my staff, we would say that we're grateful for you, Sarah, because we don't think that you pick any bad apples for our community. So I believe in you and hoping that with the people that you have now will be better by the community in which their store will be operating. We know that they will try to do a good job, but I just hope that they will listen at the community when times come and not ignore us if something arrives. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I do hope that my committee members will support this zoning change.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any questions for the applicant or the alderman?
Move to pass, Chairman. Alderman Lopez.
All right. Hearing no questions, Alderman Lopez moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objection to his motion? Hearing none, this item is passed. Now we're going to be on the bottom of page 6. Thank you. Bottom of page 6, number 20803 T1, 26th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 1650 North Spalding Avenue. Change request. RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RM 5.5 Residential Multi-Unit District. Sarah Barnes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the committee. Once again, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the
Chairman,
applicant.
sorry, having trouble hearing you. Sarah.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Haddon. Thank you. I'm happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant who owns the subject property. The subject property is currently improved with 2 principal buildings, a 3-story, 4-unit building at the front of the property, and a 2-story, 2-unit residential building at the rear of the subject property, for a total of 6 units at the property today. The existing buildings and structures, therefore, are non-conforming under the current zoning ordinance. And unfortunately, the subject property is not situated within one of the additional dwelling unit pilot areas. Otherwise, we would have sought to permit the proposal under that type of ordinance. But in keeping with the spirit of the same, in consideration of the zoning map amendment, the owner will be providing the 2 additional units at an affordable rent, and that's pursuant to an agreement that he has made with the community and the alderman. So with that, the applicant is seeking a zoning map amendment, not only to cure the existing non-conforming conditions, but to also permit the rehabilitation and expansion of the existing 3-story front building that will allow for the addition of 2 more units within that building, because the entirety of the basement is currently unused space, and there is a lack of meaningful housing in this area, especially once more on an affordable basis, because there's been a lot of deconversions of the multi-unit buildings into single-family homes. So we've worked very closely with Alderman Maldonado and his staff and community towards the programming that will allow for the rehabilitation of this property, and again, getting some more family-oriented housing back into this community. With that, we do have an acknowledgement of support from Alderman Maldonado, Mr. Chairman, that I believe was sent over to your office yesterday. I don't believe that Alderman Maldonado is with us here today, so I would just once more respectfully request the support of this committee. Thank you.
Sarah, we do have a letter of support on file from Alderman Maldonado. Are there any questions from committee members? Comments? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Our Alderman Cardona makes that motion, and is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed. Okay, now we're going to take a break from the map amendments and go back to subject of the day, cannabis. And I'm going to read it back into the record. Let's see. The addendum document number 02021-3249, the amendment of municipal code chapter 17-3, 17-7, 17-9 and 17-14 regarding cannabis-related establishments. So I'm going to ask Alderman Chairman Sawyer first up in regards to some comments, suggestions about how we move forward. Chairman Sawyer.
Thank you, Chairman. And again, thank you for calling on me. I did make some calls around and talk to some other lawyers that I happen to be have a good relationship with, and they wanted to get me some language that might address some of the concerns that people had, but they're not going to have it timely enough today. So I'm not going to try to hold up your meeting out of respect for you, but I do want this language to come forward, and hopefully when they send it to me later on today or tomorrow, I'll distribute it to you and the others and see if it's something that could be helpful that we may have to introduce down the line. But it did address a lot of the issues that people were concerned about today, particularly for those social equity applicants that are Black and brown, that are struggling to compete with the more well-funded social equity applicants. And I hate to say that we're in a caste system right now, but it's kind of to that point. But out of respect for your hearing, I know you're moving forward, and I don't have the language in hand right now to distribute. So I'll just hold my comments. And I think I did hear that Ms. Moore was going to talk today, and I did want to hear her specific concerns.
All right. Alderman Sawyer, Ms. Edie Moore spoke at the public comment period, but I know you've had some further conversations with her, and if it's okay with the committee and you, I think we're going to ask her to get on the call.
Thank you. In full disclosure, Edie and Craig Moore are people that I've known for a long time, and they're experts in this space, and I respect their opinions highly.
Thank you all, Alderman. Ms. Moore, and I'll say it right, Edie Moore.
That's right. I'm here.
All right. So you have the attention of the committee.
Wow. Thank you very much, Alderman Sawyer, for giving me a call and asking me to follow up. You were concerned about my statement that said that disallowing B3 properties would hurt social equity applicants or social equity owners. I stand by that statement. And I believe that disallowing them would hurt because it does not allow anything that doesn't open up as much opportunity to the social equity new license holders hurts them. Anything that adds more time and more money hurts them. So I know that there is a proposal, an ordinance proposal on the table that does not include B3. It's a good proposal. That's the only thing that I have a problem with is that it doesn't include B3. I know that I have talked with my own alderman who expressed some concerns about creating a weed row or something like that, or having dispensaries clustered in a group. And I disagree with that. I think that allowing B3 properties opens up the city and the ward a lot more and allows more opportunities and more spaces to go. So that's what I meant by saying that it does hurt, that it hurts the new license holders because we just don't have any more time. We've been delayed and delayed and delayed, and anything that delays us it's hurtful. The last thing I'll say about that is that in my experience with cannabis and working with cannabis equity, many times when we are trying to catch up the big guys or some people, Ricky Hendon might say, catch up the white folks or whatever. We very often catch our own selves in that same net. We very often tie our own hands and our own feet because we're trying to catch them. But the problem is they can afford it. They can afford the delays. They can afford to go to a better property. They don't care if they're in this neighborhood or that neighborhood.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Are there any questions for Ms. Moore? Let's see. I know Raymond had his hand up. Let's just, with respect to the witness, do we have a question for Ms. Moore? How about, that's a no from Raymond. What about David Moore? Do you have a question for Ms. Moore?
No, it's not for Ms. Moore, but it's
Okay.
an issue that she talked to, so I'll wait.
All right, okay. Well, first of all, you know, as far as the zoning committee, this is an interesting time where you spoke in the public comment period and we brought you in for more clarification. So in that respect, I feel proud about that. So I know that you've got a lot of experience in this and some good times and bad times. And, you know, the book is not written. And once again, as you mentioned, this is the second chapter of a long and evolving process to bring cannabis to our city. So I appreciate your patience and your endurance on this issue. So thank you. And if for any chance, if you'd like to stay on for just a couple minutes in case we need you, is that okay? All right. Okay. Alderman Lopez had his hand up. Raymond,
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I caught myself being muted. So I guess my question to you, Chairman, is your intention to vote on this today, or are we going to actually have a discussion as to whether or not to hold back from moving forward till we get more suitable language?
Right. It is my intention to move the ordinance today. I think language that will be forthcoming, as Chairman Sawyer has alluded to, is something that he plans to introduce and then have the lawyers look at it and everybody else look at it and see if we can actually do this. But I don't want to, I would like to have an up-down vote on the ordinance today, knowing, as I said in my comments, that this is chapter 2 in a long saga of cannabis in the city of Chicago. So that's my intent.
Well, I know you said this is the next chapter, Chairman, and respectfully, this book has had so many misprints in it. It's amazing that it was even published, to use your literary reference.
Right.
You know, even not too long ago, I think a week ago, even the state admitted there were errors in their lottery with how they were issuing licenses and managing. And as we're talking about social equity and with respect to Ms. Moore, yes, for genuine individuals who are social equity candidates, delay hurts. But we are looking at a list of 119 individuals, of which half of them are not genuine. Half of that list are made up of front people taking advantage of a situation of this rush to help people like Ms. Moore, when we know that there are individuals that do not belong on that list. When there are wolves in sheep's clothing trying to manipulate this, that, in my opinion, is more dangerous than any potential delay. And for this committee to be pushing forward, Chairman, respectfully, I think it is the wrong message to send. We have seen time and again, and I'm not going to repeat everything I said earlier, but I still stand by it, where this effort has been manipulated, and I will agree with Ricky Hendon, by those corporations that have nothing to do with social justice, that don't have anything to do with the intent, and we're rushing yet again to try and make this happen. And will months from now be called a fool's errand because we should have waited and did it right the first time, just like we should have did it right the first time 2 years ago. You know, we can't keep making the same mistakes over and over again because we're afraid of doing it right. So I would actually ask, Chairman, as I've said before, to hold this. Even if we can hold it till next week, till the new language comes forward, it's still not going to be something that goes before City Council on the 14th if we can meet again. There's no reason why we can't use this time from today until next Monday to get this right. I'd hate to have to vote against this because it doesn't answer the issues of what is legitimately being a process being manipulated by individuals who are trying to delegitimize social equity in the city of Chicago.
Okay, before I entertain that motion, I got one more hand up, and that's David Moore, Alderman Moore. Then I'll get back to you, Alderman Lopez. All right, Alderman Moore.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. During the break, I made some phone calls, and I guess now I'm in a position also, besides having my questions answered in terms of one, what I stated, wanting to talk to more equity people, as many as 119 as possible, and also getting the majority minority. From what I understand, unless I misheard wrong, I thought he said that, and forgive me, I just say our new cannabis czar said that they only report it if it's 5% ownership. And I just need to be clear, you're saying if it's just only over 5%, they don't have to include whether they're 30%, 40%, or 50%. So I want to be clear on that question. And then the last thing is, I'm now have difficulty, if all of that was resolved, passing this without the B3. So I don't know, when you said there were some aldermen, what was the voices that said they wanted to remove B3? Because now that I've made the phone calls, every social equity, about 3 social equity people that I've spoken with, now 4, including Ms. Moore, have said this would hurt them. So it's like I'd be voting for something to hurt them. So so that B3 may have to be back in there. So I'm just putting that B3 part, but my question is, I just want to be clear what the cannabis czar stated. Did he say we cannot get the information if it's by percentage of ownership, if they're, meaning stating 30%, 40%, or 5%? Is he saying that they only have to say that they have more than 5%? I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, and Patrick can help me. My understanding is that if you have less than 5% ownership, you don't have to disclose. If you have more than 5% ownership, you do have to disclose. Does that make sense?
Right. Regardless of.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Regardless of the makeup of the group, ethnicity, or however the social equity is parsed out per applicant, if your ownership quantity is less than 5%, then the EDS does not capture you at the time of ZBA. So that's a higher threshold than city council actions, but it's not 100%.
And then if it's over 5%, am I able to get the social equity person that says I'm 30%, 40%, or are you saying I only can get them saying I'm over 5%? That's.
Well, so if the structure of the entity, so okay, when someone submits for it with an EDS, they have to include the chain of ownership or the structure of whatever their organization is. So it may be that more than one EDS is required, and then you will get further layers of ownership as they pertain to whatever that structure is. Some EDSs have dozens and dozens and dozens of entities that have to ultimately be disclosed. Some have far fewer. So to the degree the social equity component is disclosed through an ownership percentage that exceeds 5%, you will get that information. It's just every LLC is going to be structured different. And so it's possible that one individual could own such a significant amount that other owners do not reach the 5% threshold, so we would still not know who they were. But that may not be, mask a social equity component of the applicant. I just don't know what those makeups might be.
Patrick, I think if I'm understanding your question right, Alderman Moore, are you asking, for example, if it says, you're asking, does it say, will she 32.7%, or does it just say, will she over 5%? Is that your question?
That is my question.
I think, Patrick, it says the specific amount, right?
My knowledge is anyone who has 5% or more has to be listed, and that person or entity has to say what their percentage of ownership is. So, if you had 4%, You don't have to disclose.
Correct. That, yes.
May
All right. All right. Alderman King, I'm sorry, Alderman Moore, are we
Yeah,
okay with you?
So
Okay.
I guess based on the information that he sent over, I'm hoping I can just get to that answer. I don't know. All right, thank you,
All
Chairman.
right. Alderman King, Alderwoman King. Alderwoman King. Thought I had her hand up. Okay,
Chairman, I
let's
think
move.
Edie might have wanted to chime in on the last question. Not sure if
All
that's
right,
permissible.
since our surrogate committee member, Edie Moore, please. Did you want to comment on that particular issue?
Yes, I actually did. As an applicant and as a winner, I have some experience with that. So what you're talking about, Alderman Moore, is a cap table, and that's something that we have to put in our applications. And it doesn't necessarily say, what race you are, but it does give how much equity ownership that you have in the application and in the venture. And so I haven't done the EDS for it yet, I don't think, but when we come to ZBA, if it does ask race, those people who have more than 5% will have to fill that out, and it'll have to disclose how much percentage you have in the venture. And I'll have to say that, in my experience at Chicago Normal, we know many people who have partnered with what you call MSOs or the big guys or the white guys or whatever you want to call them. And had they not done so, they would not be a part of this process at all. It took considerable funding and it took considerable effort to make this happen. And if they didn't have that kind of money, or if they didn't have those kinds of resources, they wouldn't be here. So yeah, there may be some questionable partnerships, but there are also some valid partnerships. And if you're partnered with an MSO or someone who incubated you or something like that, does not necessarily mean you're full of it or you're a front or anything like that. Many people would not have the opportunity to be here without it.
All right, we got him. Thank you. Alderman King, are you back?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah,
Loud and clear.
I was talking. I was on my iPad and it just wasn't working properly, but thank you for being patient. I just want to say, first of all, it's good to hear from folks like Ms. Moore and other folks who are in the industry. I do want to caution us not to, just think about what's great for individuals. I think we have to set policy for the whole and make sure that what we're doing, has legitimacy kind of long term. And I totally understand what Ms. Moore is saying. Any delay hurts them. I get it. They've got their money. Everybody's got, ready to go. They've been waiting. But we should have held this 2 years ago. We should have gotten it right. There were lots of folks lobbying us not to, and we should have done that the same way folks are lobbying us now not to. We could literally do things at the city to make this better. We could do it before city council. And so I would caution folks, talking about who this might hurt right now in the immediacy, because as councilmen, we have to think long-term about what's best for our city, for our city as a whole. And so I would say, let's hold this for a couple days. Let's get some language in here that will help long-term equity partners, and not short-term, not ones who will flip, and that's okay. I mean, I'm not adverse to people making money off of this, but I think long-term as a council, we have to be concerned with policy that's best for our city as a whole. And that means, inclusive of equity. And so we can't say this individual may be hurt or this individual. We have to think long-term what will happen. And I think for the long term, it's best for us to wait to get this right. And I And I know that people have been hurt by this, but it wasn't us or people who were trying to put in correct policy. It's those folks who wanted to speed for expediency, not just for expediency, but for billions of dollars ahead, and make a farce really out of this opportunity that could have given Black and brown people true equity in our city. We could be saying we did this right, and now we've put, Black and brown people in a position to be a part of billions of dollars, and we haven't. And so I would just encourage us to wait until we can do that, and a few days wouldn't hurt. So
thank you, Alderwoman. All right, we're back to, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman Raymond Lopez. Are you making a motion to hold this item?
Yes.
All right, Alderman Lopez makes the motion to hold this item. We need a roll call on this, as we did earlier in the day. Voting yes to hold it means this conversation ends today until date certain. We don't know. And voting it down means that we can entertain a motion today to move this ordinance, while not perfect, move the ball further down the field.
Chairman, if I may, I'm happy to amend that to
vote, okay.
hold it to Monday. This way we have some certainty as to when we could meet, if that works for you.
We're going to have to hold it. We'll have to give 48 hours notice, but we until we get that language, even when we get the language, it has to be distilled, has to be interpreted, by the law department. It's, we'll get there because, as Chairman Sawyer said, that he's going to move this in a separate ordinance which he plans to introduce as quickly as he can get his legal advice on this. If I'm not mistaken, that's what he said. So we'll hold it until we get 48 hours notice at the chair. So again, voting yes is to hold this ordinance in committee until further notice. Voting no is to have entertain a motion to move the substitute ordinance to the full city council today. So we'll start with the roll call. Any questions?
Chairman, I have a
Yes,
question.
is that Alderman Dowell?
Are you committing to, as chairman, to take this language that Alderman Sawyer has talked about to give it a hearing in the committee?
Well, first of all, any ordinance that's introduced, we will entertain. We'll go through the department, we'll have law, and we'll have a discussion about whatever's germane to the ordinance in regards to legality and in regards to a whole sort of issues. But I think that I am committed to making sure that every alderman's voice is heard in an expedient manner. So, thank you. All right. So again, yes is to hold, no is to move forward today with the substitute ordinance. And I will start with Alderman Hopkins.
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Dowell.
I'm sorry, Chairman. Could you just repeat the?
So yes is to hold, no is to proceed.
No.
All right. Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Sawyer, did we lose you? All right, let's start with, next move on, Alderman Beal.
Yep.
Alderman Ray Lopez.
Yes.
Alderman David Moore.
Yes.
Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
No.
Rodriguez. No, is that a no, Mike?
No.
All right.
That is a no.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
City Council.
Yes.
Alderman Burnett.
No.
Alderman Cardona. Alderman Cardona. That's a no. Alderman Wagasback.
No.
Alderman Carrie Austin.
Yes.
Alderman Villegas. Alderman Riley.
No.
Alderman Kappelman.
No.
Alderman Osterman. Alderman Haddon.
Yes.
Vice Chair Raboyes.
No.
And Chairman Tunney is a no.
9 no, 7 yes.
Sawyer, I'm sorry, Alderman Sawyer?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got back. I had to step away for a second. No.
All right.
And
All right.
no.
So 10 no and 7 yes. So the motion fails. We're going to have, can I get a motion to move the substitute ordinance on the cannabis, please?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
That is Vice Chair Raboyes makes the motion to move due pass on the item, on the cannabis item, and I'll read it. Item 02021-3249, as we know, is cannabis-related establishments. So voting
Roll call,
yes is
please.
to, okay, there's a roll call. So voting yes would be to approve and move to the city council. Voting no would be not to approve it and to turn it down, basically. All right. So on the motion, Alderman Raboyes.
Yes.
All right. Alderman Hopkins.
Yes.
Alderman Dowell.
Yes.
Alderman Sawyer.
Aye.
Alderman Beal.
Absolutely no.
Alderman Ray Lopez.
Ditto, absolutely not.
Alderman David Moore. I'm sorry,
No
David.
without the B3.
David
Said
Moore.
No without the B3. No without the B3.
Okay. Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Aye.
Alderman Cicho Lopez.
No.
Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Alderman Cardona.
Yes.
Alderman Wagasback.
Yes.
Alderman Carrie Austin.
Yes.
Alderman Villegas.
Yes.
Alderman Riley.
Yes.
Alderman Kappelman.
Yes.
Alderman Osterman. Alderman Haddon.
Yes.
Chairman Tunney is a yes.
14 yeas, 4 nays.
On the motion to move the cannabis ordinance, we have 14 ayes and how many nays?
4.
4. All right, so the motion passes and will be referred to the city council on the week from Wednesday, or whatever day it is. All right, moving back to the agenda. We are on the top of page 7. All right. Thanks, everybody, for their input on this ordinance. I just wanted to say it's still a lot of work to do, but I think we've moved the ball down the field. So with that being said, we're on the top of page 7. All right, document number 20778, 25th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 1916 South Levitt Street. Change request. B32 Community Shopping District to B23 Neighborhood Mixed Use District.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. I swear you're done with me after this one and one more. But I am still pleased to be here this afternoon. Once more, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I had the privilege over the past couple months, all of my cases this month, except for one, are adaptive reuse and rehabilitation of existing non-conforming buildings, all of which had incredible older persons with which to work and hopefully brought some goodwill back to the community. This is another one of those cases where we had the opportunity to work with Alderman Cicho Lopez and his incredible staff towards making some improvements to this existing non-conforming multifamily building, and once more bringing some affordable new housing back into the community. So I'm really ecstatic to be a part of this. Towards that end, similar to my last case, the subject property, which is located in the Pilsen Historic District and the Multi-Unit Preservation District, unfortunately is not located within one of the additional dwelling unit pilot areas. So once more, we're before the committee today, having to seek a zoning map amendment in order to cure the existing non-conforming conditions at the property and to add a dwelling unit to the existing building. This property again has two it has two buildings on the site, one at the front of the site and one at the rear. This particular map amendment is concerning the front building, which is presently a 3-story, 3-unit multifamily building. The building in the back is a 3.5-story building that actually contains 2 dwelling units. So that building is going to remain completely the same and those tenants will stay there. The front building is going to be renovated and it has a basement that is presently unused, but would make for a very meaningful dwelling unit. So the proposal would be to build out that basement for an additional, again, family-oriented dwelling unit that, pursuant to a restrictive covenant that has been recorded against the property and that was drafted in consideration of this zoning change, that additional dwelling unit will be rented in perpetuity at an affordable rent. And that was done again with the incredible efforts of Alderman Cicho Lopez and his staff, as well as our ongoing engagement with the local community organization. So with that, we are once more here today to respectfully request the support of this committee for this zoning map amendment. I'm not sure if Alderman Cicho Lopez is still with us here today. If so, then I would welcome his comments. And if not, he did provide a letter of support.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah. Before I get to the Alderman Cicho Lopez, Alderman Villegas, I'm sorry, your hand is up. Is that in retro?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I couldn't get my hand up quick enough regarding the cannabis. And it was just a statement that you made. And I just wanted to, I felt compelled to say something. So, Mr. Chairman, when you mentioned about, ensuring that ordinances that come forward to your committee actually get the hearing and at least get a fair shake on it, I'd have to respectfully disagree with you there, especially when I've introduced a couple of ordinances specifically pertain to cannabis and didn't even get an opportunity to have my colleagues have a say and take a look at that ordinance. So I just wanted to put that for the record because I felt compelled to say that given the statement that you made regarding the ability for some of our colleagues to have some of their ordinances they put forward have an up or down vote. And typically, that's what the members are looking for, just an up or down vote, regardless of interest. So that's just my statement. Thank you.
Okay, and I'll take that with a full degree of respect. But one of the reasons you were on our committee was to try to merge your ordinances in so we'd all have a collective ordinance to move forward. And so it wasn't meant out of disrespect whatsoever, but it was actually one of the reasons you were on our task force. So, all right, where are we at? Oh, we're back to Cicho Lopez.
All right, thank you, Chairman. And yes, just wanted to express our support for this project. We're thankful for the applicant to work with the zoning advisory board, and they're in compliance with some of the guidelines and one of the community requirements to make sure that we continue to add to the affordable housing stock. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Cicho Lopez. Any questions for the applicant or the alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to establish quorum?
Why not? Move to pass.
All right, the original Alderman Lopez makes that motion. Any opposition to that motion?
I did it for you, Sarah. That's it.
Oh, my God. All right, hearing none, this item is passed. Thank you very much, both Lopez's, okay? All right, now we're in the first ward. Document number 20795, T1, First Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 2021. The address, I love this address, is 2739 West Haddon Avenue. The change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhome and multi-unit district to an RM 4.5 residential multi-unit district. This is in the first ward. Sarah Barnes.
Afternoon. For the final time today, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Last time for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. Happy to be here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Nir Berkovich. Once more, I feel like we had a perfect candidate for the additional dwelling unit ordinance, but unfortunately, we didn't fall within the pilot zone, one of the pilot zones. So again, we are here in front of this honorable committee today seeking a zoning map amendment. For this particular property, it's already improved with a 3-story with basement. Actually, this building already has 3 dwelling units between the first and third floor, and there is an existing unit in the basement. Unfortunately, though, despite our due diligence and best efforts, we could not find a permit for the unit that is in the basement. That must have been constructed by a prior owner. So in order to permit the occupancy of that unit, we are here today seeking a zoning map amendment that will bring that building into compliance under the current zoning ordinance. Once again, we got to work with Alderman Laspada on the programming for the compliance of this property. And in the spirit of the additional dwelling unit ordinance, which didn't apply in this case, once more, we are the owner will be providing that basement unit to members of the ward at an affordable rate pursuant to an agreement with Alderman Laspada that got recorded against the property. So we're again happy to be providing some more affordable multifamily housing back into this community. With that, I don't believe Alderman Laspada is here today, but he has tendered a letter of support to the chairman's office, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, last time, respectfully request the support of this honorable committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. And we do have a letter of support from Alderman Laspada on this item. Can I get a motion moved to pass by the same roll call that was used to establish quorum?
So moved, Alderwoman Haddon.
Alderwoman Haddon, thank you. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Sarah. Thanks for
Thank
joining
you.
us today.
Stay safe, everyone.
All right, bottom of page 7, docket number 20776, 45th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21 of 21. This address 5120 North Elston Avenue. Change request B31 Community Shopping District to B22 Neighborhood Mixed Use District. Mark Kupiec.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Kupiec. I'm the attorney for the applicant. My office is 77 West Washington. Common address 5120 North Elston. The change, we're asking for a change from B3-1 to a B2-2. The subject property is currently improved with a 1-story commercial building, has a storefront that's been vacant for some time. This particular block, not a very good spot for a business. Down the block is a yoga temple, a Catholic community center. Across the street is a big Lutheran church, but not a good spot for a business. The proposal is to redevelop the subject property and to convert this existing storefront building into a 2-flat containing 2 dwelling units. We've been in touch and worked with Alderman Gardner's office. The Alderman had sponsored and participated in a community meeting at which we described the project. Community voiced their support of the project, and we followed up with the alderman and his staff. And I believe he had sent you a letter, but if he's on the call, happy to let him speak for himself.
Well, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Gardner. However, our records show that it needs to be amended as a type 1. Is that correct, Mr.?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so we'll start. Alderman Cardona moves to amend the application to a type 1 by the same roll call used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Okay, so hearing none, the item is now amended to a type 1 application. Obviously, you gave the narrative. We do have a letter of support from Alderman Gardner. Do we have questions from committee members? Hearing no questions, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum for the type 1 application?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any opposed to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed as amended to a type 1. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are now on the top of page 8. And this document number is 20781 in the 12th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 3215 West 38th Place. And the change request. RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to B31 Community Shopping District. Mark Kupiec. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, my name is Mark Kupiec. I'm the attorney for the applicant. My office 77 West Washington. I represent the applicant Sergio Jaime. Sergio owns a subject property, and Sergio also currently operates Aaron Auto Glass, which is located across the alley on Kedzie Avenue. He's operated the glass company for some time. Not a lot of good street parking in the vicinity. Down Kedzie Avenue to the south is the Corwith Intermodal Terminal, which is a trucking terminal. So there's not a lot of street parking in and around the glass shop. The purpose of the zoning change is to rezone this lot, which is across the alley from the glass shop, and to use the lot for parking, accessory parking for the glass shop. The applicant has been in touch with Alderman Cardenas's office to ask for his support, and I do believe you have a letter from the alderman.
Item. Are you finished?
I am finished.
Okay,
and I ask for your support.
Questions for the applicant or the attorney? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any opposed to the motion? Hearing none, this item is passed. All right, middle of page 8. Also in the 12th Ward, document number 20782. The ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. This common address, 2455 through 57 South Christiana Avenue. Change request, RT4 Residential 2-Flat Townhouse and Multi-Unit District and B31 Community Shopping District, all to a B31 Community Shopping District. All right, Mark Kupiec.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Kupiec, attorney with offices 77 West Washington, represent the applicant. This is for the property 2455-57 South Christiana Avenue. We have a bit of a unique situation. Subject property consists of 2 lots improved with a commercial building, but we have a split zoning lot situation where the corner lot is zoned B3-1, but the adjacent lot is zoned RT4. So to cure this split zoning lot situation, we're looking to rezone the property, both lots, to a B3-1. The applicant, and actually the president of the applicant, is Chef Ambrosio, who's very well known in the neighborhood because he operates a popular cafe, La Catedral, across the street from the subject property. And his plan is with the existing building to open up another cafe. They tell me the existing cafe is so popular that even had President Obama stop by one time for a meal. In any event, the chef has been in contact with Alderman Cardenas's office to explain the problem, explain the project, and ask for his support. And I do believe you have a letter from the alderman on this project.
We do have the letter.
All right. On this item on Christiana, we do have a letter of support from Alderman Cardenas. Any questions from committee members? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine?
Alderman
quorum?
Hopkins moves to pass.
Alderman Hopkins makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing no objections, the item is passed. Now we're on the top of page 9. And let me see. This is document number 20785 in the 45th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 4712 through 4738 West Irving Park Road. The change request. Plan development number 617. The plan development number 617 as amended. And we have Tyler Manick on the call, and I think we have slides.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm joined by Jake Passion, a representative of the applicant. I'm here to present a proposed amendment to an existing PD 617 for the property located at 4712, 4738 West Irving Park. On August 26, 2021, this project received unanimous approval from the Plan Commission. At this time, I would respectfully request that this committee adopt the record from the Plan Commission into this proceeding.
All right. So Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Objections to that? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. We can continue to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we can move to the next slide. The applicant seeks to adaptively reuse a former Sears department store in the Six Corners intersection at Irving Park and Cicero. The project will contain approximately 50,000 square feet of ground floor retail space with a total of 207 dwelling units on the 2nd through 6th floors. The height of this building will be 97 feet to the 6th floor. There will additionally be a 15-foot, 7-inch rooftop amenity space located on the top of the building. The applicant will provide 275 vehicular parking spaces and 207 bike spaces. The applicant further intends to make major walkway and landscaping improvements around the site, including redesigning the Kyler private walkway into a more pedestrian-friendly route along the north of the building. If we can move to the next slide, please. This is a street view from the southwest. And in the top right-hand corner, you can see the existing Sears building. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is the view from the northwest, and you can see the Kyler Street where the main entrance to the residential building will be located and the improvements put thereupon. And moving to the next slide. And this is once again the improvements that the applicant's making to Kyler Street at the request of the Department of Planning. Prior to filing this application, the applicant met with the local community organizations such as the Six Corners Chamber of Commerce, the Portage Park Chamber of Commerce, the Six Corners Special Service Commission, the Six Corners Community Organization, and the Old Irving Park Association, as well as engaged in a general public community meeting. And the feedback throughout these meetings, as testified to in the public comments, was consistently positive for this adaptive reuse. In addition, the applicant engaged the alderman in a series of meetings, and the alderman is also here to express his support.
All right, we got a couple hands up, but before, just for the benefit of the committee members, there was two public comment period persons in favor of this. I think it was
One representing the chamber.
one, the chamber rep, and another one. And then there was one in opposition. And then there was a petition
In
that,
everyone's packets, you would have received a form letter. It was a form letter that went out. There was approximately 60 to 70 of these.
in support or in opposition?
In opposition.
Okay. Tyler, are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I know we've got a hands up, but I'm going to hear from Alderman Gardner and then, well, what's your wish, Alderman Gardner? It's your project. Would you like to speak now
Sure.
or do you want to wait?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll
Alderman
speak
Gardner.
now if that's okay, Chairman Tony.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tony.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
The floor is yours.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairman Tunney and members of the zoning committee. I'm here on behalf of my community to respectfully ask for you to join us in our support for this long-awaited development at Six Corners. This development is vital for the future of Six Corners. It will supply much-needed housing and retail for people in this area and surrounding areas. This development brings approximately $650,000 annually to our tax income while playing a vital role in giving life back to an area that so desperately needs it. On behalf of our community and our efforts to welcome a resurgence of Six Corners, we ask you to join us in our support.
All right. So Alderman, I know this went in front of the Plan Commission. You spoke on behalf of that. There was support at the Plan Commission. There was some questions about affordable housing in the project. Maybe I'll wait until I hear from Alderwoman Haddon for further clarification of that. Alderman Haddon.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Tyler and Alderman Gardner, for the presentation. I know there were some early stalls on this a couple years ago, so it is exciting, I think, to see adaptive reuse projects personally. I do have some big concerns about all the work, the effort, and I think the significance of this project with how little affordable housing it's going to be providing. And so I guess as a question, if maybe Tyler, you can speak to, I think it's 209 units and there's only 6 on-site affordable. Could you tell me a little bit more about how this project is meeting the affordable requirements ordinance?
Yes, Alderman Haddon. There's 207 total units. 6 units are on site, and then the applicant's paying $2,013,630 to the affordable fund. And that was approved by the Department of Housing.
So what percentage, could you just break that down in a percentage for me of what percentage of what they would be required are they doing on site and what percentage are they buying out?
So they're putting 25% on site, buying out 75%.
Okay. And that's only possible because this project is still subject to the old 2015 ARO, is that correct?
I'm not sure how the new ARO applies to this, but yes, this falls under the old ARO.
Gotcha. So you guys can see my concern. I think our new ARO not only looks to bring more affordable units, but also looks to address our city's deep history of segregation in our housing practices. Historically, especially in the northwest side of the city and other parts of the north side, we've had communities again and again reject affordable housing. Our racial segregation is deeply tied to our economic segregation, and I thought we were past that. I believe it is the will of this council, the residents of our city certainly, and some of the strong efforts of, I know, our housing committee and our Department of Housing to really push for a change. And I don't see a change in this project. I believe if this were delayed by a very short period of time, it would be subject to our new ARO, which would require at least half of those units be built on site. The 6 units that are on site, what percentage AMI will they be at, Tyler?
They'll be pursuant to the statute at 60%.
Okay, 60%. I'm wondering if my colleague Alderman Gardner, if you could speak a bit through your community process about, why you guys aren't looking for more affordable units, knowing that there's a dearth of them on the Northwest side, and we're trying to spread more of these affordable units out across the city. If you could speak to that, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely, Alderman Hedden. There is definitely, I can understand your concerns. Those concerns have been weighed. The 20% affordable housing, which will be in effect on October 1st. I voted in favor of that as well. So this is the proposal that has been presented to our community, and based upon the feedback from the developers who said that these are the numbers that they can afford to do. We decided, the community, largely in strong favor, in consideration of our future. We feel that the best move for us is to move forward with this project because of the fact just last year, Seritage had an excellent proposal as well, and that unfortunately fell through. So our community went through a very scary moment of thinking what is going to happen, because we've been sitting with this vacant building since 2018. So I understand your concern. I do. Like anything, I think you have to weigh the pros and the cons, and I think the pros far outweigh the cons in this development, and that's the reason why we had such strong support from every single community group within our group and business owners.
Just as a follow-up there, and this is for Alderman Gardner or for Tyler, $2 million is a lot of money to buy out for not being able to put some more affordable on site. And as you know, we know in this committee, a lot of times we defer to colleagues in our ward, and certainly your community process and the community that you represent. And also we're at this pivotal place where some of the decisions that our predecessors have made, folks who have held office in our communities prior to us, knowing that we're both first terms, and the people before them even have historically made a lot of decisions that have caused great harm to our city. And one of those has been excluding or not intentionally including more affordable housing to bring more economic diversity to various parts of our city. And you represent an area historically, Alderman Gardner, that has not made an effort, and specifically has worked for decades to prevent this. And seeing a pool on the roof of this development makes me think that this developer could probably do a little bit more, and there are options. I feel like it's very much against the spirit of where we're moving forward to not see this project following the law that will be in effect October 1st. It's very disappointing, very disappointing.
All right, let's hear from a couple other of our committee members. Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. The 46th Ward, we're known for having probably some of the highest rates of government affordable housing in the city. And I've studied a lot. It's something that's very dear and important to me. One of the things that I've learned through the years is that with the Affordable Requirements Ordinance that focuses on-site housing that goes to people earning 60% of the area median income. Of those people who earn that amount, around 10% of them experience extreme financial hardship with making their rents. The largest group of renters in the city of Chicago make up those people who earn less than 30% of the area median income. Of those group of renters who earn that amount, around 75% experience extreme financial hardship. this city and this country is in desperate straits for more affordable housing for people earning less than 30% of the area median income. I have people living under the viaducts, and they could never, ever afford an apartment that requires them to have 60% of the AMI. They don't get 15% with their SSI, which is around $793 a month. Their rent should be $264 a month. The over $2 million that is the in lieu fee will go to either the Affordable Housing Opportunity Fund, which can provide housing for that largest group of renters, or it can provide low-income housing trust fund subsidies. 1/3 of those individuals who receive low-income housing trust fund subsidies earn zero. They have no income at all. And that's why it's so vital important that we do everything we can to push for more actually off-site housing. Now, it's unpopular, and it's unpopular in my ward because many of my ward residents insist on on-site housing because they hear the term affordable, and that's what they want. And I get that. But I have to also speak up for those people who could never in a million years afford 60% of the AMI. That's the group that I want to focus on. And that's why it's not the best. I wish we had more affordable housing in the 45th Ward, but because I'm so desperate for housing for those earning less than 30%, I will support this. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Alderman Kappelman. I'm sorry, Maria, did you have another question or comment?
I had
Your
a follow-up question I forgot to ask, and this is
okay. All right, Alderman Haddon, Alderwoman
sure,
Haddon.
and this actually gets to my colleague Alderman Kappelman's points, which are well noted, Alderman Kappelman, which is why it's very important that we use some of our budget and ARP funds to actually put more money into building housing for those residents instead of relying simply on luxury developments to help partially subsidize housing. My follow-up question for Tyler is really around, so this $2 million, and I don't know if we have anybody from the Department of Housing on that can answer this question, perhaps if Tyler does not know. Our previously under 2015, I believe you would have to build offsite, right, as well? Like, I don't know if the funds, Ricardo, I see you unmuting. How is this going to work in this in between? Will the funds going into the in lieu of fees be subject to old ARO standards, Ricardo, or to the new ones?
Okay, so Alderwoman Haddon, you're speaking of Ricardo Lopez from Department of Housing.
Yeah, sorry, I saw him on mute.
Okay. I don't know him as well as you do, which is probably my problem. But that being said, Mr. Lopez, do you want to respond, or does Tyler give me who wants to? Well, let's put it this way. Since it's a City Hall question, let's ask Mr. Lopez about trying to answer that question for Alderwoman Haddon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Lopez. For the record, ARO project manager with the Department of Housing. Alderwoman Haddon, could I, to try to understand your question, is the question whether the in lieu payment will go directly to AHAV under the 2021 ARO as it does currently under the 2015 ARO?
Yeah, generally is kind of the question. Also wondering if there's going to be any difference in how this project is treated as we're kind of moving between ARO updates, and thinking also about how we try and locate then, the funds or even offsite developments within an area. So I'm wondering if in this project paying so much in lieu of, is there any chance that we're going to see any affordable units or money going to people needing funds in this community?
I see your question. So right, this proposal is currently under the existing 2015 ARO, which requires any residential development of 20 units or more to build 25% of their total set aside, on-site or off-site. and the remainder could be paid in lieu. And that in lieu proportion, the 75% of the total set aside goes directly into AHOF. That is then distributed citywide. There aren't any proposals currently in the ward where, like we do with any city project when determining where the AHOF funds go into. If there's any proposal, we would follow the standardized process of review and allocation of those funds. And the same would apply under the 2021 ARO. The difference there is that instead of requiring 75% in lieu, the new requirement is 50% in lieu into AHOF.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's a helpful clarification. And then just one more follow-up piece. So again, Tyler, the number of affordable units being built is how many?
6 on site,
6 on site. So how many off-site?
0 off site. All the requirements being satisfied on site. The rest is being bought out.
Gotcha. So this is going to be a really silly question from me, and I apologize if I'm just not doing math correctly, but how did 6 become 25% of 207?
It's 25% of 21, so I don't know the exact decimal.
So I can answer that question.
Thanks, Ricardo. Thank you.
So 10% of the 207 units gives us an AR obligation of 21 units. And 25% of the 21 units.
That brings us to the 6. Gotcha.
The 6 require on-site.
Okay.
The remainder, which are 15 units, are what's being paid out.
So the maximum that they would have been required under the 2015 ARO to build on site would only have been 21 units out of 207, but they didn't want to do 21 affordable units at 60% AMI. So they're paying out $2 million into a fund so that they can only have 6 units of 207 in a luxury building with no pool. Gotcha. Thank you for that clarification, you guys. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, is that correct? What Alderman Haddon has concluded under the ordinance?
Correct. Under the ordinance, the requirement is 21 ARO units. Of those 21 ARO units, only 25% are required to be built. So it's only the 6 units that are required to be built. On-site or off-site.
Within a certain logistical period.
If they're provided off-site, they would have to be within 2 miles of the triggering project.
Okay. All right. And all that's going to change October 1st, correct?
That's right. Correct.
Okay. All right. Other questions? All right. Alderwoman Haddon, are you back?
I'm back, Chair, and thank you for indulging me since we've been here for so long. Not a question, but just Alderman Gardner, would you consider holding this?
I can understand again why you would ask that. And as I said earlier, I think playing a high stakes poker game with seeing how much we can get for this is very dangerous to our community and the businesses in our community. If you recall, in 2019, I actually did help to get more affordable housing on a project that was started prior to my gaining office, which was very controversial as well. Seeing and listening to the constituents and business owners in my community, and getting the feedback from these developers who say that if it were to come to a 20% affordable, that they would not be able to do this particular project. Again, anybody can be the judge of that. But once again, I do not feel as if our community, it's in our community's best interest to try to sit and play poker on this.
Are they aware of the new 20%, the Illinois, our state partners passed some fantastic tax credits to help make it more affordable? Has that been factored into this project and the potential?
Is that a question for me?
It was from my colleague, Alderman Gardner.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, Alderman Hedden?
Sure. Our state colleagues, they passed some great new incentives, right? So folks who provide like 20% of their units as affordable, they can get tax incentives now. Because I do know it's expensive to develop. We hear the same things here in the 49th Ward, right? All over the city. And so making sure we have incentives to make these things affordable. So I'm wondering, was that factored in?
Yeah, I think a lot of different factors were factored in again, and I will state again, our community, plural, every single community group that we reached out to, the public meeting that we had came back considerably in favor due to the fact of the importance of this particular development and the lack of a business there since 2018. It's extremely important to the future and to the revitalization of our community. But I definitely understand your concern. I share those concerns, and I will definitely continue to better educate myself and developers who want to build in the 45th Ward.
All right. Tyler Manick, the Alderman answered that question, but obviously your client should be aware of recent legislation. Obviously, it's brand new on property tax incentives for long-term affordability. Do you want to add to Alderman Gardner's comments?
I could add, yes, they're aware of the new statute, and they've evaluated that statute and what they can do. And this is the result of really the input they received from the community, the input they received from planning, and this is what they can do.
Right.
They originally wanted to develop this lot purely as commercial, and that's not what the community wanted.
All righty. Thank you. So what you've heard from the community is that the developer, if this project did not meet council approval, they would probably go to commercial only with no residential involved at all. Is that what you're saying?
That was their original plan.
Okay. All right. Raymond Lopez, Alderman Lopez.
Too many Lopez's on this call at the moment. Just gonna say that. Chairman, I have a question for Tyler or Alderman Gardner. How long has this site been vacant? Sears hasn't been around for a while in many neighborhoods. How long has it been empty?
2018. I believe 2018.
Yes, June of 2018.
So for over 3 years now, it's been vacant. Has it been vacant, like fully vacant and blighted, basically?
Correct.
Yes.
And the law, as it stands, as of when they decided to try and do this and meet with the community, allowed them to pay $2 million and allowed them to do everything that they're doing. The law that's in existence right now.
Correct, Alderman.
Yes.
How long have they owned this property?
Since beginning of 2020, maybe end of 2019.
And Alderman Gardner, is that how long they've been trying to work with you and the community to decide what to do with this property?
Yes, when they first bought it, and they shared some of the ideas with us, as Tyler explained earlier, they wanted to do a one-story retail. And from the feedback that I got from my community, was that there was a need for more housing. And the proposal by Seritage, when they owned the property prior to selling it to Novak, was that they were going to build retail with housing. And it was widely accepted within our community. So when Novak came to me to say that we were just going to build retail, I said no. That's not going to be accepted by the community. We want housing. So they went back, drew up a couple plans, introduced that, and from what they introduced, after sharing that with my community, I have yet to come across a development within our community that has had as favorable feedback as this one.
And if I may ask, how shovel-ready is this project?
Very.
Very as in, soon as we're done, very ready to go?
Yes, our clients moving as fast as they can.
So, I mean, the reason I bring all of this up, and I understand some of my colleagues' concerns about trying to wait until the new laws goes into effect to try to create more on-site housing, which I believe all of us passed. I don't think there was opposition to that. Maybe there, by all means, Alderwoman Haddon, if there was, feel free to correct me. I don't remember. But I think we all agreed that changing and moving and expanding was a good thing when it happened. But what this was started under was a very different law. And we cannot stop and hold people back who have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in this location and other locations throughout the city to a standard, waiting for something else to take into effect. I think that's a very dangerous precedent to start using when it comes to development in this city, that if we're waiting in anticipation for something else to happen, then nothing can move forward, particularly when things are shovel ready and when areas have been 3 years without being positively impacting our finances or the communities that they reside in. So I think, I know Alderman Kaplan is a large advocate of seeing the funds going to help people outside of neighborhoods. I know that we see that a lot in housing, we hear about it in zoning, but I think definitely this committee should move forward with this project. And yes, I look forward to working with my colleagues like Alderwoman Haddon and others to ensure more on-site gets built throughout this city, that we can spread it around so Alderman Kaplan doesn't necessarily have to be the number one when it comes to low income or subsidized housing by the city. It should be a responsibility shared by us all. But if we hold everything back, waiting for that day, it's not going to be good for encouraging future developments moving forward. So I would ask this committee and its members to join Alderman Gardner in supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. And I have one more hand up, and it's Alderman Cicho Lopez, and then I'm going to entertain a motion. I still have at least an hour and a half left of zoning applications. So it's a very spirited debate. Alderman Cicho Lopez, do you want to close on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And I have a quick question just to clarify. So this seems to be the lesser two evils. It seems like the original proposal or the original goal, or this fails, will be all commercial, which is that the community will oppose. So because of that, the lesser two evil becomes, well, let them build only the 6 units affordable on site out of the 209. Is that, I'm just trying to get the feeling from the community that they don't want the full commercial, and because there's no other option, that's kind of what they'll settle for. Is that correct?
Okay, I know we've talked about this before. Tyler, do you want to answer this? I mean, we don't know if this project fails. We can't speak for the developer. Historically, according to Alderman Gardner, that originally it was commercial only, and he felt, and the community felt, that there was need for a mixed-use residential development. That's how they got to this point. And then the issue in general, obviously for the committee, is the ARO ordinances changes October 1st. This in lieu of and only 6 on premise is a problem for some of our colleagues, and timing is always an issue. So in response to Alderman Cicho Lopez, we don't know what next steps are, but I think you tried to articulate the history of this project in the 45th Ward with Alderman Gardner.
Correct, Your Honor. It was originally proposed as.
If I could say something.
Okay, Alderman Gardner, do you want to wait for Tyler to finish and then you supplement?
Sure, go ahead, Tyler. I apologize.
No problem. Your Honor, you're correct. It was originally approached as an all-commercial building. The community wanted mixed use and they wanted to preserve the existing Sears store. So the result of what the community wanted, what the Department of Planning wanted to see is what we're proposing here today. So, you know, I think Alderman Cicho Lopez is, I don't know if the wording was correct, but like the idea is correct.
Chairman Tunney, do you mind if I speak?
I called on you. Yes, speak.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't hear you.
No problem.
So what I wanted to reiterate is that I understand where Alderman Cicho Lopez and Alderman Haddon's concerns. I do. I understand where they are coming from. I also have an understanding that this is it comes down to numbers oftentimes, as you know very well, Chairman Tunney. And if somebody is saying that they will not be able to do that if extra costs ensue, I am not in a position, nor is my community in a position to play this back and forth poker game to say, hey, I'm going to call your bluff. I think you can't afford it or cannot afford it. And having this development is absolutely vital for local businesses, local residents, especially the businesses who are struggling through this pandemic, which I'm sure you can understand, Chairman Tunney, very much. And to be able to get through what is to come. God only knows what's coming, what other restrictions are going to be coming due to this pandemic. And I think it is vital that we move forward with a proposition that is well accepted within our community, that's on the table, because we can't tell what the future will bring. Thank you.
Alderman Gardner. All right. I'm sorry, there was a motion on the floor by Alderman Ray Lopez to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion?
Roll call.
Okay, first of all, I heard a roll call, but who's calling for the roll call? I didn't catch that.
You know what, if I could, this is Alderman Rodriguez, if I can be recorded as a no, that'd be fine.
Okay, so, Alderman Haddon is voting no. Alderman Mike Rodriguez is voting no.
Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman Cicho Lopez is a no.
Alderman Cicho Lopez is a no. Are there any other no's? So with those recorded as no's, the chair determines that the motion moves to pass with the objections noted and will refer to the City Council Committee on Zoning. All right, as revised, actually. So thank you. All right, now we're in the middle of page 9, and I'll read it. Document number 20789T1, 28th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address, 1216 West Lexington Street. Change request, RT4 residential 2-flat townhome and multi-unit district to B23 neighborhood mixed use district. Tyler Manick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tyler Manick of Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Honoree Properties, who's seeking a zoning map amendment for 1218 West Lexington from an RT4 to a B23 neighborhood mixed use district. The applicant seeks a zoning map amendment to adaptively reuse an existing 3-story convent. The applicant proposes to add 14 dwelling units to the existing building without any changes to the building's massing or size. There'll be minor facade improvements due to the wear and tear that this property has suffered from its non-use over the many years. The existing height of the building is 45 feet 4 inches, which will remain. The property is a transit-served location due to its proximity to the Racine CTA Blue Line station. Because of the configuration of the existing building, no on-site parking will be provided. Prior to filing this application, Honoré met with Alderman Irvin, the Little Italy Neighborhood Association, as well as engaged in a general public community meeting, which all those meetings resulted in favorable feedback. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, that Alderman Irvin provided this committee with a letter of support.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Irvin.
Consequently, I respectfully request that this committee recommend passage for the zoning map amendment rezoning 1218 West Lexington to a B23 mixed-use district. And I'm available for any questions.
Questions for the Alderman? No, we have his letter of support for the applicant. Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine
So
quorum?
moved if no objection, Mr. Chairman. Alderman Austin.
Alderwoman Austin moves to pass. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Now we're moving on to the bottom of page 9, document number 20794, T1, 25th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 2021. Common address, 2243 West 23rd Place. The change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RM5 Residential Multi-Unit District. Tyler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Tyler Manick. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 2243 West 23rd Place, who is requesting a zoning map amendment for this property to an RM5 residential multi-unit district. The existing building is a 2.5-story residential building containing 6 dwelling units. Through this rezoning, the applicant seeks to add a 3rd-story addition where a 7th dwelling unit will ultimately be located. As part of this project, the applicant is committed to including an ADA accessible affordable dwelling unit. The existing 2 parking spaces will remain. Prior to filing this application, the applicant met with the alderman and his zoning advisory board to present this project. Both the zoning advisory board and the alderman are supportive of this project and its ability to include the ADA accessible affordable dwelling unit. I believe the Alderman Sichko Lopez provided a letter of support to this committee. And in concert with that support, I respectfully request this committee's favorable recommendation to rezone this property.
All right. I know Alderman Sichko Lopez is on the call. We have a letter of support. I do see a hand up. Alderman Carrie Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to know from Tyler, how many of these units are affordable?
It's going to be a 1 unit.
Only one?
Yes, 1 out of 7.
Or not more?
All right. Well, let's hear from the alderman. Okay. Alderman Sichko Lopez, you want to speak on this application and address Alderman Carrie Austin's question? Byron? I know we have a letter of support, but I thought he was on the call. All right, let's get to it. He might come back on. Question, Tyler, in absence of the alderman? The question from Carrie Austin.
The zoning map amendment's only requesting to add 1 dwelling unit, and that 1 dwelling unit's going to be affordable. So that's why. The rest are already there.
It's an existing building, right?
Market rate? The others are market?
Correct. The six existing units will be the new unit that's being proposed as a result of this application will be affordable.
I'm just trying to understand from Byron just got to complaining about Alderman Gardner and he only got but 1 in this one. So is there a way for his units to be added more to it?
No, Your
All right.
Honor.
Okay, let me just move to Alderwoman Haddon, and I think based on my knowledge as zoning chair and working with Alderman Cicho Lopez, I can't speak for him, but I will give my 2 cents worth after we hear from Alderwoman Haddon.
Just
Why you
chiming
roll your
in
eyes,
here.
Tyler, when I ask the question?
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Alderwoman Haddon.
I was asking Tyler, why did he roll his eyes when I asked the question? How come more units couldn't be added? You know, and he rolled his eyes and shook his head. I was looking right at you. So was that I say something offensive?
No, I shook my head no because we couldn't do it. I didn't roll my eyes.
All right, well, let me just make my 2 cents worth in.
well, wait, can I, sorry, Chair, do I still get to ask a question?
I wanted to address Alderman Kerry Austin's question about affordability in this particular project. My experience with Alderman Cicho Lopez, this is an existing building. We're renovating, and it says in the narrative that this will allow the owner to maintain affordable rents, which is the existing condition. And in the one additional unit, it will be applicable under the ARO. But of listening to Alderman Cicho Lopez is that when he renovates, that he gets some kind of commitment to maintain affordability in the renovation process. And while we have a letter of support from him, I just know my experience of working with him and his community and renovations. But again, that's not gospel truth, but that's I think, to me, Alderwoman Kerry Austin, that's been my experience with Cicho Lopez.
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to know why he didn't push for more in this one unit when he only got 1 and out of 7. That was all.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haddon.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to just reflect that. So this project is adding 1 new unit of housing, and 100% of the new units of housing are going to be affordable. I just want to reflect that, and that's not counting the existing units that are going to remain affordable. Because I think, Alderman Cicho Lopez has some similar situations as a lot of us do in our wards, where we've got small buildings that are below market rate.
The rest would be market.
But a lot of them are naturally below market rate. I have a similar situation in Rogers Park. And one of the great things about the ADU efforts that we're making is allowing some of our small owners to add additional units. So this is a project where 1 unit is being added and 100% of the added units are affordable compared to the previous project from my colleague's perspective. And I think there's no comparison where 207 new units are being added with 6 affordable. So I think it's an unfair characterization, if I might offer my opinion. And I am excited that 100% of the new units being added to this project are going to be affordable and also maintain existing affordability of the current units. I think it sounds great.
Thank you, Alderwoman Haddon. And I know we.
Mr. Chairman, let
Yes.
me respond.
Yes.
Let me respond.
Alderwoman Kerry Austin to close on this one. Okay, so.
Yeah, I think that's an unfair characterization of me asking a question in regards to the affordables. My entire ward is affordable. So as to say that when you complain about somebody else's, I just wanted to know, did Byron was able to get just 1? Why didn't he push harder for 2? That's what I meant.
Yeah.
So if you wanted somebody else to push harder, then that's not a comparison. Affordables are affordable, period. You can get 1, can I get 2? That's what I meant from him. I needed to hear from him.
All right. Well, all
Not
we have is a
206.
letter of support from him, and I don't see any other hands up. Alderwoman Haddon, are you making a motion to move due pass by the same roll call that was used to establish quorum?
I moved due pass.
All the way over here, Chair. Thank you.
Whoa. Wait. We're going to have Alderman Kerry Austin would like to move due pass based on the same roll call. So we'll, with with all due respect to everybody, I don't hear any objections to her motion. So this item is passed and we're going to move on. We still have obviously a lot more discussion on affordability in our city. Okay, top of page, now, let me see. Top of page 10. This is item number 20790, T1, 3rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 3920 through 3932 South Calumet Avenue. And the change request, M13 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RM or RM5 Residential Multi-Unit District. Tyler Manick, I believe you're up and maybe your last application today.
Correct, Your Honor. For the record, again, my name is Tyler Manick. I'm here on behalf of the owner of 3920 to 3932 South Calumet. The subject property contains 7 vacant lots, which are all zoned M13. The applicant seeks to rezone 3920 to the 32 South Calumet to an RM5 zoning district, which is the zoning district surrounding this property. With the zoning map amendment, the applicant intends to construct 7 3-story residential buildings, each containing 3 dwelling units and each with a 3-car garage. The height of the buildings will be 32 feet. The applicant is engaged in a series of meetings with Alderwoman Dowell regarding this project. And as a result of those meetings, applicant submitted substitute plans and a narrative to the zoning department.
So Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to that? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are accepted.
I believe Alderwoman Dowell is here to speak on this project, or maybe she communicated with your office.
I'm here.
Okay.
Here. I will check your messages.
All right. So Alderman Dowell, on the South Calumet, would you like to opine?
Yes. This is land in the Bronzeville community, private property in the Bronzeville community that has laid fallow for decades. I'm really happy to see a new rental development come in this area, and that this is a type 1 application because we wanted to make sure that the architecture was, supportive of fit in with the context of the rest of the community. I believe there is a affordable housing requirement here as well, which the developer will meet. Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions for the applicant or Alderman Dowell? Hearing no questions, can I get a motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved, Alderwoman Haddon.
Alderwoman Haddon makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed with substantive narrative and plans. Thank you. And I think we've been working with you, Alderman Dowell, on that area in Calumet. So there's a lot of activity there. So that's exciting for you. And yeah. All right. Bottom of page 10. Document number 20777, 37th Ward. Ordinance was referred on 7/21/21. And the common address, 630 North Long Avenue. The change request, RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to an RT4 Residential 2-flat Town Home and Multi-Unit District. Christopher Coswera, I hope I got that close to right.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Chris Coswara, attorney with offices at 5838 South Archer Avenue. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant 630 Long LLC. The property is currently vacant and measures 50-foot frontage by 158 feet deep. The applicant seeks to rezone the property from an RS3 district to RT4 district. 630 Long LLC seeks to subdivide the property into 2 lots, with each lot measuring approximately 25 feet frontage and 158 feet depth. The applicant intends to construct a 3-story, 3-dwelling unit building on each lot. There will be 3 parking spaces with alley access on each of the 2 lots. The proposed building height is 38 feet in height. Alderwoman Mitz has issued a letter of support for this amendment. I'm requesting the committee's favorable recommendation.
We do have a letter of support from Alderman Mitz. Any questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Chairman.
Alderman Ray Lopez moves to pass. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you. And now we are on the top of page 11. Number 20793, T1, 33rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address 3661 through 3663 North Elston Avenue. And the change request C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to C13 Neighborhood Commercial District. Robert Walker. Let's try it again. Robert Walker. Okay, we're going to skip this one. Hold on. You got him? Okay, Robert Walker, last call.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Oh, there you are. We've been missing you. Okay, so we're on the one on Elston in the 33rd Ward. Would you like to make the presentation in front of the zoning committee, please?
Yes, good afternoon. For the record, Robert Walker of the Walker Law Group, on behalf of the applicant owner, Branislav Podromegzik. The applicant owner has been the owner of the restaurant on the first floor of this property for many years. He purchased the entire building from the previous owner last year. He's seeking the zoning amendment from C1-1 Neighborhood Commercial District to C1-3 Neighborhood Commercial District to convert the second floor and third floor from 2 dwelling units to 3 dwelling units. The restaurant on the first floor will remain the same. We thank Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez for her letter of support, and we ask that the committee vote in favor of the zoning amendment.
All right, questions? I've got a question myself. What's the parking situation and what is the retail restaurant?
The retail restaurant is called Little Budapest.
Oh, Little Bucharest. Okay, I got that.
Bistro. And the parking, we'll be seeking administrative adjustment for the parking spaces that are required for the additional dwelling units. The property is on a pedestrian street and located 0.5 miles within the CTA line Addison stop.
Okay, so that being said, is there any parking?
There's no parking on the unit, on the property.
And there will be no parking once we get done with this thing. Okay. All right. No. Other questions, comments? Can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So move, Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Good luck to you, sir. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Middle of page 11, number 20779, T1, 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address 3511 South Halsted Street. Change request RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District to B13 Neighborhood Shopping District. Let's see. Tom Pekarsky?
Yes.
Okay, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Tom Pekarsky. of the law firm of Gordon and Pekarsky, representing the proposed zoning amendment at 3511 South Halsted Street. We're before you seeking an amendment of the zoning, City of Chicago zoning ordinance from the existing RS3 to a B13. The subject property is a slightly substandard lot measuring 24 feet by 123 feet. It was the ground floor of the property was historically used for commercial space. At some point in the history of this property, it was downzoned. In fact, a block of properties along Halsted was downzoned to RS3. And unfortunately, at some point, the commercial was briefly discontinued, resulting in a non-conforming commercial space. We now have a client who would like to use the space for commercial, and we're seeking to restore the historical use of this property on the ground floor as commercial. We've reviewed this item with Alderman Thompson, who has expressed his support, and we have held a community meeting via Zoom at which no objections were expressed. And therefore, we ask the committee to vote its recommendation of passage of the application to the full city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Questions? I have Raymond Lopez with his hand up. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question. This will not impact Big Kahuna's next door, correct?
No, in fact, Big Kahuna is expanding into that space. Big Kahuna is the proposed operator in that space. They'll be expanding into.
So it'll be like a merger of the two buildings or the two storefronts?
They'll be independent buildings, but they'll be complementary to each other.
Nice. Tom, you just made my day. I love to see Big Kahuna being bigger and better with more embroidery. Shameless plug, but I don't care. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm here to bring smiles.
All right.
Me too.
Well, Raymond has brought me smiles all day today. His other Tom. Okay. All right. With that, other questions, comments? Alderman Ray Lopez makes a motion, move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed.
Thank you.
All right. Bottom of page 11, document number 20796 T1 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. Common address is 2626 South Troop Street, I believe. Change request M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to RT4 Residential 2-flat Townhome and Multi-Unit District. We have Richard Toth.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Richard Toth. I'm an attorney appearing on behalf of the applicant, Eric Rogulich, on this application, which does seek a zoning change from M1-2 to RT4 to allow some renovations and improvements to an existing 3-flat building. Mr. Rogulich or his trust has owned the property for over 28 years, and he will remain the owner of the property. It's a residential building that's over 100 years old, but for some reason, this property and a whole row of adjacent homes are in a manufacturing district. So in large part, we're correcting the zoning to residential and to move from a lawful non-conforming status to a fully conforming status. The manufacturing zoning was also a barrier to making the proposed improvements to the property. The owner is planning to renovate the existing building to add a new roof dormer to facilitate some permits for some previously enclosed rear space, floor space, and to make some internal renovations. Mr. Chairman, we did submit a substitute narrative and site plan to the Department of Planning and Development, which includes some dimensioning corrections with some more details provided by the architect. Alderman Thompson did host a meeting to allow the applicant to present the project to the community, and neighbors were supportive of the project. As a result, I believe Alderman Thompson was kind enough to transmit a letter of support for the project, which I believe you have.
We do.
So subject to the approval of the zoning change, use and density parameters will comply with the zoning ordinance, and we do request your favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Richard. Do we need to accept the substitute, right, first? Yeah.
That's
All right.
correct.
Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the substitute narrative and plans are accepted, and your testimony is complete, I believe. So questions, comments on the application? We do have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson. All right. I get, let's see, Alderman Hopkins makes the motion to move do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you very much. All right, top of page 12, document number 20798T1 in the 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. This common address is 315 through 325 West 32nd Street. And the change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RM 4.5 Residential Multi-Unit District. We have Stephen Patterson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For the record, my name is Steve Patterson of Patterson Law, and I'm before you today on behalf of Bertco Development, which is the owner of the property commonly known as 315-325 West 32nd Street. The applicant has proposed a zoning map amendment to allow for the development of a 3-story, 6-unit townhome building at the southeast corner of the intersection of South Shields Avenue and West 32nd Street. The map amendment would change the zoning district from M1-2 to RM 4.5. The property is located in the 11th Ward within the Armour Square community area, and it is currently unimproved. The existing zoning districts in the immediate vicinity of the property include RT4 to the north and east, B2-3 and B3-1 to the south, and RM5 and RM 4.5 to the west. The predominant use in the surrounding community is currently residential. The 6-unit townhome building would encompass a lot area of 9,375 feet. The total floor area per unit would be 1,562.5 feet. The building height is a 29 feet 9 inches, and the total building area is 11,858 feet. This project was originally envisioned as a 28-unit townhome development that would have encompassed the land that we're currently discussing, as well as adjacent land to the south. The developer Bertco met with the alderman on a number of occasions and also met with local members of the community. And the result was a compromise that we come in with a 6-unit townhome development application for this smaller portion of land, with a subsequent application for a 10-unit single family development just immediately south of this property. So we've reduced the density quite a bit compared to what was originally requested. We were informed yesterday, actually I think Monday, that the alderman had submitted the letters of support for this zoning application, and we look forward to any questions or comments that the committee may have.
Thanks. We have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson. Any questions, comments from the committee? Hearing none, Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you. Middle of page 12, document number 20799T1, 11th Ward. Ordinance was referred on July 21st of 21. This common address is 3209 through 3231 South Shields Avenue. Change request M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to an RS3 Residential Single Unit Detached House District. Mr. Patterson, I think you're up again, and my understanding the slides on this one.
Yes, there are.
And wasn't this what you were, this is the other half, right? Okay.
This is the other half. I'll just give you my standard format. My name is Steve Patterson, for the record, of the Patterson Law. I'm before you today on behalf of Burtco Development, who is the owner of 3209-31 South Shields. Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, this is the second half of the prior agenda item. We had originally approached the alderman with I think it's a 26 unit townhome development. And as a result of discussions with the surrounding community and the alderman's office, the development plan was reduced to a 10 unit single family development adjacent to a 6 unit townhome development. So we had to bifurcate the property into 2 separate applications so we could get the different zoning.
Yeah, I don't usually mark.
This particular application includes 10 single family lots, each of which are 3,125 square feet. The FAR per unit would be 0.78. Each building would have a height of 24 feet. And as I mentioned earlier,
So
we received
next is Hopkins. Do we have any?
we received the aldermanic support letter earlier this week, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Questions on the single family home development in the 11th Ward? We do have a letter of support from Alderman Thompson.
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman, I don't see any other hands up. Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Now, bottom of page 12, document number 20663, T1 in the 2nd Ward. Ordinance was referred on March 24th of 21. Common address is 1341 West Wrightwood Avenue. Change request C11 Neighborhood Commercial District to RM5 Residential Multi-Unit District. Dan Lauer.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, afternoon. This is 1341 West Wrightwood, 20663 T1. Mr. Chairman, there is a substitute narrative and plans on this.
Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the substantive narrative and plans are in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, I represent Earpole LLC, and they're contract purchasers. The owners are the Martinez family. Mr. Martinez is a long time Chicago firefighter, retired. And the proposal is to go from C11 to RM5 to construct a 3 dwelling unit building with 3 garage spaces. Alderman Hopkins is familiar with Earpole and Mr. Logan of Earpole since they successfully built a similar building just east in 2020. And they're very expert builders, no complaints from the neighbors, respectful during construction, et cetera. But B23, which was the former district to the east, seemed like a little bit too much for the neighborhood. So thanks to Alderman Hopkins, he scheduled an in-person, which was wonderful, a meeting in front of the property on July 29th, right on the sidewalk. It was very well attended. And Alderman Hopkins talked through concerns with the neighbors, and we have support for RM5. We're really grateful to Brian Pellrine of the 2nd Ward, and really especially grateful for Alderman Hopkins for his support and his leadership.
Thank you, Dan. I see Alderman Hopkins is on the call. Brian, would you like to opine on West Wrightwood?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And counsel for the applicant is exactly right. It turns out it's a very effective technique to convene your community zoning meeting literally on the sidewalk in front of the subject property. That was helpful. And there were actually some people who showed up at that meeting opposed. And by the end of the hour or so discussion, wound up contacting us supporting the project. So it really helped get all the questions answered, and people got to a point of satisfaction at the end of the meeting. We had about 50 people on the sidewalk, and it was productive. So this is a good project for longtime Chicago residents who have been committed to this neighborhood and have seen it through numerous changes over the decades. We like to see that kind of commitment to a specific block. And this is the appropriate zoning for this block. So this change reflects the character of this part of Wrightwood. And I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on the map amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Questions for the alderman or the applicant? Hearing none, can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass.
Alderman Hopkins makes the motion. Any objection to it? Hearing none, this item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. All right, thank you. And we're now moving into the 42nd Ward. Document number 20572. Ordinance was referred on December 16th of 2020. Common address is 523 through 545 South Wabash Avenue, 63 through 69 East Ida B. Wells Drive, and 50 to 66 East Harrison. The change request, DX 12 Downtown Mixed Use District to a residential business plan development. Mike Esger.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger on behalf of the applicant, eTerra Plus LLC. As a preliminary matter, this went to the Plan Commission in August, and I'd respectfully request that the record of that proceeding be incorporated herein.
Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. Michael, continue.
Sure. So this project has been going on for some time. We worked closely with Alderman Riley in the 42nd Ward process. There was a number of suggestions to the site that we were able to incorporate that Alderman Riley had, even before we went and talked to the community, which we did at length as well. If we go to the next slide. If there is a slide, next slide, and if not, we can proceed without the slides. This is a well-known site. It's in between Harrison and Ida B. Wells on the east side of Wabash, close to Grant Park, and it is currently a transient parking lot, highly transit served with a number of locations for CTA, the bus and Metro that are very close by, as well as bike lanes. And the project is well informed by all of those conditions. The program consists of two towers. One is 24 stories and one is 36. There's 777 residential units, 405 hotel keys, and all connected by a base of commercial retail space with 51 parking spaces. You can see here the improvements to Wabash Avenue. A lot of the comments were making sure that we had the correct amount of standing and loading. There's an interior drive court. This slide also shows the activation of the all facades of the building with residential liner units above the retail. And if you go to the next slide, you can see it again here. Right in the center of the development there is the interior drive court, which handles the loading and parking for the project. The next slide shows what this looks like sort of in context with the existing buildings, and provides some outdoor space as well. The next slide gives you a perspective from the park. And I think everyone at Plan Commission sort of felt that the project does seem to really fit in well, both from a massing standpoint and also architecturally. And we, again, worked with the community. We presented to the Near South Planning Board, who approved the project, and Alderman Riley then also had supported the project. I'm not sure if he's still here to speak on it. I will remain available for any questions.
Thank you, Michael. Alderman Riley? Okay, so obviously, as a member of Plan Commission, I know he voiced his support there. So we, with that positive recommendation from Plan Commission, do we have any questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Alderman Cardona.
Alderman, I'm gonna take Alderman Dowell there. She's closer to this project. So Alderman Dowell moves to pass. Any objections to her motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Who made the motion? I'm sorry. Was it Carrie Austin?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Carrie Austin made the motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised. I do want to mention, though, that this was Wabash is an interesting area currently. Obviously, it's this is going to be a big shot in the arm there in a good way. It looks like the project is handsome, and obviously you'll be able to see it from the historic South Michigan Avenue. So it's, I know Alderman Riley spent a lot of time on this project, and it received a very favorable comments at the Plan Commission. All right, middle of page 13, item number 20742 in the 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. Change, let's see, common address 1201 through 1235 West Washington Boulevard, 22 to 42 North Racine. Change request C13 Neighborhood Commercial District, the DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a residential business plan development.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. Again, Michael Esger on behalf of the applicant, DAC Developments LLC. As with the last one, this was went to the August Plan Commission and received unanimous approval there, and I would respectfully request that the record of that proceeding be incorporated here.
Alderman Austin moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, please.
Sure. As you can see by the current slide, we did go through Alderman Burnett's usual community process, and we started out with 324 units. There was a mix of hotel and residential, and it was a taller proposal, and it was reduced materially from a 22-story, 354-foot building down to a 213 foot, 19-story building. The density was reduced down to 208 residential units. We went through a good community process where we presented each proposal twice. And at the last one, it was a very good community meeting, and that went well. And we all thought that it received a lot of really positive responses. And I think that that's what caused Alderman Burnett to be also supportive of the current program. You can see the building on the right side. If we go to the next slide, you'll note the architecture changed quite a bit, not just the massing and the height, but the architecture as well. And that was a result of working really closely with DPD. Our project manager, Josh Sean, was very helpful, and as was the rest of the DPD staff in helping us get to a building that I think everyone liked. And if we go to the next slide, you can see how the base of the building on both of those slides fits in really well with the buildings on either side, which are also part of this PD. So the full PD has commercial space, ground floor, retail or commercial space, office, and this will be residential, 288 units on site. And I'm not sure if Alderman Burnett is still here to speak, but I'm here for any questions.
All right. Alderman Burnett, I think, has left the call. Obviously, he supported it as it was unanimous recommendation from the Plan Commission with his support. Do we have questions, comments? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Bottom of page 13, document number 20723 in the 3rd Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 1338 through 1408 South Wabash Avenue. And the change request, residential business plan development number 1353 and DX7 downtown mixed use district, all to a residential business plan development number 1353 as amended. Andrew Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and thank you very much, everybody on the committee. My name is Andrew Scott with the law offices of Dyke & Gossett. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 1400 Land Holdings, LLC. A couple of housekeeping items, Mr. Chairman, if I may. First, I believe there is a substitute ordinance that your committee is holding. We actually reduced the land area of the planned development boundaries after our initial application. So you should have a substitute ordinance with your staff.
Right, Andrew, the committee doesn't have it, but let me confirm with department. Andrew, not Andrew, Patrick or Anna?
I actually spoke with Raymond yesterday, and Raymond said he had it.
Raymond from my staff?
Yes.
All right, according to Raymond, it's part of the Plan Commission documents.
Right, Alderman, this is Patrick Murphy. I was just going to say this was part of a PD and there was a modification to the site. So it would have been reflected in what went to Plan Commission. If I don't know if Andrew sent a separate ordinance to Raymond, but it would be in the Plan Commission documents.
So
It's a substitute ordinance, Patrick?
no, it's not. It was already determined before Plan Commission. So we're just reviewing the Plan Commission recommendation. Or is there a substitute?
Chairman, this is Anna Robles. I do have a copy of the substitute that is included in the packet of the memorandum issued by our staff for Chicago Plan Commission.
So procedurally, we can keep moving without accepting anything.
It's within the Chicago Plan Commission packet.
Yeah, so when we incorporated the records of the Plan Commission, we incorporated that substitute.
It should, yes, I have it, so it should be in there.
Okey doke. All right, does that answer your question, Andrew?
Yes, okay. So then to the next point is, since this was before the Plan Commission on August 26th, I would ask that the record of the Plan Commission be incorporated into the proceedings today.
All right. With that, Alderman Hopkins moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated.
Thank you very much. This is an amendment to a plan development that was actually approved back in 2016. There's been a modification of the design of the building. It's slightly taller now. It's a 305-foot building and 299 units as opposed to 296, which was approved before. There are 105 parking spaces on the subject property. Currently today, it's about a 25,000 square foot vacant lot. And we had a community meeting with Alderman Dow. It was well received, not a whole lot of comments, and I'm available to answer any questions. I don't know if Alderman Dow is still on, but she was supportive at Plan Commission.
Right. Okay. Who is the developer on this?
This is 1400 Land Holdings, LLC.
That wasn't Colin Kincaid, was it?
That is, yes. That's
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I know that she spoke in the affirmative on this development as one of the last parcels to be redeveloped in this particular area. So while it did receive the Plan Commission approval, I know she spoke highly of this project.
Yes, that's
So,
true.
Okay. All right. Are you finished?
I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions, comments from committee members? Hearing none, can I get a motion moved to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona, you're my new wing back, I think, sir. Well, fullback now that I fullback with you, so. All right. No objections. So this item will be passed as revised. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Members of the committee.
Top of page 14, document number 20700 in the 41st Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 7400 through 04 West Talcott Avenue and 7401 through 7425 West Everell Avenue. And the change request from an RS2 residential single unit district to residential plan development. We have Katrina McGuire on this project. Katrina?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Katrina McGuire here on behalf of the applicant Lexington Homes LLC. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. We do have a slide presentation too, although I don't intend to belabor it because I know the hour is late and you guys have been at this all day. First off, what I wanted to ask is that the record of the proceedings before the Plan Commission be admitted in the proceedings herein. This matter was heard by the Plan Commission on August 26th.
So Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the records are incorporated. Continue, Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a project, a unique project right now in the city of Chicago. It is a vacant parcel surrounded by institutional uses, Resurrection High School, assisted living facilities, and other institutional uses in the area. The project is proposed as 50 single-family homes, consistent with the underlying zoning of RS2. Next slide. Yeah, this is an aerial context that shows it in context with the surrounding uses. Residential uses in the area are all single family. Next slide, please. This is a streetscape looking down the drive that is going to be built by the developer and constructed. There is no street system here, and we will be creating a private roadway system that will connect to Talcott. There will be a fire lane access to Everell as well. Next slide, please. And this is the view from Everell. With that, I don't think we need to proceed further with the presentation unless there are specific questions of the development team.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. I know that this received the support of the Plan Commission.
That's correct.
And with that, I believe that Alderman Napolitano is supportive of it. So with that, questions, comments? I think Nicole wants to make a comment. Nicole, you want to make a comment on this project?
I just said I went to high school there.
Okay, see, we've got some local context with this. So
Thank you.
okay?
Appreciate that.
Are you okay with it,
I'm
Nicole?
okay. I think it's gonna be a beautiful addition.
All right, a beautiful addition.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate the support.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, then Alderman Cardona moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item's passed as revised. All
Thank
right.
you.
Now we're in the bottom of page 14, document number 20764 T1, 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 2021. Common address is 537 through 547 West Oak Street, 939 through 957 North Larrabee Street. The change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to DR3 Downtown Residential District. Steve Friedland is on the call for this one. Steve Friedland. You got him? All right. Well, he's somehow attending, but not there yet. Okay, we're gonna hold on that one. Now we're on the top page 15, 42nd Ward, number 20703. The ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address 601 West Monroe. Change request DC 12, Downtown Core District to Residential Business Plan Development. We have Katie Janke Dale on this project. Rich Flower. All right. I hear we have some new technology that requires acceptance of the invite. Oh, God. All right, Katie Janke Dale or Rich Clouder.
We're at 601 West Monroe. I assume we've got the next several up. I will handle this one.
All right, I read it into the record, number 20703, 601 West Monroe.
Thank you. I think I might have been being promoted when it was read, so I apologize. I will try to be very quick. I want to say good afternoon. Thank you for working overtime tonight, as you always seem to do. For the record, my name is Rich Clouder. I'm with the law firm of DLA Piper, 444 West Lake Street. We represent the developer here, Jamal Properties, which is an affiliate of an out-of-town developer, Vancouver-based Pacific Reach, the applicant for a proposed residential business plan development for the property located at 601 West Monroe. We are seeking a plan development in order to facilitate the construction of 2 residential towers on the property at locations reflected on slides that I did provide, but that I don't see on the screen. The towers would be 47 and 40 stories respectively, containing an aggregate of 1,053 residential units, 430 parking spaces and ground floor commercial uses, as well as a publicly accessible dog park. I should mention at the outset that this PD was considered and recommended for approval by the Chicago Plan Commission on August 26th, 2021, and we've requested the transcript and exhibits from that proceeding and the resolution adopted at that time be incorporated into the record here today.
I asked for this. According to my committee, we don't have slides. I don't know how you didn't, we have not gotten them.
I did send them over last week. We can probably beam them.
We have
up.
one for, according to my office, we have one for Halsted, but not the one for Monroe. All right. Well, that being said, at this late hour,
well, what in light of a lot of the discussions that I've heard you having today, I did want to focus this committee on the extensive community review that this project underwent. It's been in the works for about 3 years, and of particular note, and something that I think the developer is very proud of, is that this location, which is located immediately east of Francis Xavier Ward School and Old St. Pat's Church, will have an impact on those 2 icons. As a result, we proactively approached those stakeholders through their attorney and met with the principals of each of the organizations. We ultimately reached a written agreement with them at Alderman Riley's request, whereby the church and the school will be granted numerous concessions during construction. And we even agreed at the school's request to accommodate additional classroom space in the new development to ease capacity issues at the school if they should occur in the future. In addition, again, at the request of Alderman Riley, the project includes a publicly accessible dog park and design changes to promote better access to light and air along West Monroe Street and the utilization of Heritage Park. We're providing some of the units on site, 26 affordable units to be exact, and about $15 million to support DOH's efforts to facilitate affordable housing projects and tenant-wide subsidies across the city. We're also paying about $5.5 million into the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund to provide dollars for projects in underserved neighborhoods throughout the city, as well as in the 42nd Ward. I'll conclude by thanking Alderman Riley and DPD and CDOT and DOH for their thoughtful and thorough review. We appreciate your time and consideration of this project, and I and members of the development team are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I think I remember this now, especially when you mentioned Old St. Pat's and Francis Ward. The current use of that, isn't that parking for the church and the school?
It's a surface parking lot. It's while it does accommodate certain parking needs from the school and the church, it is a commercial parking garage, and there are no specific arrangements for the church, for the benefit of the church and the school. So it's publicly available.
Yeah, but it's a surface parking lot,
Yes,
right?
correct.
And so is there any accommodation for the parking for the church parishioner, or, Sunday service or school, uses?
That's not part of our written agreement, and neither the church nor the school made that request, but we are certainly happy to accommodate that. The project itself is really just intending to accommodate the 430 parking spaces to serve the 1,053 residential units. But obviously, if there is additional if we are under capacity in terms of parking spaces utilized, we're happy to make those available to the church and the school, and we will continue to have conversations.
Yeah, I just know that, like the Holy Name established a deal where they would get parking for the cathedral, and maybe the school that's there. I don't know, but
that wasn't a request that the school or the archdiocese made in this instance. So I presume that they've got other arrangements that they find satisfactory. Most of our 2-page agreement with them does relate to things that are to occur during construction, posting flag people, agreeing on construction routes, hours of operation, those sorts of things. And it was a very amicable and collaborative process, and it went very well for all parties.
Good. All right. Let's see. We have Alderwoman Haddon.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Rich and Katie. Sorry we can't see your visuals. This sounds like a really significant project, so hoping you guys can send those maybe to the chairman now, and maybe we can take a look. And in the meantime, I'll buy us some time with a few questions. Sure. So you mentioned 1,053 residential units. This is all residential, or is there commercial space?
There's ground floor commercial space, about 40,000 square feet in total of commercial space.
And you mentioned 26 units on site will be affordable.
Correct.
So are you guys also just doing the bare minimum, the 10% of the ARO required, or what was the I guess, what does this project entail?
So the ARO requirement is 10%. So that's 10% of 1,053. The way that we're handling that is 26 of those will be on site, and the balance will be through the payment of a fee in lieu, which is because of the project of this scale, about $15 million. Alderman Haddon, I did want to, I've listened to your comments, and they're very thoughtful comments on other projects throughout the course of the afternoon. I did want to just mention to you the fact that every project winds up being customized for the local stakeholders and based on the direction that we get from the alderman. And I did find your exchange with Alderman Kappelman to be very insightful and revealing. This project has been in the works for 3 or 4 years. This is not a new alderman. This is an alderman with whom we've been dealing on this project and others for many, many years. There are obviously differing perspectives on how best to appreciate or how best to address what we all appreciate as a citywide crisis. And the current ARO, as you know, does give developers and aldermen flexibility for providing a combination of on-site, off-site, and fee in lieu. I know that your priority, and I appreciate it, is to maximize ARO units on site. I think other people with equally laudable motives take a different perspective, and I think the contribution of the $15 million to facilitate rent subsidies for very low-income tenants and to provide assistance to affordable housing developers is very complementary to some of the other initiatives that are going on prior prospectively when the new ARO goes into effect. So we're not naive to the timing here, but we think that we've got a plan that's been vetted extensively with DOH and with the aldermen, and we think it's going to pack a pretty big punch.
And I appreciate you kind of listening in. I know this has been a long day, and I appreciate your comments, Rich. And very much also respect that you guys have been working on this for multiple years. And I think, you know, a lot of what you said is true. I would caution you from maybe making such a simple assumption about what my priorities are, because they do differ also by project. And I think by, you know, by what we're trying to do. And, you know, but I think you're accurate on my larger concern, right, of the larger issue that we're facing as a city. So appreciate the responses there.
I'm sorry, I didn't appreciate the nuance. I should have, and
it's okay. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. So did I buy us enough time for getting those slides?
I sent them over, Katie Janky-Dale, Rich's colleague. I sent them over to staff. I also have them ready. If IT gives me screen sharing capability, I'm happy to hold them up too.
Hey, Katie, I've been looking for you, man. I was looking.
We cannot do that, nor can Walter, but we will send them to the alderwoman. Okay. All right. And nice to see you,
apologize for the
Katie.
miscommunication. I thought I'd sent them over last week right after Plan Commission, but apparently they didn't make their way through.
All right. So there's two things. I know Steve Friedland has his hand up, and I'm sure we'll go back to him. But before that, we're going to Alderman Waguespack moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum.
So moved, Alderman. Chairman.
Thank you. Any objections? So with that, it's in front of us. We've obviously talked about this and commented on it. So can I get a motion move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Okay, Alderman Cardona makes the motion. Any objections? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised.
Thank you all.
All right, now we're staying with, oh, okay. Stephen, we'll have to go back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, the minute.
Well, we'll take it out. We'll take it out on you after your presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, my computer just shut down when you joined me into the meeting.
All right, so we'll go back to page 14, document number 20764 T1, 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on June 23rd of 21. The change request, M12 Limited Manufacturing Business Park District to a DR3 Downtown Residential District. Stephen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Steve Friedland with the law firm of Applegate and Thorne Thompson. Again, I apologize, but the computer blew up on me there. This is a project that's being developed by Brinshaw Michaels Development Company. Brinshaw and Michaels have developed a significant amount of affordable housing over the last several years, and this project is no different. The land is currently owned by the Chicago Housing Authority, and this is one of the projects that Brinshaw and Michaels is partnering with the CHA to redevelop this currently vacant site at the southeast corner of Oak and Larrabee. The project proposes a 78-unit, 7-story building at this location, and it is a type 1 request. We have submitted a substitute narrative and plans and would ask that you incorporate or consider the substitute for this matter.
Okay, Alderman Cardona moves to accept the substantive narrative and plans for the type 1 application by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to his motion? Hearing none, the substitute is in front of us. Continue, Steve.
Thank you. Just very briefly, this is a project that is a transit-oriented development from its proximity to the Chicago Avenue bus line. We are seeking to increase our FAR in the underlying DIR 3 because of both affordable housing and the transit-oriented development. We're also seeking a reduction in the minimum lot area for the transit-oriented development. And we are seeking parking reduction of the 50% that's permitted in the TOD. The project is being greatly financed with Illinois Housing Development Authority 9% tax credits. And our unit mix is approximately 55% of the 78 units, or 43 of the units will be affordable. We're doing income averaging, so our affordability ranges from 12 units at 30% AMI to 26 units at 60% AMI and 5 units at 80% AMI. We did participate in a community meeting with the Near North Unity program that Alderman Burnett was very helpful in putting together for us. And that came off very positive. So we're very pleased with the project. I know that Alderman Burnett's rejoined. I'm certainly prepared to take any questions the committee might have.
For the applicant or Alderman Burnett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to apologize for my blurt out earlier, Katie. And I want to also apologize if I missed something because I was in transit trying to get home because this meeting been going on all day. This is a great project. This is a mixed-use project as part of the Cabrini Green redevelopment community. And this lot has been vacant since I was a little kid. I remember running across that lot when I was younger to run to the store across the street. I was in kindergarten, actually. That's how long it's been vacant. So that's
a long time. That's a long,
thank you, sir. Thank you. But anyway,
just like this meeting, just like this.
That's right, just like this meeting. So anyway, this is a great development. It's going to bring housing, mixed income housing to the community. It's going to bring jobs to the neighborhood. Brenshaw Michael is good with working with the community, with jobs, and also the affordable housing. And if I'm not mistaken, they may be partners with the residents from the community. The residents have a CDC that they are partners. So the residents are partners in the development. So I commend Brenshaw Michaels for this. I'd like to thank the Department of Planning, CHA, and everyone from the mayor's staff for working on this development. And I ask for the committee support and everyone in the community support it.
Thank you, Alderman. Any questions for the applicant or the Alderman? Hearing none, can I get a motion to move to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
Move to pass, Alderman Wagasback.
Alderman Wagasback makes that motion. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the item is passed with the substantive narrative and plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're on the middle of page 15. We're on document number 20730 in the 27th Ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 21. Common address 901 North Halsted Street. Change request DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District, then to a residential business plan development. Katie Janke Dale, are you on this one?
Yep. Thank you. Thank you,
With
Mr. Chairman.
slides? With slides today? Or?
Yes, with slides.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Katie Janke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent Ani Halsted Street, Chicago LLC, which, as the name implies, is an affiliate of Canadian-based Ani. As a preliminary matter, this application was considered and recommended for approval at the August 26, 2021 Plan Commission hearing. We would request that a transcript from that hearing be incorporated into the record today.
So Alderman Wagasback moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. If you would continue, please.
Thank you. Site is approximately 7.5 acres located on Goose Island on the east side of Halsted. It's currently zoned DS5, and we are requesting a rezoning to the DX5 district prior to establishing a residential business plan development. There will be 4 sub-areas created with a total of 2,650 residential units contemplated. 1,400 parking spaces will be provided, just under 4 acres of publicly accessible open space, which includes over 1,300 feet of Riverwalk. Sub-area A, shown in the upper left-hand side or the northwest side on the screen ahead of you, is the first phase. The future phases, which is the rest of the site, will come back for site plan approval in the future. With 2,650 residential units and being located in the Near North pilot, the applicant has agreed to provide all 20% of the required affordable on-site. The project has undergone extensive review dating back to 2018 when Ani first started working on it. We've met extensively with Alderman Burnett, the various community groups, including the Neighbors of River West, Near North Unity Program, River North Residents Association, as well as the immediate neighbors, Prairie and Begain to the west, and the residential buildings to the east. We also met with the various stakeholder groups, including the Friends of the Chicago River, North Branch Works, Urban Rivers, and the River Ecology and Governance Task Force. We'd like to thank Alderman Burnett and DPD for their support and input throughout this extensive process. I'm available for any questions, but respectfully request your positive recommendation to the council on this matter. Thank you.
All right. Questions? We have Alderman Burnett on this one. Walter, what are you building over here? Another city?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. As Katie said, she met with all the local community organizations. We had a large community meeting. I want to thank the Department of Planning for working on this development, making compromises with the developer on the design, making sure that they were away from the asphalt plant and the concrete plant across the street. This is going to bring a lot of jobs to our community. People will probably be working here for the next 10 years. It's also going to bring 20% affordable housing and is going to bring businesses to the area. So there's a grocery store, I think, that's going to come here along with some other things. This is a great development for the city. I ask for the committee support for this development, and this is just exciting to me. It's just another large development in our ward. I'm happy to be a part of it.
Walter, we have a couple hands up. We'll start with Chairman Waguespack.
Thanks, Chairman. Maybe just a question for the Alderman. You mentioned Begain and the concrete plant. I was just wondering if they were putting up a buffer or how they were managing that, because you've talked about those guys quite a bit and how you've had to manage a lot of expectations. So I was wondering if you just wanted to add on to that.
They work with Begain. They moved the buildings further away from them. And, Begain is actually further away. Prairie is closer to them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Both of them use the river. And they work with both of them. And then not only that, planning intervened, made them move their buildings away further. In particular, if I'm not mistaken, the residential building further away. The hotel, they're not that concerned about. So we got to compromise with them. I don't do anything over here without talking to those folks. We have a long-standing relationship with both Begain and Prairie, and they both acquiesce to this development. Although they did talk to Begain and all of the other neighbors, the other group, as you know, for the record, North Branch Work didn't actually acquiesce to it, but I was satisfied because the immediate neighbors were satisfied.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I appreciate that. I know you and I have dealt with that area quite a bit, and it's little difficult sometimes when you have the manufacturers there. But I figured you had done that. That's all I had, Chairman, but could I go back to the rendering of the river walk there as the other colleagues speak? Thanks. Thanks, Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Alderwoman Hadden.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Waguespack, I appreciate that you wanted a change of scenic view to look at for the questions here. I actually just wanted to wholeheartedly, enthusiastically support this project, and Chairman Burnett wanted to commend you for always. I feel like you always go above and beyond, especially on the affordability. You've worked and produced some really fantastic projects that I think really meet a balance of what your community needs. So really appreciate that. And yeah.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any other comments or questions? With that, can I get a motion to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum?
So moved. Alderwoman Hadden.
The Alderwoman Hadden makes the motion. Any objections to her motion? Hearing none, the item is passed as revised. All right, bottom of page 15, document number 20728 in the second ward. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address 1120 through 1130 North State Street. Change request DX7 downtown mixed use district, then to residential business plan development. This is Katie Jenke Dale again.
Thank you again. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clowder, we represent Quicks LLC, which is an affiliate of Chicago-based Newcastle Limited. As a preliminary matter, this application was also considered and recommended for approval at the August 26, 2021 Plan Commission hearing, and we would request a transcript from that hearing be incorporated into the record.
Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records for the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. Continue.
Great. There were also slides submitted from Plan Commission, which again, if those aren't available to staff, or if staff doesn't have those handy, I can send those over as well.
The only slides I had were from 901 North Halsted. If you want to just send them to me, I will distribute them.
Yep, will do. So briefly, this property is at the southwest corner of State and Elm and currently zoned DX7. And we're requesting a rezoning to a plan development. The plan development will have two sub-areas. Sub-area A to the north will be phase 1 and have a 345-foot tall building with 304 residential units. Sub-area B is to the south and contemplates future redevelopment of the existing commercial on that site. The project is subject to the 2015 ARO, resulting in a requirement of 30 units, which is 10%. 8 of those units will be provided on site, and a fee in lieu of $4.1 million will be paid for the remaining 22 units. Additionally, it's taking advantage of the neighborhood opportunity bonus, which will result in a payment of just under $4.8 million into the neighborhood opportunity fund. We worked very closely with Alderman Hopkins, the neighboring buildings, and the local community groups, which included 3 community-wide meetings dating back 2 years. I believe Alderman Hopkins provided a letter of support from or to DPD prior to Plan Commission, but with that, we are available for any questions.
All right. We do, obviously, we know that Alderman Hopkins is supportive. We don't have slides. But just for my own, I wasn't sure that I saw this. There's 2 buildings, or one that's being proposed, and then the second is a commercial building for future redevelopment. Is that correct?
Correct. The site is the former Barnes & Noble site at State and Elm, as well as the Lou Malnati's directly to its south. There's Lou Malnati's is in there pursuant to a lease, so that sub-area will be remain untouched for the first phase of development. But we've also, at the request of the Department of Planning and Development, contemplated the future redevelopment of that site in a manner that improves the pedestrian experience It makes it more consistent with the development of the Viceroy directly to its south.
And
it's
where the,
all- oh, sorry.
so I think most of us are familiar with the Barnes and Noble site. That's coming down. And a 340-foot building is going on that?
Correct.
And then what happens with the Malnati site? In
For
terms
now,
of process?
Yes, for now, it will stay, it will remain in place. If they leave at the end of their lease or want to relocate within the project, the plan development does have a future redevelopment of that site contemplated. That it will remain commercial though.
Okay. Since there was a lot of questions about the ARO going into effect October 1st. So we know this phase one, but are we also granting approval for Part B?
Phase
And-
two
and
is.
will there be any residential in Part B, which is the Lou Malnati site?
No, it's sub-area B is completely commercial.
And then how big could that be?
It's approved for a 2 FAR, so it would just be a 2-story commercial
Okay.
building.
All right. Because I know that I'm sure, because there's a lot of development along that strip, that people want to know what's going to be developed on that at some point.
Yep, exactly, as did DPD. So that was one of the changes we made in the last 3 years working with them on this.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I believe that there was a failed development on the Barnes and Noble. I thought something was approved and then never built.
No, if I may intervene, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Alderman Burnett.
if I'm not mistaken, I think you're referring to Alderman Hopkins deferring something on LaSalle Street in Elm. It was close to that.
Okay. Well, we do have the support of Alderman Hopkins. We know what is going to be built on the Barnes and Noble, and we know what could be built on the Malnatis someday. So with that, are there any other questions, comments?
Move to pass.
All right, hearing no more questions, Alderman Burnett moves to pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections? Hearing none, the item is passed. As revised, I'm sorry, pass as revised. Okay, staying in the second ward. Document number 20711. Ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is 739 through 755 North Wells Street. Change request, DX5 Downtown Mixed Use District, then to Residential Business Plan Development. Katie Jenke-Dale.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper. We represent Chicago 741 LLC, which is an affiliate of New York-based Vista Property. This application was also considered and recommended for approval at the August 26th Planning Commission hearing. I would request that the transcript of that hearing be incorporated for the record today.
So Alderman Burnett moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objection to that? Hearing none, the records are incorporated.
Great. Thank you. The site is located at the southeast corner of Wells and Chicago and currently zoned DX5. Applicants requesting a rezoning to a residential business plan development to allow the construction of a 21-story building containing 178 dwelling units and 53 parking spaces. Pursuant to the 2015 ARO with 178 units, there's an 18-unit ARO requirement. 5 units will be provided on site and a $2.4 million fee in lieu will be paid for the remaining units. $2.4 million will also be paid into the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund as a result of the applicant taking advantage of the Neighborhood Opportunity Bonus. We work very closely with the River North Residents Association as well as Alderman Hopkins on this project, who I now see on the screen, but I also believe that his staff provided a letter to DPD. With that, available for any questions, but thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, questions for Ms. Jenke-Dale or the Alderman? Did you say Brian? Is Brian on the call?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
You want to talk about 739 North Wells?
Yeah, just briefly, I will add that there were a number of smaller breakout meetings with the River North Residents Association, including their planning and zoning folks. But we did have one community meeting, one open to the general public. There were a number of design changes as a result of both of those meetings, and we do have a letter of support on file from the River North Residents Association. As we do on the previous project, Mr. Chairman, if I can just state for the record, we also do have a letter of support from the Gold Coast neighbors on file for the previous project at 1140 North State. So with community support on both of these projects, I was delighted to work with counsel for the applicant on both of these properties. Ms. Dale and Mr. Clouder both did an outstanding job shepherding it through the community process and leading to letters of support on both of those projects. So I would ask my colleagues for an aye vote on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Questions for the applicant or the Alderman? Hearing none.
No
Gay.
objection, Mr. Chairman, I move to pass.
Alderman Carrie Austin moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to her motion? Hearing no objections, the item is passed. Thank you. Thank you, Katie. Thank you for staying. I think you're, oh, you got more. Okay. All right. Middle of page 16. Document number 20709. In the 20th Ward, ordinance was referred on May 26th of 2021. Common address is common address is 835 through 861 East 63rd Street. Also 6301 through 6325 South Maryland Avenue. Change request, B33 Community Shopping District to B33 Community Shopping District, then to a residential plan development. Graham Grady.
Sylvia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually,
It's Sylvia. All right, Sylvia, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Good evening, Chairman Tunney and members of the committee. My name is Sylvia Mikas. I'm an attorney with Taft Law Firm. Graham Grady and I represent the applicant, 63rd Maryland LLC. At this time, I request that the record of the August 26th Plan Commission hearing be entered into the record of this committee. Also,
All right. So Alderman Cardona moves to incorporate the records from the Plan Commission by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the records are now incorporated. Sylvia, continue.
Thank you. Also present and available for questions this evening are Leon Walker, Managing Partner of DL3 Realty, Greg Olson, Regional Vice President of Michaels Development, and Rick Whitney of Fitzgerald Associates. First, we would like to thank Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor and her staff for their leadership in a highly effective community review and engagement process. We'd also like to thank the Department of Planning and Development, Department of Housing, CDOT, and all other city agencies that contributed to this project. As to the first slide, the subject property is bounded by East 63rd Street on the north, East 63rd Place on the south, South Maryland on the west. The applicant plans to acquire the subject property from the City of Chicago and has been working both with the Department of Housing and the Department of Planning and Development on this development project. In order to proceed forward with this project, the applicant is seeking a zoning amendment to rezone the property from the existing B3-3 zoning district to an underlining B3-3 zoning district, then to a residential business plan development. Next slide. The applicant proposes to develop the vacant property with a new 5-story, 60-foot building containing 3 retail spaces on the first floor, 2 live workspaces on the first floor, and also 56 dwelling units within floors 2 through 5. A matter of note is 41 of the total number of dwelling units, or 70% of the dwelling units, will be ARO units serving households of between 30 to 60% AMI. Next slide. The proposed building is an upside down L located at the northwest corner of the site. The entrance to the building is off of South Maryland Avenue. The ground floor will contain a community room, business center, fitness room, and bike storage for 50 bikes. Also, the 2 live-work units will be accessed off of South Maryland Avenue. There are 3 retail spaces which will be accessed off of East 63rd Street. As mentioned before, the total number of dwelling units within the 2nd through 5th floors will consist of a total of 56 dwelling units. The exterior parking area located at the rear of the building will contain a total of 40 parking spaces, of which 32 will be dedicated for residential use and the remaining 8 for retail use. The final slide is probably one of the more important slides in terms of the proposed development's benefits to the community and to its residents. This project will be within close proximity to public transportation, as it is within 1 block of the CTA Green Line station. It is within close proximity to neighborhood parks, and also the new Jewel Asco located at East 61st and Cottage Grove. The applicant is investing $30 million into the development of a vacant property with a new aesthetically pleasing building, which will significantly contribute to Woodlawn's economic viability. The applicant plans to include a robust MWBE participation plan, and Sunshine Enterprises will provide on-site training at the building. 2 community meetings were held during which the project received approval. We submitted a letter of support from Alderwoman Taylor to the committee, and we thank you for your consideration of this application, especially at this late hour, and are available for any questions.
Thank you, Sylvia. Just FYI, we did not have slides, so your narrative proved to be adequate. So I just want to let you know as we move forward. And this is more what I'm going to mention at the next Plan Commission, to make sure that our committee gets slides if they expect that at the zoning committee.
Just double check.
We did submit slides last Friday.
Well, we haven't, it must be lost in translation. Let's put it that way. But we do have a letter of support, obviously, from Alderwoman Taylor, and it sounds like it's an exciting project. I see Alderman Burnett would like to comment on this one.
Yeah, just I would be remiss if I didn't say anything. One, I want to commend Alderman Taylor on a great project. And I had to say something because I used to go to Sunshine Ministry. I'm on a Zoom, honey. I used to go to Sunshine Ministry when I was a kid in Cabrini Green. That's where they actually started at. So it's a great organization. It's helped to save a lot of young people's lives. It's a Quaker church group that goes out and get African-American kids and keep them out of trouble and help them with their homework and all that good stuff. So it's a great project, and I support it 100%. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman. I don't see any other hands up. So with that, Alderman Burnett moves do pass by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum on this item. Any opposition? Hearing none, this item is passed as revised. And I believe that is our last item on the agenda. So Alderman Burnett moves to adjourn. Wait, we have who's that with her? Is that Alderman Hopkins?
Yeah, just confirming that we covered document number 20783 in the second ward.
What's the address?
1550 North Clark.
It was close. It was deferred.
Okay, hold on. According to my staff.
I didn't hear it read on the deferred agenda.
This
I know
is
we did the 1638 Wells.
Oh, wait, we have 1546 through 56 North Clark and North Avenue 100 to 129, and then 1555 through 1565 North LaSalle. Is that the application by Jack George?
Yes.
My staff tells me that item is being deferred. Hold on. Did we read it in the beginning? 1546 through 56 North Clark. Document number 02021-3097.
Yeah, I have no objection to it being deferred. I just didn't hear it listed.
I think we might have missed it. No, I'm not seeing it in the script. I might have missed it. So take a motion to defer it. So here,
Is that
Just
the
to
only
be-
one we think?
that is for sure the only one.
What about, Mr. Chairman? And like I said, I was in being transported from my office to my home, and I may have missed 1201-35 West Washington.
That did pass.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I just had the Wells Street one being.
All
I
right,
had
so
it out.
we're double checking our records. We must have missed that one on the deferral. Now, Alderman Hopkins is fine with the deferral. Who is deferring it? Was it the request of the alderman, or not the alderman, but the applicant? Because they're not. Okay, I don't see Mr. George on the call. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a motion to defer this item by the same roll call that was used to determine quorum. Alderman Hopkins, are you making that motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Alderman Hopkins makes the motion to defer this item, hearing no objections. All right, the item is being deferred. All right, we'll follow up with your office and make sure that we'll get a timetable on this.
All right. Thank you.
Other than that, I know it's been a long meeting. We've got a few of us still on the call, but I really appreciate your patience on all these items and text amendments. With that being said, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved by Alderman Cardona.
Alderman Cardona moves to adjourn. Any objections? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great evening, everybody.